Opportunity for shorter individual comments was provided yesterday and will also be provided at the end of the day today. As noted by the board chair, we have a large number of panels scheduled today, so please ensure to present your comments as efficiently as possible. Next slide, please. As described in the March 8th notice, this workshop includes 6 sessions on specific components of the VA proposal. Each session will include an overview presentation from VA parties, public panel presentations on the topics covered in that session, and an opportunity for board member questions and discussion. During each session, the VA parties that are here in person can remain seated after their presentation is complete and during the other panel presentations for that session so that board members may address the VA parties and panel presenters at the same time. Individual comments will be heard this afternoon and are anticipated to occur after 2 p.m. and possibly later. If you would like to make an individual comment, please submit a virtual speaker card, which you can find linked in the workshop notice. Next slide, please. This slide identifies the overall agenda for this 3-day workshop that we discussed on Wednesday, April 24th. Next slide, please. This slide shows Wednesday's agenda, which covered an overview of the VAs, integration of VA flow and non-flow assets, and VA and flow accounting. Next slide. This slide shows yesterday's agenda, which included a discussion of non-flow measure accounting and the science plan. Next slide. This slide shows the agenda for today. However, there has been a slight change to what is shown here following a request from Save California Salmon, who has requested to move their session 5 panel to session 6. This panel will be taking the place of what is shown here as being a tribal representatives panel per that request. Following the staff presentation, we will begin with session 5 and hear a presentation from VA parties on governance and participation. After that, we'll hear 5 panels from the following groups: the California Indian Water Commission, the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition, the Golden State Salmon Association and Defenders of Wildlife, California Chamber of Commerce, California Farm Bureau Federation, California Manufacturers and Technology Association, Pacific Gas and Electric, and Nevada Irrigation District, South Sutter Water District, and Sutter Bypass Butte Slough Water Users Association. After each of the presentations, board members may provide input and ask questions. Then we will move on to session 6, which will follow the same format as session 5 and will cover enforcement, accountability, transparency, and implementation. Following the presentation from the VA parties, we'll hear remarks from Secretary Wade Crowfoot of the California Natural Resources Agency. Then we'll hear 3 panels from Save California Salmon, the California Indian Water Commission, and Save California Salmon, Defenders of Wildlife, and Golden State Salmon Association. As mentioned previously, we will end the day with individual comments. Next slide, please. Now that I've covered the logistics for the workshop, I'd like to provide some context for today by providing a brief overview of the Bay Delta Plan and the ongoing processes to update and implement the plan. The State Water Board protects water quality in the Bay Delta Plan in part through its Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, or Bay Delta Plan. The Bay Delta Plan identifies 1, the beneficial uses of water to be protected in the Bay Delta, 2, water quality objectives to reasonably protect the beneficial uses, 3, a program of implementation to achieve those objectives, and 4, monitoring and assessment measures to evaluate compliance and effectiveness of implementation actions. The Bay Delta Plan is being updated and implemented through separate processes. The Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan is specific to the Sacramento River system and includes consideration of the Bay Delta Plan amendments to address the Sacramento River and Delta East Side tributary inflows and cold water habitat, Delta outflows, and interior Delta flows. The Sacramento Delta update also includes consideration of proposed voluntary agreements for providing flows and restoring habitat. The VA proposal covering the Sacramento River and Delta tributaries is the subject of this workshop. The other 2 processes to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan, the implementation of Lower San Joaquin River Southern Salinity Delta salinity updates, adopted in 2018 and consideration of the Tuolumne River VA are being considered separately. Next slide, please. The VAs are being proposed by a group of water users, the Secretaries of California Natural Resources Agency and California Environmental Protection Agency, and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation as a possible alternative means for updating and implementing the Bay Delta Plan. The proposed VAs include a combination of flow and non-flow habitat restoration measures on the Sacramento, Feather, American, Yuba, and Mokelumne rivers, Puda Creek, and in the Delta. As mentioned previously, the VAs also include a proposal for the Tuolumne River, which is being considered separately. The VAs propose flow and habitat restoration actions that are intended to contribute to achieving a new narrative ecosystem protection objective proposed by the VA parties, as well as the Bay Delta Plan's existing narrative salmon protection objective, calling for the doubling of salmon populations, which the VA proposes to contribute to achieving by 2050. The VAs also include proposed governance and science programs to direct flows and habitat restoration, conduct assessments, and develop strategic plans and annual reports. The VAs propose an initial 8-year term that, if approved by the board and shown to be effective, could be extended or modified. If the proposed VAs are not found to be effective through a process laid out in the VA documents, under the VA proposal, a regulatory pathway could apply after the board takes certain steps. The board has not made a decision regarding whether or not to incorporate the proposed VAs into the Bay Delta Plan, and consideration of the VAs will be informed by public input and further review of the draft VA proposal. Next slide, please. The following two slides identify actions that have occurred in the process to consider the proposed VAs in the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. I won't be covering these slides today, but we encourage those who are interested in learning more about the previous actions to refer back to yesterday's staff presentation for additional detail. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. This table summarizes the draft VA documents received to date and identifies the overall structure of the VA proposal. These documents were discussed on April 24th in the staff presentation and VA parties presentation, so I won't go into detail about it today. Next slide, please. All of the draft VA documents submitted by VA parties are available for public review on either the board's website or file transfer protocol site. To receive the information needed to access the FTP site to review these documents, please send an email to staff at sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov. Staff are anticipating VA parties to provide additional draft documents at a later date. Any future draft documents will be made publicly available on the board's FTP site once received by the State Water Board. Next slide, please. Following this workshop, the State Water Board will consider the input received to inform development of draft regulatory language for the program of implementation for draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. The public comments on the September 2023 draft staff report and peer review comments on the VA scientific basis report supplement are also being considered in the process to develop draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Staff anticipate releasing potential draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, including the program of implementation, for public review and comment this summer or fall. The board will also hold a public workshop to receive input. The input received on the draft Sacramento Delta updates will inform the final staff report and final draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan, which are anticipated to be released for public review during the first quarter of 2025. The final draft staff report and final draft plan updates will be brought before the board for consideration at a future meeting as part of a full public process. It is anticipated that the State Water Board may consider adoption of the Sacramento Delta Bay Delta Plan updates during the second quarter of 2025. Next slide. This slide describes next steps for implementation of the 2018 Lower San Joaquin River flows and Southern Delta salinity updates to the Bay Delta Plan and consideration of the Tuolumne River VA. Again, I won't be covering this slide today to keep the staff presentation as brief as possible. Next slide, please. This slide includes contact information and resources where you can find additional information on the Bay Delta Plan update and implementation processes. Listed here are links to the pages for the proposed VAs, the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan, and Bay Delta Watershed Program. If you have questions regarding access to the FDP site or where to find VA-related materials, please contact staff at sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov. To stay informed of Bay Delta watershed activities, subscribe to our Bay Delta Notices email subscription list. To subscribe, visit the Bay Delta Watershed page, scroll to the bottom where you'll find the box shown on this slide, and enter your name and email address. Staff are currently working to upload all of the presentation slides from this workshop to the FDP site, and we'll send an email out to our Bay Delta Notices list once they are available. This concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we can now move into session 5, which this first session will be on governance and participation. And welcome up our first panel here. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Fantastic. Good morning. My name is Alice Toohey. I'm the Environmental Affairs Officer for the East Bay Municipal Utility District. Before we dive in, I just want to really quickly start with some gratitude. I want to thank the board, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, all the board members for giving us this opportunity and for all the really great engagement we've had. I want to recognize staff. I know it takes a tremendous amount of work to put on a workshop like this, and I really appreciate all their support and engagement. And I also want to recognize all the folks who showed up either virtually or live and made comments, particularly folks from the NGOs and from tribal communities. I think, it was I really appreciated what you said, Director Firestone, about, the need to kind of roll up our sleeves and do the hard work. And it's been really great to have the chance to have those interactions. I do appreciate being able to be in person. It's given us a chance to, exchange contact information. I've been able to meet some people in person that were before just a face on the screen. So I want to thank you for giving us that space. And I think one of our homework assignments is going to be to figure out how we continue that dialogue and how we, as VA parties, create more opportunities to have that kind of interaction. To that point, I do want to just clarify one thing, because I did hear from a few of the commenters some concern or consternation about the fact that folks didn't get a lot of time to review materials. So I want to apologize for that and just be clear. We're trying to provide this opportunity to have more engagement and transparency and discussion, but we're also trying to kind of fit it into the existing schedule without kind of extending the process, which we all know there's a sense of urgency. So just to be clear, folks can continue to reach out to us, engage with us as they dig deeper into those materials. We didn't mean for this workshop to be a deadline. So I did just want to put that out there. I have a stack of business cards here, so if anybody wants to follow up with us, we definitely welcome that. If you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So we're going to be talking today about governance as we sort of conceive it for this program. And I just want to reiterate something that Jennifer Pierre said the other day, which is, this is what we've kind of put together. That doesn't mean it's set in stone. We're going to be talking about governance as it's described in our governance document, which is included in Appendix G1 of the staff report. It's not, although a lot of great thinking went into it, it's not an especially long document. So I think there's definitely room to, adjust it, make modifications based on input that we receive. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about, at a high level, about the sort of principles we've been using to organize ourselves, our structure and roles. I'm going to talk a little bit about inclusivity, and then I'm very honored to have Anacita Agostinas with us, who's DWR's tribal policy advisor, who's going to talk specifically about tribal engagement. Jennifer is going to talk a little bit more about the state water board staff and board role in governance. And just so that folks are prepared, that's a theme that's going to carry forward into the panel later today on enforcement. We're going to talk more about the state board role. Andy Fecco is going to talk a little bit about funding and our funding program and how that works. And then we're going to share a few examples of some successful partnerships and talk about what's next. If I could have the next slide, please. So to start out, these are the principles that we've identified that we want to sort of, use to sort of develop our governance structure and our governance program. Inclusivity and collaboration. Obviously, this is a place, as folks have alluded to, where we need to do more, and we're trying to do more, and we're hoping that this workshop, again, is a great first step in that direction. Similarly, with transparency, we're trying to make more of our materials available, and we do in our program, as you'll hear more about later, we do have a system for reporting annual reports, triennial workshops. Accountability to outcomes, and we're going to talk later today in the enforcement panel about how we have both internal and external accountability. Respecting rights, authorities, and obligations. Most of us are public water agencies who have existing authorities and existing obligations, customers that we have to serve. We want to balance certainty and adaptability, and I think that's one of the themes we've been hearing about over the past 3 days is how do you have that certainty while also being able to adapt to rapidly changing conditions. We want to seek consensus. We would like our decision-making to be based on science, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more later. And we want to be efficient because we know that, especially with climate change, situations are changing and evolving rapidly. We are in a state of emergency, and we need to, start making improvements quickly. Next slide, please. So this is just kind of a figure that just sort of shows our overall governance structure as we've envisioned it. I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into each of these sections, but just at a high level, we have system-wide governance committee, and that has representation from the public water agencies, from state and federal entities, and we are holding space for Native American tribes and for NGOs, and are eager to have more engagement about how they might want to participate and what they might need to participate. There's also governance at the tributary and delta level. That's more local, and there is a coordination there between the system-wide and the local governance. And then there's program office, flow ops team, and the science committee that report up to the system-wide governance. Next slide, please. So let's take a little bit of a deeper dive and think a little bit more about, what are the governance roles at each level. System-wide governance, obviously, system-wide as the name implies. So that's sort of big picture, managing the science program, overseeing the administration, the program office. System-wide governance is responsible for deployment of system-wide measures, and they can also make recommendations for deployment to tributary and delta governance entities. So for example, if we see a situation where we feel like we need more flows in the spring, system-wide governance can communicate to the tributaries and say, hey, can you adjust your flow flexibility within the brackets to help us meet that. System-wide governance would oversee preparation of the triennial reports, oversee strategic planning, ensure coordination and consistency, manage collection and disbursement of funds, and is a venue for collaboration, learning, and science input. And of course, as I mentioned, we are holding space for tribal participation. At the tributary and delta level, that's more about sort of local watershed management. So that's implementation of tributary or delta flow and habitat measures, preparing annual reports that would be submitted up to the system-wide governance and to the state water board. Tributary governance members would, of course, participate actively in the system-wide level. It is a venue for local participation. Again, we are holding space for tribal participation. And in some cases, as we're going to talk about a little bit more later, we might be building on some existing organizational structures. I'm going to talk a little bit later about the McCall-Me JSA partnership, which we're planning to kind of leverage for governance. Next slide, please. So we do anticipate potentially having a program office that's to facilitate discussions and decision-making and reporting. That might be if we have to hire staff, like envision if we have an executive director, if we need to hire a consultant or somebody to help with putting together reports. I put a question mark after facilitate the purchase of water because Andy is going to talk a little bit later about how we're kind of envisioning the funding and the contractual obligations for water purchase working out. Next slide, please. And the science committee, we got a great deep dive yesterday into the science program. I really like the description of the science committee as a working committee. They're going to be tracking science and monitoring activities and learning, supporting the system-wide governance discussions and decision-making, supporting adaptive management, and providing that scientific summary for the annual and triennial report. Next slide, please. We also envision having a flow operations team. This would more be, we're envisioning more like actual operators, like system operators. So it's a venue for them to kind of share information, talk about any opportunities or constraints that they're seeing on their systems, ensure that there's no conflicts, identify areas of flexibility. And we've got a lot of questions about, well, what happens if the flows don't materialize, if we're not seeing delta outflow? I think this team could be a great opportunity to try to identify those types of issues early and then report them back up to system-wide governance. Next slide, please. So I do want to talk a little bit about inclusivity. We do have many opportunities for participation. Obviously, we've got a general framework in place, but there's still a lot of decision-making that needs to be made. At the system-wide level, we are open to all who are willing to work towards the success of the program. And as I mentioned, we are holding space for tribes and NGOs. So that's a great opportunity for folks who are interested in sort of big picture, strategic planning, the system as a whole. There are also opportunities at the tributary level for folks who are maybe more interested in a specific watershed, who want to help out with deployment of flows, planning for habitat projects at that level. In terms of the habitat projects, we are trying to move forward quickly. We all recognize the urgency of that. There's still a lot of work to do, so there's still a lot of opportunities for individuals and organizations to have input on habitat projects. I also just want to mention, we're making commitments to habitat, which are the floor. That's not to say that we couldn't do more in the future as opportunities, as funding becomes available. The Science Committee, again, we had a discussion about that yesterday. I did hear after one of the sessions that it sounds like there have been some emails received from folks who want to join the Science Committee after that presentation. So that's really exciting. And then we do have a review process. So, tribes, NGOs, cities, counties, individuals will have an opportunity to review our annual and triennial reports, participate in those triennial workshops. So, that is also an opportunity as well. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Anacita, who's going to talk a little bit about tribal engagement specifically.
Great. Thank you, Alice. It's an honor to be here, and good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Anacita Augustinus. I'm the Executive Manager of the Office of Tribal Affairs at the Department of Water Resources. And so I'm here today to share an update on the tribal engagement efforts on behalf of California Natural Resources Agency and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Department of Water Resources. We understand there is a significant work to be done to create an inclusive space for tribes. Tribal voices and tribal perspectives are critical components to achieve the governance principles that prioritizes inclusivity and collaboration, the science-based decision-making, the transparency that needs to be involved, and an accountability to outcomes and respecting rights and authorities, which will include tribal water rights. The agency, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and DWR hosted informational meetings for tribes in January and March of this year. Secretary Crowfoot, Directors Bonham, and Director Nemeth both participated in those meetings, and they confirmed their commitment to tribal engagement and incorporating Indigenous knowledge into our planning activities. They also confirmed their respect for tribal sovereignty through government-to-government consultations with tribes who desire that approach. We also recognize and respect that best available in science is inclusive of Indigenous science, and we acknowledge that each tribal government defines what is Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous science according to their own traditional and ceremonial practices. The incorporation of Indigenous science and knowledge principles is being embedded in federal policies and guidance documents. And also, state legislation is also requiring the incorporation of traditional ecological knowledge into statewide water management planning. These federal and state policies will certainly assist the Governance and Science Committee in the development of their charters and governing principles. The decision to rename the program from voluntary agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes is meant to respect the iterative and adaptive process that the agreements can accomplish. These last 2 days we have been honored to hear from esteemed tribal representatives who have dedicated their lifetime work to protecting water resources. To the tribal leaders and to the California Indian Water Commission, thank you. Thank you for taking the time to provide testimony and to share your wisdom and perspectives, including your stated opposition to the voluntary agreement process. We respect your words and your position. We also acknowledge that the approach that the state has engaged tribes in the past has not been perfect. However, those deficiencies are recognized with a renewed commitment to ensure inclusivity and support for the capacity of including tribal representation and participation moving forward. Tribal speakers have reminded our state agencies of the need to incorporate tribal participation at all levels. There are opportunities for this inclusion, such as creating external peer review committee that is composed of tribal scientists as subject matter experts. There are Western-trained tribal scientists who are also cultural practitioners who can provide their unique and valuable perspectives. Tribal historians, tribal wisdom keepers, tribal cultural practitioners are subject matter experts and are equal to any Western-trained scientists, and their valuable knowledge and participation should be compensated at equal levels to all other Western-trained scientists and subject matter experts engaged in the agreement process. We encourage state partners and project proponents to ensure parity in compensation of tribal scientists. The tribal consultation process can also be used to ensure tribal input during the habitat design and planning process through consultation. And government-to-government consultation is an important step once projects are developed with project proponents and lead state and federal partners. So state partners can support the capacity and parity through direct funding to tribes to support their representation and subject matter expertise on the governance and science committees. I will conclude by offering that DWR looks forward to continue to support tribal involvement and engagement through hosting future informational meetings, supporting tribal participation and capacity building through respecting tribal sovereignty, which includes data sovereignty and tribal water rights, through the development of guidance that will encourage all project proponents to keep in mind that beneficial users and beneficial uses are inclusive of tribal beneficial uses and other cultural uses that will benefit healthy rivers and landscapes and the protection of cultural resources. And finally, I offer this last personal reflection that tribes and state partners have more in common in our desire to protect cultural resources and support improvement of habitats than we have differences. Okay, and thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to talk a little bit about state board's role as it relates to governance, but it just occurred to me that one thing we haven't shared with you is that the system-wide governance group is actually up and running. That is the group that's developed all these materials. So, it's not a hypothetical that this group would be stood up and functioning. It has been functioning for the last few years and the structure that we've been presenting is actually in place and ready to receive participation today. And that is the group that has been putting all of these things together. So it just occurred to me that we haven't really shared with you that it's functioning in a collaborative way, in a consensus-based way, that we're working through disagreements and issues together. And that's as we expect to do during the implementation of the program. So speaking specifically to the state board's role in the governance program, and again, the next panel around enforcement, obviously that's a major role for the State Water Board, but as it relates to, the day-to-day and what that engagement looks like, just want to share with you, we have the system-wide governance committee. Again, it's up and running. It's something that board staff actively participate in helping guide us. And that's where we do have a lot of collaboration. And it hasn't always been, rainbows and butterflies. There have been differences of opinions that have had to be worked through and talked through and, sub-teams set up and really work through, different perspectives. And what's reflected though is, that consensus. And I think that that's really important. This group will collectively kind of internally govern itself, but also this is an opportunity for state board staff to make sure that at the table, they're able to say, wait a minute, this is what the board approved. This is what we need to do. These are objectives. And they can really provide input to make sure that we are conforming. And that is outside of, the board's role in terms of receiving annual reports, triennial reports, and other enforcement provisions you'll hear about in the next panel. We also, like I said, will have these public review processes. The transparency is actually really important. One thing we also haven't really spoke about is a lot of the governance that we've put together is a reflection of what we think isn't working in the system. So one of the things that we can recognize in the Delta system is that we don't have a lot of mechanisms for dialoguing. There's people working with different sets of facts and perspectives in a way that we're not having a space to kind of bring that together. And what we're hoping is that through the annual reporting and the triennial reporting and the subsequent workshops on those triennial reports, that we have a space to have that dialogue like we've been having the last few days to really hear different perspectives and try to reconcile that. So we really want to make sure that that's part of the state board's role and really bringing all of that together. I think this has been an excellent example of what we'd hope to do every 3 years or more frequently with the information we're gathering. What did we learn? What do we know? What are our uncertainties? What more do we need to do? Where do we need to focus efforts, et cetera? And then lastly, we do have a strategic plan. It's one of the documents, and I mentioned on Wednesday that would be the place to start with the reading, I think, of all the materials. And it really lays out kind of the default operations, the default habitat, kind of where we want to start with some adjustments around it. But I think as we move through the process of implementation, through those workshops and other engagements, I think there's definitely opportunity to talk about, are there adjustments needed in the strategic plan? This isn't a static thing. We want to make sure that we're starting with a clear direction of where we're trying to go, where we think we need to be as of today, but we don't want to say, this is it, and this is it for the next 8 years. We want to have opportunities to make adjustments and have board input on that. Next slide.
May I ask a quick question? So, the benefit of this space is that, it's publicly noticed. That's what creates the transparent components of the decision making, and everyone gets to see us, having these discussions in public. Is that a quality of the governance committee as well? Is it meant to, when it meets, when there is discussion that's going on, is it known, when those meetings happen and when, those discussions take place?
They're certainly not noticed like a state board workshop, but they're also open to all. So I think if there's an interest in people attending them, what we want is to make sure that that we've got some principles that I think we showed on Wednesday. And I think the idea is that if interested parties want to come participate and be constructive and collaborative, they're absolutely welcome. And they're regular meetings and they are not closed. And we have had individuals attend in the last couple of years that weren't signatory that were willing to be constructive, and that was welcome in our forum, and it will continue to be that way. So I would consider it transparent. The difference is in the system-wide governance committee, it's the nuts and bolts, right? It's the day-to-day, it's the developing documents and talking through these things. And I think that's different than kind of the high level that we would present before the board when we're really synthesizing information and having a dialogue about, some of the bigger ticket items. So I think they're just two different levels.
Appreciate that.
Okay, moving on to the science-based decision making. We talked about the science committee, but want to follow up on just within the governance. I think we're recognizing that there's a lot of uncertainties in many factors. That's the nature of the system that we're all collectively trying to manage. And I think we all recognize it's going to get even more complex. And there's a need for us to be responsive to that complexity. And I think that is one of the huge benefits of the agreements that we're trying to put together is being able to set a forum for dialogue, discussion around trade-offs and what we can do. We feel that we have a significant amount of, flow and non-flow assets that can be deployed. And what we've tried to do is identify, again, what's the default operation so that we're not all over the place on day one, but give ourselves some space to make adjustments and a place for that dialogue. So, for example, I wanted to follow up with some of the questions from, I believe they were from yesterday. What happens if the science program advises you do something and then it doesn't happen or it doesn't help? I think, we have to be honest about reporting on that. I think we have to try. As an example, let's say that for the export reduction component on the flow, I think we have that as, March, April, May, for example. And perhaps DFW is part of the system-wide governance, or state board staff is part of system-wide governance, or anyone else says, actually, the conditions seem pretty okay. Maybe we should save some water for June. We can have that dialogue, and we've done some analysis to allow that sort of adjustment to happen. Now, can we carry it over to the next year? That's not quite in our analysis, but I think we have processes that would come back to you and be able to get the permits in place to do that. So the science committee can make some recommendations. We have processes to implement that adaptability, and we're trying to build as much of that as we can into what we have before you, but recognizing there could be some things outside of that. We have used all of the science that we're aware of to try to inform those default operations and that flexibility. 8 years is a long time, but it's also a very short time, right? I think we can acknowledge it's going to go by pretty quickly. And so we want to be flexible, but I think we've got a lot to learn, and a lot of the hypothesis-based science will require, control in some way so that what you're learning. You need to have some sort of kind of base to learn and not be all over the place. So, I think the idea here is, as we've been doing, is to be collaborative, to take input from all the parties, and to try to be as responsive to what we all collectively understand as we can, and build a program around that. So I want to talk at the next slide, talk more specifically about flow. And I've mentioned this before, but I don't think can be overstated. The default operations are what was in the scientific basis report. So that's, the consistency with what was evaluated for both tributary flows and delta outflows. That's what's, kind of the default that's in the strategic plan. And again, we've contemplated that there could be some adjustments around that, mostly in, the percentage of flows that would be in different months around that default plan, that are also consistent with, the January through June kind of guidance that's been provided in other board materials. We can make those decisions that will be based on science. They can be based on things like, for example, let's say that there's a need to augment outflow at a particular month. We can have a dialogue with the tributaries and say, hey, instead of making in-stream releases at this month, can we all collectively do it on this month so that we can accumulate an outflow in the delta? We can do, pulses. So I think there's a lot of room within strategic plan and its flexibility to have that sort of dialogue and try to be responsive to on the ground conditions as a collaborative body. And that's what we are expecting to do. And that was the intent of how we've set this up. And then we need to report on that. I mean, I think this is a really critical step. We are, people say we're the most studied estuary in the world, and that's probably true, but we have a lot of data. We don't have a lot of synthesis and a lot of kind of, here's like a almost layman's understanding of like, what did we do? What did we learn? What worked? What didn't work? What questions remain? And that's why we've set up this hypothesis-based science program, but we need to report that. And I think using official annual reports and synthesis training reports and having that in front of this body is going to do a huge service to the entire system, because in order for us to have efficient and effective dialogue, we have to be working from the same set of knowledge. And we're not, we are so behind in that way. And we've really recognized that and tried to build that into this process. In terms of flow accounting, I'm not going to come back to that, but I just want to point out that I think there's a lot more discussion that would benefit the board and the public on that. And I want to just have us all think about how we might proceed with that to make sure there's clarity around what's being proposed there.
Yeah, we won't have a full unpacking here, but I will take the moment to note that, we do need to talk further, and there needs to be a lot more back and forth on the flow accounting. I think, again, you heard at the dais here concerns around the floating nature of the assets, and that with, changes and those regulatory underpinnings, what we're really trying to see is, are we creating more wet resource within the flow within the system, and being able to tease that out. I'm concerned we will have a challenge, and ultimately it's really the conditions that the watershed and the fish are experiencing that are really should be the best basis for us to say, yes, we see an increase or not. And there is, again, concern around the flow generally. And I think we heard that here at the dais. And so I think that will be something significant that we need to make sure we further have dialogue after this convening, certainly. And I think, yeah, just real concerns there.
I'll just say briefly that to be very clear that the flow that is included in the strategic plan is meant to be additive on top of other regulatory requirements. So that's just, but we need to, yeah.
Yeah,
so,
we understand that. I think that's where the concern comes because what may actually materialize in the system could potentially be less depending on what's happening on what those flows are riding on top of, right? Even though the material assets may be there, the system itself may actually see less depending on what happens in that floating baseline, basically.
We'll have to clarify that, yes. So we need to find a way to come back. So thank you. Next slide, we'll talk about the non-flow or habitat assets.
Actually, sorry, if I could
Sorry.
ask, no, it's okay. If I could ask a question, because it's flow related and I think governance related, and it's something that I've been wrestling with and trying to better understand in this decision-making space. Does the governance committee have an ability to govern the tributaries? So if there's a call and a need, if there's a science-based recommendation for a certain flow regime in a certain time frame, would the governance committee be able to, for lack of a better word, require the tributaries to provide those flows if they're within the commitments that have been made?
In some instances, yes. Some tributaries have in-stream flow requirements that are actually affiliated with their existing regulatory requirements or even requirements that will be part of their implementing agreements for the program. So if they have, for example, certain commitments of flow at a certain time to interact with habitat or otherwise provide certain benefits that are required as part of this program, then they have less flexibility in what they can do in terms of generating that water for the system wide. So we have to recognize that in some instances we have very flexible assets, like for example, as it relates to delta export reductions, we can be very, very flexible around that. For other tributaries, there's more need within that system at specific times. It has to be respected. So the way we see it is that we have the forums at the tributary level and we have the forum at the system-wide governance, and like Alice's slideshow kind of interact with both. So let's say that the system-wide does say, hey, we'd really like a pulse flow, let's say, end of April. Who can do that? I think we have kind of the forum set up to have a dialogue about how much that flexibility can come from different tributaries. And there will be some restrictions for the reasons I mentioned, but that's what we're hoping to do, is to be able to dialogue around that and coordinate better than we do now. The projects are obviously well coordinated, but one of the values of this program is that we're all getting to know each other and each other's systems. We aren't a watershed-wide coordinated system right now. To some extent we are, but I think there's a lot more we can do, and the benefit can be seen by being able to have that dialogue, even if we can't access the full, every single drop of water that each tributary is committed to because of restrictions they have in meeting other requirements. But that's also the role of the flow ops team, is to identify what those restrictions are. Is it a flood issue? Is it, a hydropower issue? Is it another fish obligation from an ESA requirement they have, or a 401 cert, or, there's all these things, but really trying to set a stage where we're looking for opportunities rather than kind of working within our own bubble saying this is the operations I need to do, and really trying to think more broadly. So that is one of the main purposes of the flow ops team, is to not just say to identify the constraints, but really to focus on where there's opportunities in that coordination.
Well, I appreciate that, and the need for some accommodation of that. But I think this speaks and maybe builds upon the accounting conversation that needs to happen. I mean, at the end of the day, this is all about certainty. And it's about certainty both for the water user community. It's also about certainty for the ecosystem and how we can best, provide the greatest level of certainty possible in a really complex space. And so it's just an area that I'm trying to understand better about how this will work in reality. And but I appreciate that information.
I don't have the table reference, but would really encourage you to look at the strategic plan with the flow tables, which show each tributary by month, by water year type, and what for each month the default flow would be, and then where the flexibility is. So the tributaries have identified actually to the point we're discussing now what is flexible essentially and what is not.
Thank you. And thank you.
Okay, next slide. We have, significant amount of habitat proposed. And again, we have, some habitats already been constructed. We have been looking at habitat since 2018, and that habitat has, we've done a significant amount the last couple of years, but really over since 2018 when the framework was put before you. Parties have been working on that habitat. And so, there's habitat that people know is like, we just need to go out and do this. And then there's kind of acres that need to be developed. And I think there's a lot of space for people to provide input on what those should look like, where they should be, what's most effective. But we have tailored the program to be consistent with the scientific basis report. And that is, each tributary has its own constraints. And I think it was mentioned on Monday, for example, the American River has houses along it. We can't take those out. So there's restrictions that have to be worked in, or Yuba is a canyon. So we have to, work with each tributary, but I think there's still a lot of space for kind of program level and project level engagement on design of restoration projects, and also just kind of the bigger picture of, what is the vision around it. And I think, as was mentioned yesterday in the science committee panel, there will be an ability to kind of check back in. Are we meeting what the scientific basis report thought we were doing? I think there's, a very big difference between a project level, that we hit this exact, acres, and kind of looking more broadly about what's the ecosystem function that's being provided over the course of this program. And so we need to look at both, but I think the most important thing, and as you'll hear in the next panel, is really, what trajectory are you on, or are the things we're doing, are they working as a collectively? And that's not just habitat, but that is the flow, just as a water component, it's flow as a activation of landscape. And then it's, of course, the landscapes and the governance and all the pieces that come together.
I have a question on this one. I mentioned whether or not you had considered a buffer for, just in case projects don't actually come online. And so would this be within the science-based decision-making, would this be an appropriate place if you all were to consider some sort of a buffer program or a buffer requirement? How could it be embedded within the program so that it still can be very tributary specific?
Yeah, I thinking about that. I mean, it's you guys have had so many great comments and input, so I feel like I can't fully answer that. But I think the way I see the habitat program is it's literally every acre that's humanly possible to be constructed in the next 8 years. I mean, this is a really big lift to pick up and do this much habitat this quickly. And I think the state has made a great commitment around cutting the green tape, and really, everything we can do. There's other agencies that maybe, with core permitting, for example, that, may not come as quickly. And it's true, there could be some habitat we do that it turns out it doesn't perform as well as we thought it should. And what does that mean? I think each tributary and each of the parties are on the hook to perform. And that performance is linked to the habitat accounting. And as that panel said, we're not counting just acres that we touch, we're counting acres that are actually performing as they said they were. So I think the buffer is almost built in, but I think it's, in terms of like, we have to meet a certain performance, but I think we can talk about that. I know, for example, in the Delta on tidal wetlands, I'll speak to that because that's what I know the best. There's about 5,000 acres in there. And that's because we wanted to be certain about what acres were restorable to provide actual benefits. I think we learned our lessons from, for example, BDCP, where we were going to store everything. And there was a lot of concerns raised about creating inland lakes and non-native fish habitat. And so we wanted to be aggressive about acres in 8 years, but also not overcommit in a way that was actually going to cause detrimental impacts. But I think from my perspective, let's say we do the 5,000 acres and we learn we can do another tranche of acres. I don't see why that shouldn't be part of our effort. I mean, whatever is working, we should be doing. I mean, I think that's part of our reporting effort. So I know I'm not directly answering your question because I got to think about how like a buffer could be officially put in. But I think the concept is something that the program would, can facilitate, because if something's working, we want to do more of it, right? So I think I just don't think this is a limit. I think this is kind of, in my opinion, the whole program is a first step. So I don't know if that's helpful. Okay, I think with that, I'm going to hand it to Andy to talk about legal and financial structures.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members. So we've got a couple slides in here relating to both how what monies we're collecting from whom, how we're going to put that money to use, and then how the funding program relates to the governance program, which I think is a question that we heard earlier this week. So I did draw the short straw this morning, talking about a program that, as you'll recall from day one, is labeled as under development. And so we're going to talk about options more today, without the air of sort of finality of how we've decided to do these things. This is our best guess, right? This hasn't been done at this scale, as far as I know, anytime in California. And so we're feeling this out as we go. So you heard a little bit about system-wide governance. You heard about how flow and science habitat recommendations come out of that governance team. And so what we really need to do then is to operationalize those recommendations, right? And because we have an 8-year program, and because tributaries are doing things within that 8 years at different times, you need a funding entity to be able to hold money, take in money from various sources, and then deploy money using contractual mechanisms with the entities that are actually doing the work out on the landscape. And that could mean on the ground habitat work. That could also mean purchasing water. It could mean a number of things. And frankly, you need an entity to keep track of it all. What money went out, either directly through this entity, what money is the federal government spending directly with their other programs that they deal directly with folks on the ground, and frankly, what money is the state pushing out directly to tributaries, either through this program or directly. And so that's the landscape of things that we're working. That's the totality of what the funding entity needs to do. How that gets done is what we should talk about a little bit today. Next slide, please. It's a little hard to read, but just to remind everybody, this is an almost $3 billion program over a term of 8 years, which I think is a pretty staggering amount of money for many of the tributaries. This is, a quadrupling of work effort, and so there's a lot of money that has to come into this program from a variety of sources. So let's just step through it. I'm going to do my best to tell you where those funding commitments currently stand. So let's start with the state commitments through bonds and general funds. My understanding is much of this $1.4 billion state commitment has already been programmed into the system and is committed to this program. I don't know all the various streams that make that possible, but that is my understanding, working with the governor's office, that this is already programmed into the state budget and dedicated to this program. The federal share, you'll see here, is $740 million. That is still subject to appropriation. Here's my take on that. I've been personally working on this program for about 8 years, which staggering in itself. And that's through 2 federal administrations. And through both of those administrations, commitment has been steadfast to funding this program. I know that the governor's office and representatives in Washington, D.C. are working directly with the White House to secure this funding. I feel very good that this funding is going to make its way into the program. I don't know if it's going to be in one lump sum or whether it's going to come in on an annual basis based on appropriations. I think we should just be very honest about federal funding, and that it's subject to congressional appropriation. You all know that. We know that. We need to just deal with that uncertainty, which makes having a banker, for lack of a better term, that I'm going to talk to you a little bit about in the form of a public entity that manages this money, that much more important. Because sometimes funding is episodic. And so you need to be able to carry funds from year to year and make decisions, strategic decisions, based on the funding that you have in the bank. Maybe nearest and dearest to our hearts, the public water agencies are making a very, very significant commitment for the first time that I've been involved in Bay Delta affairs, which is 25 years now, to really, both from the tributaries and from folks who rely on the Delta for water supply, fund a program based on how much water they divert. So that's new, right? And different, because while we all have participated in funding programs in the past to do science and habitat, we've all done those things in our various ways, sometimes in our own tributaries, sometimes more broadly in the Delta. For all of us to pool together as water users, contract holders, water right holders, and say, we're going to levy a fee on ourselves to fund a broader statewide program is, I think, revolutionary, because it puts us in a shared success model for this program that is different from a strictly sort of regulatory paradigm, right? We need this program to succeed. Many of us are going to have to go to our ratepayers and raise their rates to make this funding possible. And that direct connection to our ratepayers means that we're now answerable to them for the success of this program. And I think that point, I can't overstate how important that is around a shared success model to make sure that the flow and the habitat pieces end up working at the end of the day. And if they're not working, we should be changing course to make sure they do work. And so I'm sure we'll talk about that a little bit later as well. And then there's a whole tranche of other commitment of funds that we're working with both federal and state partners around that you'll see on the screen. It's a little bit lower share, but again, adds up to $2.9 billion, and that requires an entity to help manage it. So next slide, please. Okay, this is a very broad sort of pie chart to talk about what this funding gets used for. And you'll see that the vast majority of it is essentially pooling our dollars together to purchase water, right? You've heard where this water is coming from. Reservoir reoperation, groundwater substitution, land fallowing, reduction in exports, right? Those have costs associated with them, and we're pooling our money together to make sure that the entities that are taking on those costs are compensated based on their implementing agreements that they have all signed. Did I see a question?
Yes,
Yes.
Vice Chair.
So the question is relative to federal funding.
Yes.
Is that spread equally spread across the board as compared to other sources of funding, or is it will certain aspects or portions of the federal dollars be targeted to certain pieces within this pie?
Yeah, so the federal funding is not programmed for the water purchase part of this at all, but I think that they're under the sort of habitat construction, is my feeling, is that's where the bulk of the federal funding is going to go. But I will say the federal government continues to fund science programs throughout the state of California, and I anticipate that at least part of that ask is going to go support the science and governance program for this effort. But I do not believe it's going to go for water purchases. Yep. Okay. Let's talk about the entity just a little bit, and we can bounce back if we need to. Next slide, please.
Oh, okay, sorry. I wasn't sure if you were done.
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah,
slide.
okay.
So
Yeah.
go. That was the pause. Okay, got it. So thank you. This is very helpful. And I'm going to try and manage my questions. But have you, because there's a lot here, right? There's a lot to unpack and that we could discuss. But one question is, you've talked about the funding amounts. Have you worked from the other end in terms of the funding needs? And are you comfortable that the budget, basically the $2.9 billion, is adequate to fund the commitments in the program?
Good, fine question. If there's more, I can get to it, but let me get to that one first. So since the beginning of this program, since we sort of settled on habitat acreages and water volumes, we've been working with the state team, principally at Department of Water Resources, to maintain sort of a master account file of all of this stuff. It's a spreadsheet tool that we use to understand costs of building habitat, right? And as water purchases have moved around during the times that we've been working on this program, those numbers have shifted. And this is intended to, as we know it today, indicate a balanced budget of between the needs of the folks on the ground that are actually doing the work and what's coming into the program. And again, I just want to say, and reiterate something that Jennifer says, right? That we might find that this habitat's working really well and we want to do more of it. That's for a future conversation, right? But for what we know that we are describing to you in these last 2.5 days, 2.9 billion covers that expenditure. And that continues to be maintained.
I just want to add some of the work we did in developing the budget was we actually looked at the last 15 years of water transfers and payment for those transfers, and tried to extrapolate what the different water purchase programs would be. So some of them are set based on that. And then in kind of the water market purchase program is based on what those costs are. And we've also escalated them. So we've used all available data to try to figure out and ensure that the collection of funds is able to cover what we anticipate the cost of the program to be as it relates to even some of the, unknown seller and buyer, or we know the buyer is VA, but the unknown seller components of the water purchase program.
Just quickly on the water purchase program, how much of that purchase are permanent assets versus one time?
There's 3 water purchase programs included in the voluntary or the Healthy Rivers program. One is completely set with sellers and buyers. That's land fallowing, and the VA is paying them to do that fallowing. So that's for the term of the program. There's a water purchase program that's funded by the voluntary agreement through diversion fees collected by the public water agencies. And that's kind of an open market. The VA will be going on the market to purchase water. The third piece is the state purchase program. And that's actually some of the funding in the previous slide that if the 1.4 billion comes from, Prop 1, Prop 68, where there's already in-stream flow purchase programs that the state is implementing. And those could be permanent or not. And I think those will depend on the contracts that the state enters into to support that. We do have on this chart here, Prop 1 environmental water. And I wanted to point out that's inclusive only of those projects that we can expect to be online at the time that this program would be implemented. And we are hopeful that would be integrated into the operation too. So those would be on the timescales also that are within the contracts for those water storage investment programs.
Thank you for that. Thank you, board members. Do you have anything further?
Okay. If there's nothing else on this, we can always come back. Next slide, please. Okay, so as we think about putting a almost $3 billion program into motion, there are some, as usual, startup issues we have to think about, right? And our view of this is that time is of the essence here, right? I've heard this from various board members throughout this week that we need to get going on this program. I've heard it in public comment. We think that's exactly right as well. And as you spool this program up, we have to think about if year one, we're trying to purchase water and build habitat, what that really means is you need to collect monies from all of us in sort of year 0, if that makes sense, right? And so we're planning around, that's why the schedule is so important here at the state board, and the schedules around permitting are so important, right? Because landing projects in year 1 is actually very, very difficult if you don't have a significant sum of money in the bank. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about why how that might work. So you'll see the words funding and joint powers authority, funding joint powers authority on here. So this is where we're working currently with our legal teams as well as the public water agencies throughout the state. So transparency and consistency are key. I've heard that in a number of ways today related to science and decision making. There are also, those 2 words are really key for public water agencies, because we report, folks up here report to boards, which report to members of their public. And they want to know that when they send money to this program, that the money is going to what they agreed to send it to, and that it's being spent appropriately, and that all the rules around public dollars in California are followed. So the Joint Powers Authority, we believe, gives us at once the greatest flexibility to manage public dollars and provides the transparency that the public that's interested in this program will be able to see through fully audited financial statements as part of Joint Powers Authority's processes that occur throughout the state. JPAs are a very comfortable vehicle for public water agencies. We all participate, I'm sure, in various ways. I think I participate in 3 just myself at PCWA to move money to specific programs that you do in partnership with other agencies. And that's really the core of what a Joint Powers Authority is and why it's so, we think it so fits this process. And so I'll talk a little bit more about how that actually might work. But, you know, important bullets here. We think that it helps us implement the government code agreements. We think a JPA, a public JPA with open advertised board meetings allows us to do the public agency contracting process according to California law. We think the standardized accounting principles are very useful for us and the public, and can move quickly. And I think this is really where the intersection of the governance program and the funding program come in. As you saw on the slide I showed you, when the governance program, which again is going to be populated by any and all who want to come help with this program, makes a recommendation or really provides direction to fund something, that note comes over to this Joint Powers Authority, and then we begin working probably with some form of standard form contract with the counterparties that, let's just say, we need to pay an entity in the Sacramento River to do some rearing habitat in the upper Sacramento River. That contracting process needs to occur quickly. We need to deploy the funds quickly because they need to get going because they've got 8 years to build the habitat they committed to, which means that we need to deploy funds to them very, very quickly and efficiently. And so standard form contracts, I think, are going to be very important here, as is the accounting. And the last bullet here is really about accounting. I said earlier that there are several streams of funding coming in. Let's go to the next slide, if you don't mind. So there are several streams of funding coming in, and they're in that dotted box there. We have the federal funding. Let's just say the Bureau of Reclamation contractors, right? They're paying into this program at varying levels depending on how they're situated. We have the tributary agencies that are collecting funds from their users. And then we have DWR collecting funds as well from folks like the state water contractors. That funding, especially federal and state funding, might move through this funding JPA. That's one way to do that. But there are alternative pathways. So for instance, on the American River, which I'm very familiar with, since 2018, when we began constructing habitat for this Healthy Rivers and Landscapes process, the federal government and the state government have both put funds directly to the Water Forum habitat construction effort. And we haven't had a JPA in place, and that's been fine. But we think it's also important that the funding JPA account for those kinds of direct relationships, because what we need to show to the public, I think, is that the total investment of that $2.9 billion is going to materialize. And I want to be able to show them, frankly, how it was all spent and what it went for and what was the success of that spending. And so we think that having a public entity that can be flexible about how it takes in funds and how it deploys those funds out to the tributaries is really important. One note about the tributary agencies collect local funds. We did that very specifically because we think that geographically based entities, for instance, like the Water Forum, like the McCollum parties, like the Sacramento River parties that are participating here, are best positioned to collect funds from their sort of geographic area, their member entities. Some of us have JPAs already formed to do that. Others have looser associations, but those are going to be sort of firmed up for this program so that we can be ensured that the money that we're collecting, almost $600 million from users, is going to come into this program as it's designed, and we're going to have the contractual relationships necessary to get that money into the program. That's what I have on funding, and I'm happy to answer any questions, or I'll roll right into the next one, which is, I think, water stuff.
I think we're going to maybe do McKellamy and give you a break.
Thank
We
you.
only have
I
2.5
appreciate
minutes
that.
left in the panel.
So if you could move ahead through the slides to the McColmy. Yeah, we just wanted to give a few examples of some of the existing partnerships we have. So I'll just briefly touch on the McColmy JSA. This came out of our 1998 FERC settlement agreement. So that was an agreement between East Bay Mud, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, CDFW. It set minimum flow requirements based on fish life cycle stage. It had some requirements for maintaining a hypolimnion to improve water quality and help with temperature management. We've done a lot of habitat restoration as a result. And it established a partnership structure that we're planning to kind of carry forward into the VA program. If you could go to the next slide. So just really quickly, this is what it looks like. A lot of acronyms, but the base level is the MRTAC. That's our Technical Advisory Committee. So that's sort of boots on the ground. Scientists would be interacting with the VA science program or the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Science Program. We've got the Partnership Coordinating Committee. It's more of a technical body that sort of puts together reports and programs. And then the steering committee that includes representatives from East Bay Mud, Fish and Wildlife, and CDFW, with NIMS invited to participate. That's more of the kind of like executive body for decision making. And I do want to highlight that those two, the Partnership Coordinating Committee and the Technical Advisory Committee are opportunities for local tributary stakeholders, whether that's landowners, other water agencies, NGOs participate. And recently we do have some tribal members who become participating in that. Next slide, please. You're probably all sick of this, seeing this graphic, but we love it. We can't get enough of it. So this is our success. This is returns of Chinook salmon on the McColmy River. And you can see that last year we had a record-setting return of over 28,000 fish. We also had a pretty good steelhead return. I don't want to forget our steelhead. They're valuable too. And you can see that, this is sort of broken up into sections, and you can see on the far right, that area that's post JSA. So you can see that JSA structure has really worked to improve fish returns. Next slide, please. And so just to summarize, part of the reason we wanted to talk about that example, and you've heard some other examples like the Puda Accord and Yuba and the American River, is that a lot of us already have experience doing this type of partnership at the tributary level. So we're building on what works. We're not reinventing the wheel. I think in the case of the McColmy, part of the reason we wanted to leverage that JSA is that, again, we do have a lot of existing participation from different stakeholders. And so they'll be able to just kind of transition seamlessly into, helping us as we implement the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. And maybe the last thought I'll leave you with is, something I've gotten from discussing with my colleagues and other folks involved in these programs is, when you take the time upfront to invest the time and energy to put these partnership structures in place, it really does have value over time. You create something that sort of takes on a life of its own and creates opportunities that you might not have been able to envision. And that's something that we're seeing on the McColmy 25 years in is, we have landowners who are coming to us who want to do habitat restoration. We have relationships that have formed and trust that has been built. And that creates a lot of opportunities that maybe we wouldn't have had otherwise. So we're kind of excited to apply that model to this program and see how it can work on a wider scale. And then if you could just go to the last slide. So again, the governance program was mostly complete in 2019 with input from the NGOs participating at that time. We are, of course, open to input, and in particular, our current voting structure, we sort of have a placeholder because we do want to have a better understanding from tribes and NGOs of how they might want to participate. And just to build on what Eddie said, we're going to be putting a lot of time into finalizing that financial structure, a JPA, to help administer the funding. And I apologize, we went a few seconds over, but hopefully it was good discussion, and we welcome any questions.
No, I appreciate that. Went over because of board questions and discussion, so won't be taken out of your time for sure. Looking to colleagues at this point, if you have further question, Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, a question on the funding. So the slide that you had up that was the schematic around decision making, and sort of recognize that I don't have the number. Let's see if I can. It was slide 15. No, that's not what it was. Come on.
Was it 19?
Yep, it's slide 19. So that's the schematic for the 588 million that's directly by public water agencies, right? And so, or how is the
Thank you. It would be great if we could bring it up.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm putting our folks
Sorry.
on the spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
So as they're bringing it up,
Yeah.
My question is for, the majority of money is through the state at this point, especially in terms of secured money, it sounds like. And so some of that, as you said, there's state requirements around it. How does that fit into this schematic? Is it separate? I mean, can you just help me understand how that decision-making is going? If that's the majority of funding for these projects and the governance committee is making decisions about how it goes, but also the state, I assume since the state is funding it.
Yeah. And so there's a lot under construction there, and it's an excellent question. So if you think about what's inside that dash box, it's really sort of all of the money is kind of contained in that dashed box, including the state's 1.4 billion. How that gets deployed to the folks that are putting that money to use is what we're working on now. We've been working with DWR's legal team and the folks that are actually going to be helping do these projects. And this JPA idea comes out of those conversations because the state can participate in that kind of financial structure and can send money to that kind of financial structure. And so could I tell you the precise split of how that 1.4 is going to move, either directly to folks that are on the ground or through the JPA? I can't tell you that right now. And it may be flexible as we go through time, depending on, but I know that there are certain specific projects that the state is committed to funding, whether that's water purchases or for the fallowing program or tributaries, that may not need to move through a JPA, but they should be accounted for, in our view, by that JPA. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I just add, some of the state dollars are tied to bond and they have requirements, and the state will absolutely have ultimate authority over how those monies are spent. Our hope is that the governance body can provide input and, part of the purpose of it is to kind of create a one voice, and this is the direction we all agree should go. And I think there's a lot. Yesterday, reorienting to recovery, for example, was mentioned, and that is a process that is a joint effort between a group of NGOs and a group of water contractors to identify a suite of projects to benefit salmon. I would hope when that effort is complete at the end of this year, that also is taken into consideration by the governance body. So some projects absolutely are not directed by the governance body because they are not funded that way. But I think there's still a space for that coordination and input.
Right. And so that's, the bottom arrow is sort of acknowledging that some may not go through that. But we still want to have that transparent accounting is your point. Great. Okay.
Exactly, Board Member Firestone. Thank you.
Okay. And then just also clarity, because I, there have been some, I think, what I consider kind of talking points, not on this panel, but by previous commenters. It does seem like the majority here of funding for the holistic program is taxpayer funded, while a very significant majority is user funded, right? So I guess I just feel like as we're going through this process, we're all rolling up our sleeves to make it work, and we're not trying to hide the ball here. And we just want to be upfront about this is a major investment to try to make it work across the board, including taxpayers and water agencies. It's not just water agency self-funded.
That's right.
And we still are hoping to, I think we'll talk about if federal funding doesn't come through, maybe in the accountability panel, or did you want to talk about that?
Well, I would just like to add, I think one of the unique aspects of this program is the 8-year program. And I think it's actually pretty unusual to have every single dollar in your hand on day one. We have the vast majority of the funding either in hand or through the implementing agreements. The public water agencies are committing to collecting that money. So, we don't have it in the bank today because the program hasn't started, but that is a commitment and an enforceable commitment on the parties. So to me, that's just as good as what we have, already allocated from, the state dollars. As it relates to federal dollars, there's a lot of great dialogue happening. There are a lot of programs that are appropriate to fund, flood control with multi-benefits, for example, is much aligned with what's trying to be achieved within the voluntary agreement. So, one of the values of this program is really aligning funding, intent, and the willingness to permit and implement. And, those things might exist in their own spaces, but they don't get done unless you bring them all together. So I think on the federal dollars, yeah, we are working on that, but we also have, it isn't the largest part of the funding, and the vast majority of the funding is in place and or enforceably committed to on day one. So I think we have a lot of work we can get started on. And my hope is as the program progresses that it's going to incentivize ourselves and the federal government to want to participate. I think it's going to, we're hopeful and expect it to be successful, and I think it'll attract more dollars.
Thank you, board member, and thank you for those responses. Vice Chair.
Well, I do think it'd be helpful, having worked for Congress and understanding when you think something's going to go through, there could be any reasons, a number of reasons why it doesn't in the end. And so I think just providing some additional information for us, many of us are very much aware of the other funding pots that are out there, but for those in the public that don't follow these processes, I think it'd be helpful for them to know what is plan B in the event that you don't get those federal appropriations, because there are many, many federal programs that you already have been accessing and will continue to access. So maybe, putting that together, I think along with the buffer, it's something to give a greater sense of how this program could still continue to stay on track and be successful if things don't turn out the way you had hoped.
Certainly.
Appreciate that, Vice Chair, and agree. Not seeing further questions from the dais, let's move to our next panel as well. And if you don't mind, you can just kind of shift down, and would like to now call up the California Indian Water Commission. After the commission, I believe Save California Salmon will go later in the afternoon. And so instead, after the California Indian Water Commission, we'll have the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition. Yes?
We were the next panel. That's what we understood from the schedule.
No, the schedule I have up has the California Indian Water Commission going first. It would have been Save California Salmon after, and then the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition. I may have something different up at my list here. Okay, we'll continue. The panel here will only be about 20 minutes. So thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ada Stevenson. I'm the president of the California Indian Water Commission, and I have colleagues with me today, but we would like to begin our panel with some wise words from Catherine Buchanan, who is an environmental scientist. And let's give her our first 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Buchanan.
Good morning again. Thank you for letting us attend or being here or actually holding this meeting. I just have, I hear all this talk about purchasing flows and selling flows and things like that. And without the proper accounting of how much groundwater there is, I'm not understanding how this can be effectively achieved. And it seems like how are you accounting into the lack of snowfall that we now are experiencing everywhere? Because that is what it replenishes the groundwater to have the flows that are going to be going to the Bay Delta and the tributaries. And also, and a lot of the flows that they're talking about that they're going to be selling, again, is going to go to agriculture. And a lot of the Bay Delta waters go to big ag. And how can you properly account for the amount of water if, again, they are not metered? Consumptive use, so far as I know, and I've never heard of any meter being slapped onto one of the pumps that big ag uses for their flood irrigation. And then when you have the runoff, after the water has been through the soil, it's going to be carrying tons of salts and their excessive herbicides and pesticides that are going to run off, and who's going to take care of that? So when you restrict the flows, like it sounds like everybody's going to be doing, and not having a proper accounting of groundwater or even just the necessary water that is to make sure the flows can flush out a lot of those contaminants that are going to be experienced from the farms, from big ag, which is one of the reasons why the water quality is so poor in the Bay Delta. So I'm just not understanding how all of this is going to be accounted for. And can somebody please, because that is missing in the discussion. It is severely missing in the discussion. The only thing I could hear that I heard this morning, the focal point was the selling of groundwater. And who's going to be in the voluntary agreement. So the voluntary agreements again is the fox guarding the hen house, which doesn't make any sense to me. So and with that, the tribal communities and small rural communities that rely on that water, they're going to be out in the cold. So how are you going to account for that? How are you going to account that tribal communities and rural communities are going to get good, clean, healthy water if there is no accounting for a lot of the impacts that I'm not hearing being included into the discussion? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Buchanan. And just so you know, there's a law, SB 88, that required meters on all diversions over a certain size. And so there are meters out there. And here,
that's diversions
compliance.
though. That's diversions though. That's not actually. So if the water's already been diverted, it's been downstream. How are you going to account for the actual pumping of it?
I appreciate that. Yeah, there are compliance points and flow meters that are within the various rivers and tributaries that I imagine those would be used here amongst that compliance. But appreciate the points and questions here that you raised.
Thank you.
Sorry, I know but we need to keep going. But just, we did have a very long discussion. Was that the first day on accounting? And as the chair mentioned, and Jennifer Pierre said, we need more time to unpack a lot more on that. So I think your point is very heard and agreed with, in that we need more time to unpack that. And one of the things is the groundwater substitution accounting, I think, needs to be unpacked more too. So I think great points, and agreed, we need more time to do that.
Yeah. Thank you, board member. President Stevenson.
Good morning again. One of the things that I really wanted to thank the gentleman that was sitting here previously about the financial implications of this proposal. I was grateful to hear that. Many of our people in our tribal communities wonder where that money is coming from, and he said the increase of rates. And even though I have said that it's totally different when you're out of the family and someone else mentions it, and it's believable. Their concern and mine is not only the volume of water, the quality of water, but the quantity that's going to be impacted by the salts, pesticides, herbicides, even in fallowed areas. They say, and I believe this, that our tribal people, we follow nothing. We cannot follow our ceremony. We cannot follow where we need to gather and worship, cannot follow where we need to be in order for us to pick medicinal plants. So when we hear the word follow, to us, it means death. Even in the agricultural world, it's temporary. To us, it is not. So I just want to say that even the language barrier, the connotation of words is completely different. There's a scientific connotation, or we're just letting that land take a break so that the water could do whatever. But in our world, when you say fallow, it's over. So it has great fear in our communities, and for even me to have to go back and tell the story of what I learned here, because I have to share that. I can't change words because they're not my words. So I really appreciate that gentleman here talking about the funding opportunities, and also about the 8 years. We know that it's 30 years down the road, and 8 is the beginning of this proposal. So in 30 years, what does the cost of labor, what is the cost of supplies and material escalate from day one, year one to the 30s? I don't think that I know of a major program with major money funding that has ever stayed within budget here in California. Everything seems to run twice over budget, and the little guys, we have to foot that bill. And for many of our people, it's having the difference that are on a fixed income. Do you want water? Do you want electricity? Do you need transportation money? We cannot afford that pay raise, that hike, not the pay raise. I mean, it's almost like many of the people of color and tribal people, not only were we left out of the equations, but we're not even figured into the future equation. I feel that we are still invisible. I believe that we are still without political voice. And the only way to get that is in attendance here and to counter some of those major issues. I appreciate the finance of it. And even the word transparency is overused. It's a trendy word. I have yet to see transparency in any agency. I'm not a financial person, although I have bookkeeping and accounting, completion things. Numbers are pretty rough for me, but I can read and I do understand. I love to read this proposal. I still feel that it is for special groups. I believe that the money that's coming in, what do you call that? I can't remember that. It's not supplemental, but you get it from the state. Help me out.
Grants, perhaps, or
But it's,
the proposition bond dollars.
I can't remember the word. I just read it this morning. Maybe it's too many syllables. But the thing is that the compensation that these folks, the VA, will receive is going to be quite large.
Public subsidy, like a subsidy from the
Subsidies. Oh, hallelujah, somebody. Subsidies. The subsidies that the VA will receive will be substantial. And I believe that they will escalate in those 30 years time. Where's the subsidies for the tribal people? Where are the subsidies for the everyday people of that are poor or in poverty-stricken places through no choice of their own most times, but also for tribal communities? Where are our subsidies for not having the choice to participate in the beginning? I think that and then when we do want to get involved, or if there's an invitation to get involved, even on this seat for the VA, I don't see any tribal people. We would love to have a representative there, and we would want that representative to be paid as a consultant, current consultant fee for all the things that they do, because we are tired of having no voice, and we need that participation, and we still need a true consultation, and better than good faith. We've had good faith since the beginning of time, and now we have no faith, and that happened many, many generations ago, and it has yet to be improved. So I really appreciate the group ahead of me, and I apologize for being tardy. I wanted to hear that, but anyway, I thank you for the time, and we look forward to showing up. Give us a yodel, and we shall be here. And now I'd like to have Ruthie Maloney speak.
Thank you so much, President Stevenson. Ms. Maloney.
Ayukwi. I'm Ruthie Maloney. I again would like to thank the chair and the vice chair and the board members again for your dedication and hard work, because this has been quite something to have to sit here, and I don't know how you really process all this stuff that you're hearing. You know, from what I would gain today and yesterday was that, you know, that this is a big decision and a lot of factors haven't been addressed in the VA. You know, I think the VA was a project that has not taken into consideration. Let's fix the water quality. I think that 25 years of a policy that hasn't been improved on, and instead we've got this VA that's going to take another 8 years. I mean, I urge you, please really think about what this decision is going to do for the next 7 generations, because that's how we look at our future. And with your decision holds a huge, your fate is our fate is in your hands for all of the people of the state of California. So I really appreciate your hard work and what you guys have to do and all the work that's going to go into trying to figure out if we're going to approve this or not. One thing I would like to mention is that tribal members, tribes have been left out of this process. So when you make this next decision, please include tribes. Make sure you also have tribal members that are there working on these rehabilitation things. We have something that's called TARO, Tribal Employee Rights Ordinance. Okay, we have qualified tribal people who are in construction, who are scientists, who can do this work and be at this level, at the state level, so that we can truly feel that we are part of the process, not just coming at the table at 90%, our fate has been decided for us. So I again, just really urge you to just look into your hearts and please do what's right. And let's not always go for the big ag and for the money. I mean, I know that we need it, but again, it's destroying our world. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms.
And now I'll turn it
Maloney.
over to Nicole.
Thank you.
Hey, Tanani Sentamaya. Heyo. Nicole Whipple. I'm a member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes, and I thank you for allowing me the time to speak. I've been listening in remotely and very thankful for all of the conversations, and I greatly thank you for pointing out that, this isn't something that has been decided yet. That is, very great to hear, and thank you for accepting and including our tribal beneficial uses in our water use. As a Round Valley Indian tribal member, we've heard other tribal people speak on why this is important to us, because this is our history and precedent setting for us, and a long time overdue when we talk about tribal trust responsibilities and understanding and acknowledging that this is something that was placed in the 1800s, and we are just now in 2024 acknowledging them and putting them in place. And that's very well long overdue. In the meantime, we've survived, been resilient through many, industrial revolutionary crises that we today call climate crisis, to try and come back and restore our livelihood. As a tribal member of Round Valley, we are the executive order tribe whose tribes span from the Northern California border to the Pacific Ocean. And so when we're talking about rivers, you may think of Round Valley as being just over in the valley in the North Coast, but our ancestral lineages, my great-grandfather traveled the Nome Colt Walk from the Concal Maidu area, although it was forced marched at the age of 8, which is why I'm here today to be able to talk and speak. And so I would like to acknowledge that, with all of those tribes that are people, our ancestral lineage, we do respectfully choose to be here to speak on behalf of our river and our fish that was taken from us. And, some of the things that I would also like to acknowledge and respect the Bay Delta tribes. I've been consulting as a regional consultant, consulting and learning more about the tribes here in the Bay Area, because how am I to speak on the Bay Area if I don't talk to those elders and those tribal members? I had a great opportunity to speak with our chief, Kylene Siska, the Winnemem Wintun. And she today, while we're sitting here fighting for just to save our California fish, she's, abroad trying to fight for, historical detriment of when the dams went up. And they, I personally, not to knock any of the fisheries. I mean, of course, we're thankful for the creating the fish hatcheries, but those fish are not able to sustain. They cannot sustain. We've seen in the recent fish kill that they can't handle our poisonous, mucky waters. And I have to reiterate the mention of the days prior where, and we're talking about water quality. What are we going to be putting? We're talking about all this habitat and saving our fish, but what are we saving them for? To be tossed into a bay delta that is full of sludge. I just came back from Atlanta a few months ago, and as I flew over, it was disgusting. I was like, is that really what our Bay Area looks like? Is that what we're fighting for? Is that the water that Southern California is trying to extract from us? Because us as Northern California people are continued to be the fix-all extraction area for everybody else, whether it's wind energy, whether it's our water, it's all of those things. It's always us being the ones who have to suffer in these disadvantaged communities. And, our Bay Delta people, these are their estuaries, these are their waters and their life connections. And so I would, just really like to point out that water quality needs to be included when talking about fish counts. Again, like how, I would like to know how we are talking about fish counts, again, of what type of fish, of sick, cancerous fish, because that's what our people are, people that we're supporting, these ag departments, pumping all of our groundwater, taking and storing all of our water to feed a poorly regulated ag, where we are very well aware that our food source is a reason and a connection to the reason why our people are suffering from cancers. And so those are just the things that I would like to take the time to share and acknowledge, and hope that, the board considers the sludge, I like to, as we call it, our death pool that we are forcing these fish into. Thank you.
In closing, on behalf of California Indian Water Commission, I would like to go on record for my 12th time, I believe, that we adamantly oppose voluntary agreements. We believe that they violate our Native American rights. We believe that they violate our right to have free drinking water. We also believe that in the California Constitution, it violates our rights for the freedom and the joy of our natural resources, our environment, as people call it, the natural resources. We believe that those living things are all our relatives and we are tied together. But I believe that that those select water districts should come up with more than just an increase. There has to be more creative ways that we could meet somewhere along the line to create. There's no such thing as new water, even though it's on paper. We believe that following a piece of land is a detriment to our culture and our religion. We don't call it a religion, but it's our traditions. We believe that interference of the natural world, and that means the freedom of water to be expressed through its natural meandering, and the manipulation of chemicals to be introduced by ags without any kind of counter. There is no fine for them, nothing that we can do as citizens of California to say, we are tired of you having pesticides and chemicals into the water by the tonnage every year. Nothing is ever done in cleanup, and all cleanup that does occur has to be done by environmental groups. There is no justice. There is no human justice. There's no environmental justice. And for the state of California to dictate how we have to behave as tribal people, and we just have to be quiet and sit by quietly, I feel that it truly is a slap in the face. And all we're asking for is our right to be honored and the justice be served to the spirit of water and to all of our relatives in the environment. And once again, the California Indian Water Commission opposes voluntary agreements. Thank you for your time today.
Buckle.
Thank you. Thank you so much, President Stevenson. and members of the commission here. It's really appreciated. Your voices are very much heard and noted on the opposition, and here dedicated myself and I know this board to continue to improve the relationships, and especially on the concerns around water quality. The quality is an aspect of the Bay Delta Plan update. It's an important one. And we have other programs as well that we need to be able to ensure we're articulating, but importantly, there are seats at the table for tribal communities to be participating in, especially in programs that are seeking to reduce whether it's pesticide or nutrient inputs into the system. So dedicated, continue to this conversation, just really appreciate. I know it's hard to come up here and share what our difficult histories. So thank you, President. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up to the VA panel?
Yes.
Just and echo everything that you said, and thank you. One thing I heard, one of the many things I heard and took note of, both from this panel of participants yesterday and today now, is the expertise in tribal engagement and developing structures to help facilitate that. And I know, Anasita, you talked at the beginning about the importance that that it is to have pay parity for consultants and for that expertise. And that I think the VA governance structure, as we've said, there's a lot we need to do at the State Water Board, and also for the VA governance structure, more needs to be done to help bring that expertise, both in terms of process and structure and in terms of the substance, as you're doing that. I'm just wondering if there's any opportunities that DWR or the VA groups in general have for being able to work with or reach out and consult with, provide paid consulting for expertise around this in the near term. And then similarly, just if, well, that's my first question. And I have another question.
Thank you for bringing that up. And it also addresses the members of the Water Commission, Indian Water Commission. And thank you, President Stevenson, even for her question about workforce development as something very important as we think about proponents. The guidance committee charter could, put in place the project proponents, lead agencies, and federal agencies consider who and what percentage of that workforce development can be through tribal participation. There's a big push for Tribal Youth Corps to help do, big foundational work on potential projects, and also the workforce development then allows that development in that environmental structure. But going to the question about contracting and expertise, we do have an example, a state example at the Department of Water Resources. We have developed through public entity agreements, direct contracting with tribes. Unfortunately, based on our California statute under Government Code 6500, that only allows us to contract with federally recognized tribes. We are still working through the state contracting process of how to expand that process to be inclusive of all tribes in California. I think that in this unique situation with the JPA, that the JPA could actually develop those processes quicker than our state agencies could do, and make that assurance. And I'm happy to work with the charter folks on sharing what DWR has done. And that could be definitely a commitment for inclusivity. And I do see it as tiered. We also, through our contracting process, and this was for tribal services, and the tribal services recognized that tribes are subject matter experts, and that the expertise would be in parity with the experts that we use for biological, archaeological type of services, and that we would also the subject matter expertise utilizes the ability for tribes to say that their traditionalists, their elders are subject matter experts to help them make determinations through that consultation process. So we're happy to share these documents. The public entity agreement process is a public process, and the tribes that we have entered into these agreements with understand that. So, and also have given us permission to acknowledge that they have been working with Department of Water Resources for the last 4 years on this contracting service, this contracting mechanism. It's in many ways, it's still a work in process because several tribes that we've wanted to contract with have stepped away from it because of the particular state contracting forms, and it's the standard form S213 that we're utilizing. And then of course, there's the general terms and conditions attachments that also have particular barriers. What we have done, in addition to the public entity agreement contracting process at our department, we've also, Chairman Bo Mazzetti from the Rincon Tribe has referred to it as a model contract. It's a unique contract. It's through the grant program. So what I was speaking of before was a tribal services for many of our construction projects. Through our responsibilities at Department of Water Resources through programs and grants, the contract also that we developed with the San Luis Rey Indian Water Authority allows for revising some of those requirements under the general terms and conditions that the tribes were not comfortable with, that required tribes to look at state processes. For instance, the requirement that all projects are subject to CEQA. And so tribes on projects on trust lands are subject to NEPA. And so we developed revision of language of saying that subject to CEQA, including NEPA and other environmental review processes, so that tribes then can have that conversation on that. We also looked at I think it was Commissioner Maloney mentioned TARO. And so, that's the Employment, Tribal Employment Rights Act, allowing for, workforce development and the ability for tribes to hire, tribal citizens. So that was also addressed through the model contract, allowing tribes to continue their own workforce, having that ability to do whom they wish to hire, as well as dealing with the other barriers of grant processes we have at tribal governments, is the federal versus state prevailing wage issues. So we could go on. There's many other barriers, but these contracts are there as model contracts, just as examples. Right. There's abilities to work through these, but I do have I see a big ray of light with the what you mentioned on the funding about the JPA being able to tackle some of these issues for that tribal inclusivity, as well as the participation. And yes, I do think that the parity issue could be also addressed as well. So, but thank you. I'm sorry that got a little winded.
No, I think it actually is a great example of just what a huge field of expertise and complexities it is to be around tribal engagement and the VA parties, and I don't know if the JPA is already set up, it's getting set up, but whatever the structure is, certainly having something that is a little bit more nimble is helpful, given all of our frustrations with sometimes the constraints of state requirements. But the point, I think, of you're hiring many experts that were here from consulting firms, and so hiring nonprofits and experts, that elders or individuals that to provide expertise in this huge area, I think is one to consider. And maybe there's some, that doesn't have the same challenges as as contracting directly with the tribe. And then you talked about there's a different tier of where it would be appropriate to contract with tribes on different things, but just even on this initial, recognizing of this is an area of expertise. And I know, Anasita, I really respect all of the huge amount that you have, and also many of the California Indian Water Commission folks and other groups that are, really dedicating their wisdom and lives to helping us do better. One last question is, so I think this is a great example of, I think, very clearly expressed that they're not supportive of the VAs and us adopting the VAs, but also expressed a lot of interest in providing expertise around how to do things better. And so I guess I think it's tricky about how for everyone involved around how to navigate that. And I don't, I'm not going to put anyone on the spot right now in terms of, but I think one of the challenges here is people can be constructive and helpful, even if they don't support the overall agreement or an action. And so I think figuring out how we're developing strong working relationships and can disagree on things, but also still value and engage is going to be a challenge. But I'm hopeful that we start to go that direction.
Yes, and I would just say really quickly, I think, that is definitely the intent, and I know that's absolutely true. And I think, in some of the tributary levels, some of that is happening. Like I mentioned that, in the McCulmy, we've got NGOs, we've got tribal members just recently starting to participate in our technical advisory committee. And, we hope to work with them as we move forward with habitat design. And that's whether they support the VA program or not. And we want to build that relationship. For us, we see that engagement and that relationship as bigger than even this very big process. So.
Yeah, appreciate that, board member. And, like so many of the very controversial items that come before this board, and folks can very much disagree with decisions that are ultimately made, but we need to be able to hear from people. And even, again, if it's not an agreement, it's still valuable because it's helping this process and all of us come to better understanding by listening to each other and hearing our concerns, and it not coming with well, you have to agree with me if it's going to be valuable, which can sometimes happen. So thank you, board member. And on capacity, agree. This is an opportunity actually to continue to develop that capacity that we know is challenging for a number of tribes, especially those that aren't federally recognized and don't have that basis support from the federal government. And so just plus up both of those points. And thank you for those responses. Next, call up the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition. And apologies if there was misunderstanding on order. I believe the slide indicated this order and my paper's in front of me, but hopefully we still get to start off on a good foot. Yeah, there's enough space here. Thank you.
Before we get started here,
Mike, sorry about that, Mr.
Before we get started with our panel here, I want to.
I don't think the mic is on still. Apologies. There's a button there at the base. Okay. Sorry. Thank you.
Before we get started here with our panel, I'd like to address something that Anasita talked about, about paying people coming in. Part of the problem is that in order to get paid by the state in some kind of some contract and stuff, you need to waive your tribal sovereignty, and that ain't happening. And so that's the qualification why it doesn't work. And as far as DWR goes, I don't know what they do with tribal people, but they might look to Caltrans because we've had contracts to win them went to, and we're not federally recognized. We've had contracts with Caltrans for 4 or 5 years for monitoring, for cleanup, for all kinds of things, and it just gets paid out of a fund in a straight bid. So I just thought I'd put that out there.
I really appreciate that suggestion, and definitely we'll look to Caltrans to make sure we can replicate what they're doing. Thank you so much for that. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is McKenna Kohane, and I'm a student attorney with the Stanford Environmental Law Clinic. I'm here on behalf of the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition, or DTEC. We will comment on issues concerning governance and participation. So next slide, please. First, the voluntary agreements perpetuate an unjust and inequitable water rights regime. As DTEC has extensively documented, discrimination, racism, and dispossession are woven into riparian and prior appropriative rights in California through intentional state action. Tribes are the original stewards of the state's waterways since time immemorial, but the state's first in time, first in right regime has undermined tribes' inherent title. From the mid-1800s, the California state government forcibly removed tribes from their ancestral lands, robbing them of their inherent title to land and the water rights attached to it. The government also worked in tandem using exclusionary policies like redlining to remove people of color from their land, depriving them of the opportunity to have a water right. The 18 treaties negotiated between the federal government and tribes between 1851 and 1852 should have reserved to California tribes trust land and water necessary to fulfill the purpose of the reservation. Instead, the U.S. Senate refused to ratify the treaties and kept them secret for over 50 years. The state has yet to make meaningful amends for its intentional deprivation of tribes superseding federal reserve rights. Appropriative rights holders, many tracing their rights back to the colonial era, still organize how water is governed and used today, particularly in the Bay Delta. For example, several VA parties, including Glen Colusa Irrigation District, trace their water rights back to this era. This history has clear through lines to the present. According to a DWR analysis, 91% of water rights holders are white, as are the majority of people who direct water agencies and agricultural water districts. While the board has acknowledged this unjust foundation in its racial equity report, it continues to stop short of meaningfully repairing this history and actively engaging tribes and other communities of color. The VA process not only reflects this history, but is even worse. It bakes it into water quality standard setting. For example, laws like the Porter-Cologne and Federal Clean Water Act envision the state independently establishing environmental constraints on diversion through water quality parameters necessary to protect beneficial uses and public trust interests in the watersheds. Such parameters include science, public processes, and we believe implementing TEK in partnership with tribes, as well as flows and temperature needs. In lieu of this process, the voluntary agreements allow water rights holders who establish their so-called right through an intentionally violent and discriminatory regime to extend their right into setting constraints on their use. It regulates the state water board from regulator to enforcer of contract. This is not what law or equity envisions, and it trades away the interests of tribes, communities, and the environment. Next, the system that produced the voluntary agreements lacks fundamental legitimacy and is the result of inequitable processes that exclude Native American tribes, communities of color, and the general public from participating in water quality governance. For years, the board has delayed updating Bay Delta water quality standards to accommodate the exclusionary negotiations of the VAs. The voluntary agreements are not negotiations between interested stakeholders and various state agencies, as the VA parties claim. The truth is that the only entities given a meaningful seat at the negotiating table or access to it at all are water agencies, water contractors, irrigation and water districts, and private companies. Despite the board noting that it intended to accommodate the voluntary agreement as a pathway for updating Bay Delta water quality standards, no tribes were ever consulted about the VAs, invited to participate in the negotiations, and no tribe is a party to the negotiations. By endorsing an instrument that excludes tribes and communities of color throughout the Delta, the board has failed its commitment to meaningfully consult with these communities most impacted by water quality management decisions. The board, as well as other public agencies entangled in the draft global agreement, have clear obligations under state law and their own internal policies to meaningfully consult tribes in evaluating policy proposals that may impact tribes and their unique relationship to waterways. As they are now, the voluntary agreements present the board with a take it or leave it deal. How does the board plan to incorporate the feedback provided to them today and through other public proceedings if they cannot meaningfully modify the VAs in response to public input? Worse, the board is allowing the VA parties to workshop still incomplete documents outside the contours of the environmental review process. For the past 7 years, the VAs have been a painful distraction from the real work before the board, the legally mandated task of updating water quality standards to ensure reasonable protection of beneficial use and public trust resources. The board must let go of the VAs and put its resources into regulatory measures that protect beneficial uses and public trust. Thank you. McKenna. Hi, I'm Delana Castillo. I'm also a student attorney representing DTEC. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. With the context McKenna provided us in mind, I will comment on 3 reasons why the VAs cannot serve as the basis for the Bay Delta Plan update. First, the VAs are irreparably tainted. As explained earlier, this history of exclusion throughout California water rights has clear through lines to the voluntary agreements today. The VAs, developed through backdoor negotiations, cannot be cured of their exclusionary defects by bringing them forward now for public review and agency approval. As McKenna said, the VAs are a take it or leave it deal. They are decided upon contract that neither the board nor the public can meaningfully comment nor change. Second, the VAs are an unlawful delegation of the board's regulatory authority. The board cannot confer its regulatory authority on private parties. I'm sorry, actually, can we go next slide? So sorry. As I was saying, the board cannot confer its regulatory authority on private parties. In Light v. the State Water Resources Control Board, the Court of Appeal recognized that the unlawful delegation would occur where the board delegates its regulatory responsibilities to regulated parties without adequate policy guardrails and without maintaining ultimate authority to formulate and exercise governing standards. This is exactly what the VAs contemplate. Based on the documents provided, the board's role in these VAs is opaque at best. The enforcement agreements do not provide adequate policy guardrails, as the board cannot seek additional contributions from the parties once the agreements are signed, are expected to expedite permitting, and an only review of the process is provided through the Governance Committee's presentation of annual and triennial reports. The board will not have an opportunity until 8 years after the VAs have been in place to make meaningful changes or decisions regarding the VAs. All the while, our water quality and systems, which are depended upon by Native tribes, local communities, and ecosystems, will fall into further disrepair. The board's participation, or lack thereof, in the system-wide governance committee is also alarming. According to the draft VA governance program, the board will not serve as a voting member and will utilize the annual and triennial reporting of the VA parties in their triennial review. This flies in the face of the board's legally mandated review requirements under the Clean Water Act, Title 33, Section 1313C1, which requires the board to hold public hearings for reviewing and modifying water quality standards. The board cannot exercise this responsibility if it is shielded from review of VA implementation and obtains insight only through the self-reports from VA parties. Third, the board cannot adopt the voluntary agreements that are appended to the current draft SCD without violating CEQA. Despite still having an incomplete VA package, these workshops are being held. After these documents, we are still missing how California tribes will be engaged, how membership in the System-Wide Governance Committee will be determined, and how decisions by the System-Wide Governance Committee will be made. Many of these missing components are key to understanding the role that tribes and affected communities will play in shaping the progress and the outcomes of the VAs. So I asked the board, will we have the opportunity to comment on these aspects of the VA package? One of CEQA's core tenets is the opportunity for the public to meaningfully comment on environmental documents. Again, this workshop reiterates one of the central legal flaws of the VA package. How can the public meaningfully comment on an incomplete set of documents? Further, several of the additional documents, including flow accounting measures, were released as late as this week. We are also still missing an enforcement agreement for FREAT, which will, like the other enforcement agreements, play a role in determining water quality and water quantity standards. The poor timing of release for these documents, as well as the absence of the documents, serves to impair public participation. The board should not consider the voluntary agreements as a legitimate solution to managing California's water quality and quantity. Moving forward with the voluntary agreements would mean playing an active role in furthering the exclusion of tribes and communities from water governance in order to allow private entities to experiment with our water and ultimately leaving the Bay Delta worse than we found it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Cynthia Cortez. I am the policy analyst with Restore the Delta. My comments here today are informed by my lived experience as a lifelong resident of a historically marginalized urban Delta community and my undergraduate education as an environmental scientist. The voluntary agreements are written, allow the VA parties to negotiate their own terms for the mismanagement of Delta flows. It is not a complementary regulatory text to a completed Bay Delta plan. It is not intended to protect all beneficial uses as defined in the Clean Water Act, and thus proper governance cannot be created. Throughout the course of the 3-day workshop, our partners have raised many valid concerns and questions that have remained unanswered by the documents provided. The package currently being discussed is incomplete and it's nowhere the 90% level of completion that was claimed by VA parties during Wednesday's session. Additionally, the board has given the VA parties nearly 9 years to complete tribal consultation, to engage with environmental justice communities and local Delta government entities, and to complete a proposal ready for presentation to you, the regulators. They have failed on all fronts. There is too much at stake for Delta communities and for tribes, and truthfully for the board to justify aiding delay with new governance structures. The VA party's insistence on moving forward with the VAs and the State Water Board's willingness to oblige to VA parties demonstrates the lack of full commitment from the board to incorporate equity into its policies and decision-making processes. We have listened to the VA parties scrambling to offer a pathway for inclusion. We told you and them years ago that this was a problem, and the board's willingness to elongate the VA process is a step backward into patterns and practices of regulatory failure for which it has already had to settle in court. In light of the EPA's investigation into our Title VI complaint, the board should redirect its energies. Last, the synthesis of work around HAB's partner monitoring strategy is presently an unfunded program that would possibly take years to implement in order to work towards better practices around HABs. Even in this rapidly growing effort, which Restore the Delta is a community partner, there isn't consensus on the full purpose of the program. There is an emphasis on research, science, and reluctance by state agencies to engage in applied science, which could protect community. This science committee is not ready for inclusion in any governance plan. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Board. My name is Gloria Stephanie Alonso Cruz. I am here representing Little Manila Rising. Over the past 20 years, our organization has grown to focus on a variety of social justice issues in the broader South Stockton to address the needs of our diverse communities who have been traditionally marginalized by discriminatory policies. I understand that this panel is meant to focus on participation in governments, but I would like to briefly take the opportunity to comment on a community science and protection as well as governance, because from the community perspectives, all of these elements are intertwined. To continue to emphasize, during the 8 years that the voluntary agreements will be in place, the estuary will be overrun with deteriorating environmental conditions, such as the proliferation of the harmful algae blooms, and among other environmental conditions, such as should the drought conditions return. This means fisheries will fully collapse. We urge the board to use the best available science related to flows in the present by which to set numeric standards for public health protection. Furthermore, we need adequate freshwater flows, not experiments, to address our immediate public health risks first, and then expand the research to develop advanced mitigation strategies for harmful algae blooms, for example. This is the correct order to solve the challenges. This remains a concern because regardless of the outcome of this discussion today, the ongoing board's consideration of the VAs is a distraction from the necessary and the essential work in upholding the update of the water quality standards through an update to the Bay Delta Plan as the priority it is. This delay has resulted only in increasing harm in beneficial uses and public trust resources. Addressing HABs will not fully solve the bigger challenge around public engagement and participation within governance. Chair Esquivel raised a valid question and a crucial one, which quoting, where is the front door for the public to engage in the voluntary agreement process? There is none, because the process has deliberated in a locked room from which we are barred. When visiting the CNRA websites, the VA participants are described as agreement collaborators. I highlight that it says collaborators and not signatories, representing water and irrigation districts along with government agencies whose mission is exporting water. Moreover, the publicly available VA's documents lack clear guidance on how tribal and public input will be included in the VAs, if that's even a real consideration on the table. This process exacerbates the exclusionary foundation that the VA rests on. To continue emphasizing the challenge, the cover sheet of these additional documents is explicit that the VA parties still do not know how California tribes will be included, nor how the system-wide governance committee will make decisions on how will be or who will be in the committee. This lack of clarity was vaguely addressed in the first panel and reaffirms our concerns. This is a clear barrier, and as the committee is the only one that will actually oversee the VAs and has the power to make recommendations to them if they are enacted. The VA's parties and resource agency are running a high-stakes messaging campaign and misleading the public to believe that the organizations that are trusted and rooted in community are at the table helping to make decisions that will protect them. The communities we serve aren't here today because they're keeping food at the table and a roof over their heads. Having the opportunity to advocate is actually perceived as a privilege in our community. These communities depend on us to advocate for them in spaces from which we as representatives have been traditionally shut out. How can governance be created on this flawed foundation? The board should not be a party to an effort conducted in this manner as a regulator for the people. Lastly, a 90-day comment period should be the standard for community. This will allow the board sufficient time to host informational workshops for the public to digest the information and the documents and to draft thorough and informed responses. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
I had to write it down because I didn't want to accidentally go off the rails. So I'm going to try and keep my focus here, but it's not pleasant. First, I'd like to thank the chairman and the board for allowing us to be here to present. We appreciate the opportunity. My name is Gary Mulcahy. I'm the government liaison for the Winnemem-Wintu tribe. My tribal name is Ponte Tiawas. Our tribe is a member of the coalition known as the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition, or DTEC. You have heard and seen presentations from members of DTEC throughout the last 3 days, and of course, throughout the last few years, and you're probably tired of hearing from us. But we're coming, we're still here. I've been asked to provide closing remarks incorporating those comments and what you have heard today, as well as some others, and what you're going to hear later on today. I know what's coming. But I want to state by asking the big question first: why are we here? Why must we be here? And why do they have to be here? They, meaning the voluntary agreement people. I think I can answer those questions, at least in part. A big reason is because the Bay Delta Plan had its last overall complete update in 2006, but the last major update in 1995. That's 18 and 29 years respectively. Who wouldn't want to at least put something on the table to try and combat the lack of leadership and direction regarding the public trust and beneficial uses of one of California's most sacred resources, water? I can't fault them for wanting to do something. I'm a little bit at a quandary today too. I just spent a day and a half in a Salmon homecoming summit talking with some of the folks who have worked on and are promoting these voluntary agreements: farmers, water districts, NGOs, settlement contractors, and many others were there. We actually talked with each other. We actually heard each other about common purposes, and that is getting salmon back into the historical spawning grounds all up and down the North State. It was great. We worked together to try and find solutions and develop an overall strategy. It's shown each of us what can happen when we lay down those barriers between us, and we carry some of that to the table with common cause. Unfortunately, that is not what happened here. In the 8 to 9 years these voluntary agreements have been talked about and developed, California tribes, disadvantaged communities, environmental justice concerns, NGOs, and even the fishing industry has been excluded from the table. That represents at least half of the population of California, if not more. And you can see what the results that exclusion are by what is and is not contained in these voluntary agreements. I could, but I won't reiterate all that has been presented to you over the last few days, whatever it was by personal testimony or by written comments. Hopefully you actually heard what has been said and what is being said. I will, however, point out one glaring truth surrounding these voluntary agreements. The exclusionary tactic of keeping California tribes and communities of color out of the decision-making process of these agreements only perpetuates the racial and discriminatory practices that have been in place since the beginning of water policy development in the state of California, which is still ongoing today. Do your job. Complete the Bay Delta Plan update. Reject these voluntary agreements at least or until you have fulfilled your responsibilities under the law. That is all we ask. Set the water quality standards first. Determine the implementation plan first. Define the necessary beneficial uses first. Then we can talk about other things and other projects. But you must do these things first and foremost above all. Thank you for your time and consideration. And we're not taking any questions. Thank you.
You as well. And we'll preserve any questions then for others amongst it. I just really appreciate the engagement, the opportunity for dialogue, I hope at some point here. And ultimately want to actually make a couple of points here amongst it. I think it is important to note, as we've said here, that the board hasn't made a decision and that this space is our attempt to try to create a dialogue that helps us best understand not just the concerns, but how this board should proceed in its program implementation and in its work. And so just thank you again for still yet being part of this discussion. When it comes to the completeness yet of the voluntary agreements, there's, I heard a couple of things there, a sense that this is fait accompli before the board, it's a take it or leave it, and that they're not fully done yet. And so I think that what that definitely opens the door for is for engagement and input. And I think at this point, the strategy is no, that there won't be that engagement, but I hope still yet we as a board can understand and bridge what will be a program implementation and standards that are not the VAs that are also moving forward. And I think that importantly, on the history and the inadequacy of what we know is continues to be what we need to do when it comes to absolving that history. It's something that this board has acknowledged. Our racial equity resolution, our racial equity action plan is our attempt to own what is that difficult history and figure out how in this century and at this time, we try our best to reconcile all of that. And I'm not here to say that the board is doing it perfectly, but want to just acknowledge that the concerns certainly of the Delta Tribal Coalition and others around how we reconcile that is fresh in my mind for sure. When it comes to the amount of time it's taken the board to develop the Bay Delta plan, both in what we called at one point phase one, but as on the San Joaquin components, and here then on the Sacramento Delta components, we went through two historic droughts that re-diverted staff. And in this last turn of the drought, we curtailed on a basis that we've never curtailed in the history of this state. And it was many of the same people, Diane and so many of her staff, that were doing dual duty and actually still working on the Bay Delta plan amongst it. And if the 600 pages of the staff report isn't enough to demonstrate that there was good work going on during that time, there are other ways perhaps we can demonstrate that. So this idea that we were held up just because of the voluntary agreements, that the board is absolving its work, is untrue. And again, I'm very thankful for the continued engagement and hopefully good faith way in which we're all showing up to dialogue with each other or not. And so just thank you. I know that the emotions and also the tension around this fundamental discussion before the board are high. I'll continue to do my best to articulate where the board actually is, how our process isn't the VA process. And here, the VA parties, I think I've heard over and over again, the inadequacy of the welcomingness they felt, but please don't paint too broad a brush. And if anything, please see the continued engagement from this board and desire from myself as chair to create the right space here. And importantly, we haven't made a decision and we still have a lot of time here together to try to figure out how we best bridge these difficult discussions. But just can't think enough. I know it's hard to come up before us to say things here that are deeply personal and in a way that the continued concern that we're not listening makes it feel, I know, disingenuous amongst it. And so I am listening here and will continue to, and we'll never get sick of you all continuing to tell us what you believe and what you feel is right. I need you to do that. So I just appreciate your time amongst that. And I know we'll have opportunity for additional discussion amongst it. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. Sorry to keep talking. I know we have a long day. Thank you, and thank you to the panel. And I think just because some of the folks weren't here at the beginning when I shared some of the comments that I see this context in, I just wanted to reiterate a couple things, which is we are considering VAs. That is what we're doing with these workshops. And we are not rubber stamping it. It is not a take it or leave it. This is really in-depth digging into how can these work as intended to achieve the goals and working through these challenges and that aren't a done deal or set yet. And so, over the course of all of these panels over 3 days, I think a lot of really important issues have been pulled up and discussed. And there's, I think very clear both recognition that more discussion is needed just to fully understand the proposal, and then also that adjustments are needed from what's been developed so far and being developed. And so I do think it's easy to say, oh, it's not a done deal, it's not a rubber stamp, and the proof will be in the pudding. I think we'll see, are there changes and adjustments that come from the input that we've received? And I think that's what is we all need to show here. The other thing I'll just emphasize that from what the chair has said throughout this whole process, but I think is important for me and a little bit hard to, I think different from the way the panel characterized it and hard to understand until we have a draft program of implementation. But this is not a one or the other regulatory program, Bay Delta update, or totally contractual VA. This is a regulatory update with a program of implementation, and a VA is a piece of that being considered. Now, exactly what that means and how that fits the requirements to ensure that we are not abdicating our regulatory responsibilities and that we have the ability to do enforcement is both. We'll be discussing some of that on the next topic, but is going to be hard to really discuss in abstract until I think we have a draft program of implementation. So I think we hear that major concern, and I think we're trying to make sure that we can have dig in and make sure that that is meaningful, and it's not an either or, and that we are able to give adequate time to really engage around what that proposal might look like. So I think I heard a lot of points that I agree with and are valid concerns, and we need to figure out, how we are able to move forward together, even if we don't, agree on stuff, or maybe pretty fundamental stuff. I think I appreciate, the HABS program as an example. We need to figure out how we're all working together on that. And you don't have to say that you support the voluntary agreements to be able to work with the folks that are working on that. And likewise, if you don't, anyway, I appreciate that. And I don't want to take a lot of time because we have a lot, but I do want to really appreciate the comments that were shared today. And sorry, last thing is, I agree we have a fundamentally Our water rights system was built on a history and structure of racism and sexism and many other things. And it's also the system that we have in place right now. And we're trying to work on, I mean, it's a fundamental challenge we have as we are struggling with how do we address that within the tools that we have as the State Water Board. And, you know, I agree, it's not just in the past. I think things perpetuate because when you're based on that foundation, they perpetuate. But we need to find a way to move forward and to do better. And so I think that's what we all need to try and do. We can't just discard things when because it's tainted, because at this point it's all pretty tainted and we have to figure out how we move forward and make it better. So I can say that I recognize that it's easy for me to say because I haven't been, you know, I don't have the intergenerational trauma and personal, you know, history that others do. And so it's a lot easier for me to say that than to actually experience that. But I also want to just express that we have to find a way forward and we need to acknowledge that that's not easy. And we're working within a system that needs to change. And we're trying to, we really are, I think, looking at common cause.
Thank you, board member. Not seeing any further comment at the dais. Let's move to the Golden Gate Salmon Association and Defenders of Wildlife panel. Next, I believe we have Barry Nelson and Ashley Overhouse. Good to see you again today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. It's good to be here again. I'd like to talk about governance with regard to voluntary agreements from a different perspective. You've heard for years, frankly, that voluntary agreements are faster, more effective, more collaborative ways of achieving results. And I think it would make sense for us to step back and look at some challenges that some past voluntary agreements have encountered and how we can learn from those. Next slide, please. And I'm going to start with another state-led voluntary agreement process, the Feather River FERC agreement reached in 2006. The Water Board did a water quality certification for that agreement. Next, please. The settlement is with regard to the renewal of the FERC license for the Department of Water Resources, the State Water Projects, Oroville Dam, and all of the related facilities. It's a classic voluntary agreement. It was signed by water agencies, DWR, a long list of NGOs, and local governments. I was starting to make a list of all the water agencies that signed it. It was too long for me to take the time for. A long list of NGOs, local governments as well. Next, please. It's got a familiar set of contents, sort of, in that it addresses flow issues, physical habitat issues. Unlike this VA, it addresses temperature issues in some important ways. Next slide, please. What's remarkable, though, is that 18 years later, the flow has not been implemented. The habitat improvements have not been implemented. The temperature improvements have not been implemented. The FERC license has not been reissued. So all of those, frankly, desperately needed improvements for the ecosystem on the Feather River have not been done. Next slide, please. What has happened since 1906 is that natural production of salmon has crashed in the Sacramento Basin. Salmon season was closed in 2008, 2009, 2023, 2024. New listings ESA listings are likely for white surge, sturgeon, and longfin smelt. Spring run Chinook salmon is likely to be uplisted. I didn't put HABs up there, but they could easily be up there as well. The ecosystem has declined catastrophically in the 18 years since this FERC agreement was reached. And I want to reemphasize the habitat improvements that were promised 18 years ago have never happened and are still desperately needed. Next slide, please. What's remarkable about that voluntary agreement is that the board, having approved it, hasn't held a hearing in 18 years about the lack of progress on that VA, nor has, as far as I can tell, has the board asked how it could use its own regulatory authority, including in this process, to require implementation of VA components that were committed to as part of a separate process 18 years ago. Next slide, please. Turn to another one, the Mono Lake water rights decision from 1994, next slide, is, I would call it a partial voluntary agreement. It was a state board action, but before the state board acted, the previously competing parties, the Mono Lake Committee, LA Department of Water and Power, both supported that agreement and urged the board to move forward. It also then led to a subsequent, I would call it a more formal voluntary agreement on stream restoration. Next, please. It required the restoration of Mono Lake to an elevation of 6,392 feet above sea level, set a 2014 target date, also had diversion limits in it. And I think one of the ways in which it resembles a voluntary agreement, the one you're seeing today, is that it did not have strong state board oversight for what we all thought was, at the time in 1994, I was around in 1994, we all thought the Mono Lake problem had been solved by this agreement at that point. And here we are 30 years later. Next slide, please. Here we are. Well, that's interesting. Somehow turn your head to the right. Not sure how I did that. This slide shows a sideways view of Mono Lake since that level. That's remarkable. It doesn't show that way on my computer. What you can see, there's a gray block there that's not easy to see. That's the time period since the 1994 water rights decision. The dotted line is the state board mandated lake level, 6392. What you can see is that for 5 years, LADWP was making progress towards the mandated lake level. And after about 5 years, that progress stopped. And since then, that lake level has bounced around up and down, wet years and dry. If there's a trend in the last 25 years, it's in the wrong direction. It's away from the legally mandated lake level. And again, the target was 1990. It was 2014. We're now 9.5 years after that deadline, the state's target for hitting that lake level. Next slide, please. So, I want to emphasize here that that VA, that partial voluntary agreement, has not produced the lake level that the board expected, the board mandated 30 years ago, 29.5 years ago. And it's worth noting that the state board hasn't taken enforcement action in the last 29.5 years. Now, we hope you'll move forward on that front later this year. But it's really important to note that in these two cases, one of these agreements was 30 years ago, 29.5. Another of these agreements was 18 years ago. This VA has a lifespan of 8 years. We're really struggling with how to make voluntary agreements work when they clearly fail, not just for years, but for decades. Next, please. So why do some voluntary agreements not succeed? Next slide. One way of looking at that is looking at the 5 guiding principles for voluntary agreements that Berkeley Law laid out in their white paper several months ago. They laid out 5 principles: strong regulatory foundation, VAs must achieve outcomes comparable to default regulatory requirements, clear specific biological goals, supported by the best available science, robust and transparent accountability. I'd like to suggest 3 other principles. Next slide, please. First is underneath robust and transparent accountability, and that is that these voluntary agreements absolutely must have strong, ongoing regulatory oversight and enforcement to assure that they're working, that they're making progress. Second, you've heard far more eloquently than I can about the importance of equity in these voluntary agreements. Frankly, in these voluntary agreements, there was not a lot of consideration that I've talked about today. Not a lot of consideration for equity. 30 years ago, the Cosetica tribe is now deeply involved in Mono Lake issues. That was not so much the case 30 years ago.
If I can add, Mono will be the first because of so much engagement from local tribes to have tribal beneficial uses. Anyway.
Thanks for pointing that out. This is something that is really changing in the last several years, and it's long overdue, but it's very clear that there's an additional principle here for successful voluntary agreements, and it's equity. There's another one, final one I'd suggest, and that's leadership. And that is, I've been involved in stakeholder negotiations for well over 30 years, and you can tell which are going to succeed and which are going to fail on the basis of leadership, on the basis of basically whether the senior officials involved in the effort look at all parties and say, you're all going to sit at that table, you're all going to make progress, you're all going to make painful choices. And that means beating up everybody in that room, even the folks with whom you often agree. I've been one of those folks. That hasn't happened in this voluntary agreement process, and you can see that by the people, the interests, and the stakeholders that have been excluded from the process. Next, please. So I look at the Feather River and the Mono Lake processes, and they fell short, I think, in particular on two of these principles, robust and transparent accounting mechanisms and ongoing regulatory oversight and enforcement. Next slide, please. But frankly, when you look at the voluntary agreements that are before you today, there are 8 principles up there. The voluntary agreement package that you're looking at today, after 13 years of work, clearly fail all of these guiding principles. Next slide, please. So what do we conclude from this? First, it is not a given that voluntary agreements are faster. It's not agreement that they're not clear that they're more effective than what I'll call a traditional regulatory approach. Many past VA efforts have failed to deliver anticipated benefits. We're just the state board to take action on those past voluntary agreements to make sure that they make progress. This voluntary agreement is by far the most complex ever attempted. And when you look at those 8 principles I just laid out, 5 of them by Berkeley law, that effort has clearly failed. And we believe that that means that the state board must update the Bay Delta Plan, including temperature protections and science-based unimpaired flow-based protections. I want to close by saying I don't attribute bad motives to the folks in that table, at that table. They're working hard in that room to come up with an agreement. It's hard. I have sat at the table in voluntary agreements. It's really hard, and trying to do one on this scale is dramatically more difficult than any voluntary agreement discussion, any collaborative discussion I've been a part of. But it isn't a path to success to exclude stakeholders, exclude issues like temperature and tribal beneficial uses and HABs, exclude science and biological objectives. What they're trying to do is hard, and I don't criticize the effort. What I criticize is the product. Any way you measure it, this effort is clearly falling short. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Silverhouse, good to see you again. Day 3.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, board members and staff. Welcome back to our 3rd day. I will hopefully try to keep my presentation here short. as once it's up on the screen, hopefully. Great, next slide, please. Thank you. I want to once again express that my preliminary impressions upon review of the draft global implementation agreement make up these slides, but I hope to refine them and inform them as we have more time to review these materials. And I really appreciate the panel this morning on governance specifically. Given the board staff's articulated desire to ideally make these agreements more streamlined or contractual in nature, those were some comments our first day of the workshop, I want to raise some of these legal concerns to help with the integration or nesting under the program of implementation for the Bay Delta Plan update. And I understand that hopefully after I've raised these, even if we can't formally respond today because they are legal in nature, that maybe we can hear more information in the future from VA parties and board staff. Next slide, please. So this is a summary of some of the legal concerns that I had in terms of a preliminary read of some of the new documents, especially they're submitted on March 29th. The first is I'm concerned that especially the draft global agreement may inhibit the state water board's ability to comply with legal requirements and take enforcement action in the event of a voluntary agreement failure. This includes two fundamental concepts that I'll go ahead and define later, which is a material modification and then the role of the board as a settling party. The next legal concern or large bucket that I have is that this potentially will inhibit the state water board's ability to fulfill other legal mandates and authorities, such as your delegated Clean Water Act authority, the reasonable use requirement, public trust, and water rights enforcement. And then the third concern I have is that this potentially will constrain other regulatory authorities, such as the Bureau of Reclamation and others, and I'll briefly touch on that. Next slide, please. So the material modification off-ramp is a concept that I understand is usually boilerplate or standard for contractual agreements. I have the definition here up on the slide as well as how it could be used. So material modification here is defined on page 54 of the draft global agreement, and it's pretty broad. So a change in applicable law or a new or amended regulatory action similar in character to pending actions described in section 12.6a that imposes additional constraints on water supply operations, increases contributions of water for in-stream flow or delta outflow, increases required habitat restoration, or increases contributions of funds to an extent that materially impairs the bargain for benefits of this agreement. I think that it's important to note here, because we have discussed in so much detail over the last 2 days that this is a novel, complex scheme that we're trying to ambitiously pursue. This potentially could undermine all of those efforts because it has such a broad definition. And so I just wanted to flag that there for you, especially issues that we've talked about in terms of inadequate temperature protections, et cetera. It may prevent the board from filling those gaps. Next slide, please. The next construct I wanted to bring forward is the State Water Board as a settling party. This code section was referenced both in the VA panel, and I will want to pull it out here again for you. This is on page 4 of the draft global agreement. An enforcement agreement means here, with respect to non-federal parties, an agreement executed by a party and the State Water Board pursuant to this section. I wanted to add on that subsection C of this particular code provision states that the terms of a settlement may not be contrary to statute or regulation. Next slide, please. Of course, I do want to give credit that the VA agreement does have this global caveat, which is really important, that does, in theory, protect the board. However, upon first read in other sections, I still believe that the board's responsibilities as a settling party potentially conflict with the board's authorities and mandates. Next slide, please. So the first way, potentially under the Clean Water Act, is that the relevant standard of how the board interacts as a settling party may be undermined. So a good way to explain the relevant standard here was articulated by the board in your 401 water quality certification for the Oroville hydropower facilities, which was issued in 2010. So on page 3 of that settlement, quote, because the State Water Board must exercise its independent authority over any water quality certification it issues, the State Water Board was not involved with and was not represented at the negotiations that resulted in that settlement agreement, end quote. And then another important quote that I wanted to just highlight here is, quote, the State Water Board has determined that certain measures as written in the settlement agreement are either not enforceable, will not protect the beneficial uses, or will not meet water quality standards in a timely manner. Beneficial uses currently impacted by the project may not be reasonably protected if the proposed measure has a management plan with unclear or unenforceable standards. So that's on page 4, end quote, of the settlement agreement. And I think it's just important for me to articulate that standard here because of next slide. Oh, go back over a slide, please. Sorry. Thank you. Because State Water Board staff, based on the process of updating the Bay Delta Plan, of course, and us being here to look at the voluntary agreement proposal, have been heavily involved in the evaluation and consideration of voluntary agreement proposals, which in this way have been a settlement. I think that I also wanted to flag a couple other concerns that are bullets here on the slide of that the independent role of board staff has not necessarily been preserved in your water quality certification proceedings in related hydropower projects. And that's something that I've talked to individual board staff about in the past and how important 401 water quality certifications are, especially when you're looking at how they're integrated with the voluntary agreement. And then when you finalize those water quality certifications for Merced, Tuolumne, Yuba projects, those will inform theoretically, of course, the Bay Delta Plan update and do provide a separate legal basis. And then I also wanted to flag particularly a section here about how it could be seen that the water board is being pre-decisional by signing the voluntary agreements, if you do, as constructed, because of a certain provision here that was applicable to the Tuolumne VA, but the language could be in other VAs for certain tributaries, that the VA itself is subject to withdrawal if the water quality certification does not conform to VA terms for the Tuolumne. So I just wanted to flag that you haven't, finalized that water quality certification. I know that you have an incredible legal counsel. So I just wanted to point that out. Next slide, please. The second way under Clean Water Act duties that this potentially may inhibit, the voluntary agreement itself does specify that the board is subject to a dispute resolution requirement. That's on page 22. I just would encourage you to look at those short time windows that are articulated in those particular provisions. And then the board does not control the timeline here. So even though we are talking about an 8-term limit, the VAs are automatically extended according to page 43 if the board regulatory update is incomplete. And so, that automatic renewal or provision, especially to potentially 15 years, I just would like to highlight as a concern for you to further examine. And then we, again, have articulated in the previous 2 days, but once again would like to remind the board that the VAs do not reasonably protect beneficial uses. So that may contradict your duties under Port of Cologne. Next slide, please. Reasonable use conflicts. So the board has a responsibility to assure reasonable use of water, and the VA provisions, particularly here for the Sacramento River settlement contractors, preclude the board from ordering reduced diversions in droughts. That's just something that we've articulated in terms of concern, tried to flesh out in the flow accounting session. And I just wanted to pull out that quote for you here in the draft global agreement on page 194. That is of particular concern, especially since we just referenced how this board had to curtail to a historic amount in this last year. And Defenders was really grateful for the staff's work and the board's authority in that. And so we just don't want to inhibit that potential future authority if you should need it. Next slide, please. Yesterday, my colleague Regina Chicazola from State of California Salmon highlighted this previous voluntary agreement here. So rather than giving you that context again, I wanted to just highlight that rather than focusing on the fact that these were really recent voluntary efforts that were unsuccessful, I wanted to point out the letter and the phrasing and the role of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to the Water Board, and really how Department of Fish and Wildlife here is depending on the board to consider the information in those failed voluntary agreements to inform a long-term flow setting process, which is just so important. Next slide, please. A lot of discussion has already been given about public trust resources, so I'll be short here. You already know the standard under National Audubon v. Superior Court. So voluntary agreements replace the feasibility standard with acceptable to VA parties standard. We're concerned that this will put quite a bit of pressure on public trust resources and reverses the role, frankly, that the board has here in protecting those resources. Next slide, please. And then the next two slides I have here are about water rights enforcement conflicts. And so I know that we're short on time here today, so I'm going to be very quick over these next two slides. Rather than read them to you, I encourage you to read them, please. I'm happy to answer additional questions, both in writing as well as later in the forums. But I really do want to encourage staff to look at if there's a way we can make sure that this language is maybe informed by our concerns of the board's important authority to really enforce water rights. And I know that that is something that is really intrinsic here in this process. Next slide. So board actions that increases constraints on water supply operations of the State Water Project, Central Valley Project are considered a material modification of the VAs. So hearkening back to my original flag for the definition of the material modification off-ramp here, importantly. Next slide, please. And then lastly, other regulators may be similarly constrained, which is also a concern of defenders. Sacramento River Voluntary Agreement is subject to withdrawal if the coordinated long-term operations, biological opinions for the projects limit contracted amounts for those settlement river contractors. So flagging that once again for you. And then as well as the Tuolumne FERC process must conform to a future biological opinion that we don't know yet, or we're subject to rescission. And then I am concerned specifically about there's language on page 63 that there's no application of CISA or the California Endangered Species Act to the Bureau. And I would just love additional insight, frankly, and other opinions about that. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, I think that the VA's non-regulatory regime makes the board subject to VA regulation as it's currently constructed. And so we look forward to hearing more from the board about your concerns. If you share those, if you can provide additional information, and of course, any additional clarification from VA panelists is welcome. Reason why I'm bringing this here before the enforcement session is particularly to hopefully give that opportunity, because I know this doesn't directly relate all to governance. It also relates to enforcement, accountability, transparency, and implementation. So I want to acknowledge that and thank you for this time.
Thank you for your time. I really appreciate these points. I share similar concern insofar as the balance does need to be one of not abdicating the board's responsibilities, and importantly, not tying the hands of a future board. We all five here may make a decision, but it's important that the board's authorities are preserved and that there is a balance in this approach, and doesn't so over broadly attempt to constrain the board. I know these are concerns I've shared with our staff. I think right now, because we are in the moment and process that we are, it is very important that the VA parties really listen to staff and be responsive to comments that we're providing on these documents. Because this is the time to really be unpacking that, and our folks have the expertise and hear the responsibility and balance to consider that, again, that balance and that weight of ensuring that the future boards here, for me, importantly, aren't constrained in a way that makes this all even more difficult at some future moment. So I appreciate those points, those concerns. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if they have. Board Member Firestone.
I know I'm talking a lot, but I found this really helpful, also very relevant to our next topic, and so appreciate that. I think I just want to emphasize, yesterday, I think one of the panels, now they're all blended together, but talked about also pulled out the Berkeley Law 5 Principles document, which and sort of talked about how I think the VA parties feel like they are working with those same principles in mind. And I think there is a common value system there of principles that we're, if we can agree which I think there's high level agreement that we want to be achieving those 5 principles, including within, the sub ones you added of that I think still fit kind of nest under some of those 5. So if we can have some agreement that on that basic framework and shared values, and maybe there's a way to reflect that even with a little in terms of how the documents, both with the VA and then thinking about our program, probably necessarily thinking about our program of implementation. I think then we can unpack the disagreements on exactly whether or not they're achieving that. Because I think that would be helpful. I think that would help us narrow in on how to make sure that we're all aiming for the same thing and where there's disagreement on not. So that's really just a plus up of that framework and those principles, and also really appreciate the learning from past VAs. We've heard a lot about other VAs. VAs of various sorts are throughout water. So we need to be learning and moving forward. I also hear you on, we need to be doing oversight of existing VAs. So that was also a very helpful point I wanted to plus up of thinking about maybe how that's fleshed out or brought in terms of VAs that exist that are nested within this work. So I'm not sure where the space is to have full time to be able to dig into all of that, but I do feel like a follow-up is needed on walking through those principles and how maybe the VA as crafted can either is or isn't meeting that along with the program of implementation, which I think is one of the key things. It's figuring out what that looks like. And then the ways that it could be made stronger. Did you want to add something?
I'd love to actually.
Microphone, really quick, Mr. Nelson. Sorry, your microphone's off. So we can all hear. Thank you.
Just want to give one specific example. I'm sure there are many others, but one really jumps out at me. As I was going to mention this in closing comments later. And that's with regard to achieving comparable results. The alternative to the VA is an unimpaired flow approach with temperature protections. And the VAs, as you've heard a couple of times, don't include temperature protections. As my colleague pointed out, adding temperature protections could potentially be considered a material modification that would cause that whole thing to come on. What that means is the VAs are designed in a way to prevent the board from providing additional temperature protections for salmon. What you heard on day one was that temperatures are being considered in the biological opinions in the ESA context. On the one hand, that's true. On the other hand, that's been true for many years, and those protections have failed. The board can't simply delegate temperature protection responsibilities to protect beneficial uses to somebody else. But beyond that, I represent the fishing industry. The fall run that we rely on is not a listed species. It's not even considered for protection in those biological opinions. So by excluding temperatures and excluding and relying on another process to address temperature issues that doesn't address fall run issues, the VA proposal is that nobody provide temperature protection for fall run salmon. We're already sterilizing the Sacramento River. We've gone from 175,000 fish on average, wild spawning fish, to 6,000 fish last year. Temperature protection is a major driver, and the VA proposal is to not address that issue. It's simply not debatable that these VAs don't provide comparable levels of protection to what I'll call a traditional regulatory approach. I'm sure there are dozens of other examples. That's one that was at the top of my mind anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. And thank you, board member. Looking to other colleagues if they have input or comments or questions. Seeing none, we have about 20 minutes, I think, of panelists left. There's two 10-minute panels, I believe, that will be going and a lunch that we'll want to take. Let's go ahead and try to get through those panels. My desire is to get to lunch before 1 here and be able to continue on. But I think, thank you. And would then invite up our next group paneling here. Same topic, but different folks here. California Chamber of Commerce, California Farm Bureau Federation, California Manufacturers and Technology Association. And then after that will be Nevada Irrigation District, South Sutter Water District, and Sutter Bypass Butte Slough Water Users Association. And I have here down 10 minutes for each of these panels. But you need a little more time, that's fine. And appreciate everyone's time here.
Hi, good morning.
Oh, apologies. Yeah, there's a button there at the base.
Oh, there we go. Hi, good morning. And just obviously there's only 2 of us here today. So you're getting Cal Chamber and you're getting Farm Bureau. CMTA couldn't be with us this morning. So good morning or good afternoon, as I think we've just passed noon. I'm Brenda Bass. I'm a policy advocate with the California Chamber of Commerce. Cal Chamber is the largest broad-based business advocacy group in California, representing businesses large and small throughout the state. Our members and businesses generally depend on a reliable and sustainable water supply in order to create opportunity, innovation, and jobs throughout the state. We appreciate the time to speak with you today. We thank the board and the board staff for their continued hard work on updating the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. The Healthy Rivers and Landscapes agreements are crucial to ensuring that California's water quality and water supply will be managed and protected in a way that supports the many diverse needs of the Bay Delta system. Port of Cologne requires that water quality control plans consider and reasonably balance all demands placed on water. And we believe that the agreements achieve this balance between the economy, agriculture, and the environment. Businesses are increasingly concerned about water insecurity and rising water rates, each of which compound the rising costs of living in California. The agreements propose a creative way to meet environmental needs and the needs of our communities and the economy. Specifically, the agreements include creative approaches that bring collaboration into what has historically been a top-down regulatory program. And this helps bring a more holistic view to managing water quality and water supply, including actively improving and restoring degraded habitat to benefit species and overall water quality. The more predictable flow models in the agreements also help ensure that water users of all types can better plan for the future. For example, housing projects can better anticipate water availability so they can provide the legally required assurance that water is available to serve new homes. My colleague will cover the specific benefits to our vibrant agricultural industry. So for all these reasons, Cal Chamber supports the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes agreements, and we believe that they will help keep water affordable and reliably available. Again, we thank the board for their work on this and Governor Newsom for his leadership in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bass. Ms. Beering.
I almost just did the same thing. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and board members. I will keep it fairly brief. It's been a long 3 days and a long process. So Alexander Beering, California Farm Bureau here. We represent about 20,000 farmers and ranchers who have an average size of just under 400 acres, which is actually consistent with the statewide average. That means that while we have plenty of members that operate large farming operations, we have far more who operate small and medium farming operations, which is actually most of California ag. We support the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes approach because we believe it's our state's best chance to preserve the sustainability and diversity of some of the world's most productive farmland, especially in the San Joaquin Valley.
Anyone who knows a farmer understands the value they place on certainty. Guessing and hoping is not going to help very much with planting and irrigating. But for too long, the uncertainty about the health of fish populations in the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers and the Delta has rippled throughout the rest of California's businesses and communities who rely on the water they provide. For the future vitality and viability of California's agricultural communities, we believe that the healthy rivers and landscapes will change that. If fish populations can recover and maintain their health, our communities will have certainty that they need as well. More than 80% of California's farms operate on less than 180 acres. 63% of them are on less than 50 acres. Most of California ag is small ag, again, but that's changing. For the past several decades, California agriculture has been on a steady path to consolidation. There are fewer farms and the average farm size is creeping upward. In 1950, there were 144,000 farms, averaging 260 acres. In 2002, there were 84,000 farms, averaging 330. In 2022, there were 69,000 farms, averaging 351 acres. It's happening in part because small and medium farms, especially, are the most disproportionately impacted by increased regulatory pressures, especially in a changing climate, and many of them are just going to throw in the towel. When resource inputs like water become less reliable, smaller and often more diverse farms often sell their land to larger operations with better access to those resources, who can better absorb risk, and in many cases, who have an established footprint for certain commodities in the region. This is why some portions of the San Joaquin Valley increasingly look like a monoculture. We love almonds, but everyone in this room probably also enjoys melons, nectarines, plums, kiwis, artichokes, etc. So does the rest of the country and the world. We talk a lot about how California grows half to 2/3 of the nation's produce and nuts, but those products I just listed are actually among the dozen or so crops for which California is the only exporter nationwide, and which can only be grown in about 4 other places worldwide. And 8 of the top 10 counties producing them rely on water from the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers. By providing more certainty about reliable water supplies for the most productive agricultural region in the world, Healthy Rivers and Landscapes preserves California's ability to support not just the big growers or creepy monoculture, but the small growers and dozens of niche specialty crops that Californians, Americans, and the world demand. Finally, I want to thank the board and the staff for your patience and perseverance over the last several years as the water user community worked to develop, analyze, and refine some of the package of actions that are being considered here to strike a balance among the various beneficial uses in the state. And I also want to acknowledge that all through that time, you guys have been under enormous pressure from all sides to act faster or act slower or act differently in updating the Bay Delta Plan. And those pressures have been on full display this week too. As such, I appreciate the openness you've had to considering this proposal and the time you've given us today. Thanks.
Thank you both. I appreciate that acknowledgement. And we're all collectively grappling with these difficult decisions. We're doing our best to remain open and continue to listen and hear from everyone truly. And it's important that it is a balance. We know that there are a lot of existing uses, and we know that we're trying to reconcile the system. So I just appreciate those comments and the acknowledgement amongst it all. It's appreciated. Board members, any questions for our panelists? Seeing none, thank you so much. And next then would like to call up our next panel, which is the Nevada Irrigation District and South Sutter Water District and Sutter Bypass Butte Slough Water Users Association.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. In recognition that it is very close to lunchtime and people are probably starving, we will be very brief. We appreciate the opportunity to appear today to show our commitment to be an active part of the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscape. In the Sacramento River Basin, there are additional entities that are eager and ready to participate in advance of the program. Today, this panel includes the following agencies: Sutter Bypass Butte Slough Water User Association, represented by John Munger; Yolo County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, represented by Kristen Sickey; South Sutter Irrigation District, represented by Hayden Cornwell; and Nevada Irrigation District, represented by myself, Jennifer Hansen. The one thing each of these entities has in common is that we are eager to onboard into the voluntary agreement program. We have been working diligently with DWR and CDFW staff to develop VA proposals that include assets
address the complexity of the integration of flow and habitat to beneficially improve conditions for native fish species. Many of our agencies have been at this for some time. We have been participating in the formation of the VA program, but we have not yet been able to onboard into the program to be a signatory to the MOU. For example, in Nevada Irrigation District, we have expressed interest in the program since 2018, and we have been trying to develop a proposal with the agency's input that will allow us to be a beneficial part of this program and offer the assets we have to contribute. We have had many, many meetings, and hearing a lot of the concern that has been expressed today, I can tell you that maybe coming a little bit later into this process has been beneficial in the fact that we have been able to embrace pulling in multiple parties to best form a habitat program that takes into account both flow and habitat to best leverage both those assets together. We are hoping to be able to propose this program to State Water Board staff and work with them through the details in order to be accepted into the program. One thing to note is each of our proposals were also addressed directly or indirectly in the VA Memorandum of Understanding or in the draft staff report. The Sutter Bypass Butte Slough Water User Association proposal includes potential habitat restoration actions of up to 13,000 acres within or immediately adjacent to the Sutter Bypass. This would apply towards the 20,000 acres of rearing and 20,000 acres of fish food production acreage in the Colusa Basin, Sutter Bypass, and the Butte Sink as habitat contributions that were included in the voluntary agreement MOU term sheet Appendix 2, and also discussed in the State Water Board's draft staff report. The Yolo County Flood Control and Water Conservation District proposal includes flow contributions that support the flow and physical habitat restoration for Putah Creek. These efforts were also referenced in the draft staff report. The South Sutter Water District and NID proposals include flow contributions that were included in the flow table contained in the MOU and were part of the cumulative flow analysis of the VAs in the staff draft report. The direct or indirect inclusion of our proposals provides an efficient pathway for onboarding of our parties prior to the State Board's consideration and approval of the Basin Plan amendments. It should be also noted that our agencies also understand that it is imperative that there is a sound public process for onboarding VA proposals, and that has been made very clear through the comments we have heard over the past few days. With respect to these parties, this process can be done in parallel with other existing planning processes for the Water Quality Control Plan update. As such, we also respectfully request that the board consider establishing a process for parties that are currently ready to onboard for the public to be able to engage in those proposals concurrently with the development and consideration of the program of implementation. We are working with and will continue to work closely with the Department of Water Resources, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and other MOU parties, and we look forward to working with the State Water Board staff to advance these various efforts in the Sacramento River Basin to enhance and add value to the current program you have heard about over the past several days. We will be prepared to provide more detail as part of ongoing public processes, and we look forward to be part of the program. And with that, we can answer any questions.
Thank you. Looking to colleagues if they have questions for this panel and the contributions and comments that have been made. Board Member McGuire, keep us from lunch.
Thank you for being here. It's been a question I've had, not specifically about anyone sitting at the table in your panel, but more about answering questions revolving around how would new parties who enter into the MOU, enter into the voluntary agreement process, and when they come in and hopefully are bringing new assets, and that would be flow and habitat assets with them to be additive to the contributions, how that would work. So there have been a lot of issues brought up today, and you bring some important additional topics to this discussion that I do think need some clarification and to be answered. But it is very much appreciated that you're here and sharing some thoughts and a willingness to contribute and be at the table going forward. So just thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Appreciate those comments, Board Member McGuire, and especially because, as we said, there will be standards and a program implementation that are applied to folks that are even outside the VAs. And to the extent that you do have people going over to the VA side, what is adequate for those contributions, how those are evaluated, and what that looks like vis-a-vis then say the board's proposal will all be very important to unpack. So I really appreciate you marking that. Vice Chair.
Those are good comments, and I concur. I would just add, really looking forward to the specifics, the mechanics, and time frame. We don't want to just sit around and wait, because then there's another process that needs to be considered. So I think it's important to have, a time certain and keep the pressure on.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a 45-minute lunch at this point. This wraps up that session 5. When we come back from lunch, we will be moving to session 6, which is on enforceability, accountability, transparency, and implementation. Really appreciate everyone and for the parties for sticking here in front of us all morning. We'll be back at, oh gosh, I don't do math well, 20. Let's go ahead and bring ourselves back at 1:25. We'll call it good. Thank you. All right, everyone, we are at 1:27. Let's go ahead and bring ourselves in. I know, I appreciate everyone. I hope everyone had a good lunch. Really appreciate, I think these opportunities and these spaces allow us to all convene in a way personally that I think we haven't in a long time, and especially when there's disagreement. And just thanks everyone for being here over the course of these 3 days. I hope everyone had a good lunch. We are now moving into session 6, which is the enforcement, accountability, transparency, and implementation session of our discussions, and would hand things over to the VA parties here to kick us off. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for letting us take a lunch break. It was much appreciated. So session 6, we're almost there, y'all. We're getting through it. Thank you for continuing to engage. So this panel is, I think, a very important one, obviously on enforcement, accountability, transparency, and then implementation. And we're really hoping in this panel to kind of clear up one of the main misconceptions. Unfortunately, the term voluntary agreements, I think, has created some confusion. People think that that means that there's no requirement that we'll follow through on our actions, no commitment, no enforcement, and that is definitely not the case. So we want to kind of explain a little bit how that works. Just the fact that, you've heard a lot about the sort of internal accountability among the VA parties. We're going to be talking more now about the state board's role and the enforcement agreements that we're developing that would allow for enforcement actions against agencies that don't take the actions they've committed to. Although, of course, we're all hoping and intending that situation would never occur. And then the final sort of layer of enforcement, of course, is that year 6 through 8 evaluation process. So we're going to talk about that a little bit. So I'm going to start off with just a little bit of background and just kind of carrying forward some of the themes from this morning's discussion on governance. I'm very fortunate to have 2 attorneys with me, Andy Hitchings and Ryan Becerra. I am not an attorney, so they're going to help talk in depth about some of the legal underpinnings, some of the government codes, and then Eric Lobaczewski from Department of Water Resources is going to offer some thoughts at the very end about next steps. Since this is kind of our final panel, we wanted to, we've taken in a bunch of information here, and we want to talk about next steps on how we incorporate that and how we make sure that we are responsive to you and the public. So if I could get the next slide, please. Thank you. So we're going to start by just talking a little bit about the background from a regulatory perspective, talk about the state board's role in enforcement and accountability, and then get into the nuts and bolts a little bit of the enforcement and accountability, and then just kind of summarize some of the transparency. I know we've talked a lot about the reporting, but we wanted to kind of have a slide that puts that all in one place and then go into implementation. So next slide. So regulatory background, you can see here some covers from previous water quality control plans for the Bay Delta. And those previous plans required implementation or sort of specific actions by the Central Valley Project, the State Water Project, and East Bay Mud for the McCalmie River through D1641. But they didn't really require most other water rights holders and diverters to implement. With this program, we're proposing something different, where water rights holders who've never been subject to a Bay Delta water quality control plan before are actually agreeing to be bound to requirements. Next slide, please. And we think that this actually provides some regulatory benefits, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more. As we've discussed over the past 3 days, we're offering a fully integrated package with flow, habitat restoration, a science plan. We foresee immediate implementation with an all hands on deck approach. We've got all the major sort of water agencies in the state on board. And as we discussed this morning, we are really looking to improve our engagement with tribes, NGOs, and other members of the public. There's accountability for timely implementation. And that is through a streamlined enforcement process. Written into our draft enforcement agreements is that the parties agree not to contest the State Water Board's administrative jurisdiction to enforce these agreements. And some of my colleagues are going to talk a little bit more about what that means. And then through our reporting structure, we are committing to public transparency through those reports, through those workshops. Next slide, please. So voluntary agreements, it's a little bit of a misnomer. I'm trying to petition that we change it to involuntary agreements, but that hasn't really taken off yet. So Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program it is. But again, what we're talking about here is a situation where the parties are voluntarily agreeing to be bound to their commitment. But once you sign that dotted line, you are in fact bound. And the implementation would be required by binding agreements with the State Water Board, who then would acquire that streamlined enforcement tools that would maintain oversight via means that are only available by agreement under Government Code 11415.6. And yes, I did just read that off the slide. I don't have it memorized. So we want to talk a little bit more today about kind of what that means, sort of nuts and bolts, look at some text from the agreements and give some examples. And to start us off, I'm going to turn it over to Andy Hitchings.
Thank you. And thank you, Board Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. My name is Andy Hitchings. I'm here on behalf of the Sac River Settlement Contractor Group, which is the main implementing group on the Sac River main stem portion of the voluntary agreement, Healthy Rivers package. Okay, we've got the next slide up here. So you've heard some discussion the last 2 days on staff participation to ensure conformance with the plan. The role that the board staff would have in the review of annual and triennial reports and workshops. And then what we really want to talk about in this portion of the workshop is the streamlined enforcement. How are the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes agreements going to basically work together to make sure that the program of implementation moves forward? So if we could move to the next slide. And I think one of the comments Board Member McGuire you made on Wednesday was there's a lot of different documents here, and where do we start? And I think Ms. Pierre said that the strategic plan is probably the best landing spot in the beginning, and then you can go from there. But I do think that the cover memo that accompanied the agreements that came over in late March, that provides a really good roadmap of the structure, the organization, and I think that's a good place to start then with the strategic plan, and then that kind of gives a great overview, and you can dive more into the details of each agreement and each piece. So as that's explained in the cover memo, the program includes 3 main agreements or types of agreements as its kind of architecture. So you have the global agreement, and the intent is that all parties would sign the global agreement. You have an implementing agreement for each tributary or water source that would be signed by the implementing entities on that particular tributary or water source. And in most cases, for instance, on the Sac main stem, that would be the Sac River Settlement Contractors. And right now it's structured to have DWR as they have a funding commitment under that as well. And then you've got the enforcement agreements, and that would be signed. That's the only agreement that would actually be signed by the state board and the particular implementing or responsible agencies on a particular tributary or water source. So that's generally how the whole program is structured to make sure that there's internal and external accountability. So on the internal side, you've got the global agreement amongst all the parties. You've got the implementing agreements on each tributary or water source. They have their own dispute resolution proceedings. They've got the ability to take issues that need to be elevated to the system-wide governance committee, and they have the ability to enforce against each other to the extent that those obligations aren't any particular obligation isn't being met. So it really provides like Alice said, it's kind of an all hands on deck, not only for the entire program, but for the particular tributary where we're trying to reasonably protect beneficial uses. And then on the external accountability side, we've got the enforcement agreement, and that would be signed by the state board. It would basically require that those commitments under the implementing agreements are in fact enforceable. And if those commitments aren't lived up to, then the state board could move forward with an enforcement proceeding using its CDO or cease and desist order or administrative civil liability authority. And we do think that that could be streamlined. We hope and our intent that will not be necessary, but if it is, it is a streamlined way for the board to have accountability. And then the board could also use the AHO office, which seems to be doing a pretty good job at dealing with water rights enforcement issues in a timely manner. And then there's the programmatic review also for external accountability, which will be at the, I'd say programmatic review is going to be informed by the annual and triennial reviews, but then you would have the process that's spelled out in the global agreement, which will be in the program of implementation. And that's what Ryan is going to speak with when we get to his part of the presentation here. So next slide. And then I guess the other thing we should note is that the agreement structure, that's all intended to be part of and essentially baked into the program of implementation. So all those agreements, the processes in there, those will be reflected in the program of implementation. So it will be part of the board's, it's contemplated to be part of the board's water quality control plan update. So again, we have the timeliness of accountability. This slide is supposed to depict what the layers of accountability are. There's clearly going to be a great deal of accountability and a desire to work together and make sure this program is successful within the program itself. So all the water users and the state team entities that are part of this are going to have an incentive and recognizable and written commitments to carry that out. We've got the enforcement agreement structure that I just mentioned, and then we've got the state board deep look at year 6, and then possibly a change in direction or a continuation of direction in year 8. Next slide, please. So just maybe some relevant text in the different agreements themselves. The global agreement, section 3.3, it references the enforcement agreements as an integral part of the parties' commitments. There are similar provisions reflecting the requirement to enter into implementing agreements under section 3.2 of the global agreement. Section 6 of the global agreement discusses the flow measure implementation in accordance with the implementing agreements and enforcement agreements, and then the same for habitat under section 7 of that. Next slide, please. The global agreement also reflects the obligation to implement, that each party will implement each of its obligations in the program in good faith and with due diligence. And that's reflected in section 12.3. In global agreement section 13, there's the decision-making and dispute resolution process reflected in that as well. Next slide, please. Under the enforcement agreements, and again, these are going to be, they're contemplated to be entered into under Government Code section 114.15.6 for regulatory enforcement. The regional boards have used that often in the context of a water quality violation, but there are examples within the San Francisco Regional Board that, as part of the water quality monitoring, that they're used to provide for funding, used to provide for studies and special projects. So this is something that the board is has a history and a precedent of using as a vehicle for enforcement. Within that, section 5.1 would be the enforcement and dispute procedures, and in that it does specifically call out the use of ACLs and cease and desist orders under the board's authority to do that. Section 4.3 also reflects that there would be the protection of flows generated by the Healthy Rivers program, so that those are indeed additive and protected from diversion by other users. And section 3.2 actually reflects the requirement to have the annual and triennial reports in the enforcement agreements. And there's corollary language in that in the implementing agreements under section 4.2 for the annual and triennial reporting requirements. Next slide, please.
Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, sorry, can you go back to that slide? So in the second big bullet on A, it says, responsible parties who will participate will support these protections provided they agree with the authorities cited by the board, the scope, and the technical methodology used in a proceeding. So are there discussions or proposals, or it seems like maybe we could, we need to clarify, but on what the proposed technical methodology is? Obviously, we've been doing this, struggling with what type of methodology we use, and we used one in this last drought. Can you speak a little bit more to that?
Yeah, my understanding is that is being developed as part of the program of implementation with that detail. One of the options could be a version of the water unavailability analysis that could be used, or that tool. But that is something that is being developed and worked on. And it's going to be a key part of the program of implementation.
Board Member McGuire.
Yes, and I apologize if you mentioned this already, and I just wanted to maybe get a little clarification on that. I guess the first big bullet, the sub bullet there, which says specific remedies for each tributary to be negotiated by State Water Board staff and responsible parties later this year. Could you just, are we in a situation, you mentioned the board's ability to enforce the agreements and to use ACL and CDO authorities appropriately. Is this different than that, what you just described, or is this some, and then would this be unique for each tributary or each participant? I'm, again, just trying to understand what is envisioned and what we might expect to see later.
I think at this point it's acknowledged that the AHO or the ACL and CDO authority are acknowledged as tools to use, and that there could be further specific remedies for a given water source that make sense, and that those could be further developed. But at least now, as a baseline, you've got the ACL and CDO authorities specifically identified. I turn to my colleague, Mr. Becerra, here as well.
Yes, if I could just add a little to that. I think first, the foundation of the enforcement agreements is the parties agreeing under that specific government code section to authorize the state board to enforce the agreements. I would think primarily by cease and desist order. And the reason for that particular government code section is it says that the parties can agree to allow an administrative agency to exercise an authority you wouldn't have other than statute. And so the board's statutory enforcement authorities don't include agreements fundamentally. So we are agreeing that you can do that. The very specific terms of the agreements you can enforce by cease and desist order via the administrative hearings office or whatever other mechanism we might want to work on. I think the point that further negotiations might be necessary primarily is related to the subtleties of different tributaries. So for example, some of the tributaries have the United States Bureau of Reclamation as the one who operates the dam. The American, which I'm involved in, is a key one. And so you get some kind of subtle issues, unique issues on different tribs that may require a little bit of massaging of some terms, but fundamentally they are all based on the board being able to enforce the agreements.
Okay, I appreciate that. And so I think I'm tracking, but it sounds like some of those details aren't yet incorporated in the package that was submitted in the enforcement agreements themselves. And that would be an updated version of those agreements before they're executed.
There may be some side documents such as memoranda of understanding with the federal government might be a particular example.
In that case. Thank you.
Appreciate the questions, board member. And actually just looking to our folks in the program, because they'll be the ones here potentially negotiating if there's anything else they wanted to add.
Yeah, this is Samantha. I want to.
Your mic not maybe on. Okay, there it is. Sorry, Ms. Olson. Okay. Thank you.
I don't want the parties to keep working on the implementing or the enforcement agreements until we have a draft program of implementation, because I think it's getting too bogged down in contract law. And so our vision is to sort of distill down the parties' commitments in the board's own words and, as it would nest into a basin plan amendment, and then take a fresh look at these agreements and maybe streamline them a bit. So don't give us another set of documents. We are full with documents. So I think on that side, on the enforcement and implementing. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Ms. Olson.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. Next slide, please. So this is just intended to be kind of an example of the different ways to assure compliance and performance. And so in this situation, you have a public water agency, water user party that doesn't make its required spring flow release under its flow contribution. Again, you have the program internal accountability itself, where parties would go through likely a dispute resolution process to see what was the cause of that, if there was, and what could be done to remedy that issue. That could also be elevated to the system-wide governance group, and system-wide governance could look for other tributaries to make up the difference if there's availability to do that. You would also have the option of state board action if those don't materialize, where the board could start to enforce through its government code section agreement, which would trigger a hearing process. And again, we would suggest that likely the AHO office would be available or could be available to handle any of those should they come up, and then enforcement actions that would come out of that process. And then again, you've got the year 6 review where the state board could consider that particular party's or that particular tributary's failure to meet those flow commitments. That's reflected in the Global Agreement Exhibit A, Section 2.2C2, that's one of the factors that the board would consider in what option it chooses, whether it's the green, yellow, or red option that Ryan is going to go into more detail on.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair.
Just a question regarding triggering of providing information to the state board. So obviously we don't want to wait until, we're at that second stage there, possible state board actions. We want to be made aware, I think, every step of the way. Is that embedded within governance already, the governance structure, or through one of these processes in that first step?
Well, there are provisions in the enforcement agreement that the state board would give notice if the state board believes that there is a failure to meet the commitment or the obligation under the agreement. And there would be essentially a meet and confer discussion process, but that doesn't preclude any timely action then by the board to move forward and enforce that. I think the intent is through system-wide governance, and tributary governance, if we see an issue that's arising, that's going to go to the governance for that particular entity. And I can't think if there's an actual specific notification process in there, but the intent is that the state board would be having a seat in those governance discussions.
Board Member McGuire.
It's just such an important conversation and something I think really important for everyone to understand what is being proposed. And so me being I'm a technical guy, I'm not an attorney. So I'm of course trying to translate some of this into real world applications. And so you represent the Sacramento River settlement contractors. So there's up to 100,000 acre foot commitment with that. And that's a block of water. So at some point during the year, during the deliberations amongst the committees, the governance group, there will be a decision to convert that into flow, right? Into some in-stream flow rate applied over whatever the timeline is. And I realize there's lots of flexibility and different considerations there. Is it and because I'm looking at this process here, that might be, if the commitments aren't fulfilled, could be fairly involved. So with those flow commitments, the CFS, if you will, cubic feet per second, the actual in-stream flow commitments, would those be enforceable? Would that trigger disputes under, step 1, or is it the block of water at the end of the day? And I'm hesitating asking this because I know it's really getting in the weeds, but I do think it's important to understand what it is that at the state board level, we should be expecting to see from each of the parties, since each of these agreements are going to have to be tracked and then ensure compliance with. So what are we ensuring compliance with?
Well, for instance, For the Sac River, it's a little bit different. Is one of those tributaries where we do have a bureau facility on there, and so it will depend on the flow accounting. I think the flow group system-wide governance as to how that particular flow contribution is going to be used that year. So I don't know whether it would be a particular CFS target that's met, and it could be that in a given year they decide that there's a better ecological benefit if it's used for temperature.
I'm saying a decision has been, so under a scenario where a decision has been made, right? So
okay.
You've been given the decision-making power to make that call in terms of how the flows should be used. Now, how do we, and what we're talking about here is enforcement. So how do we ensure that whatever that decision was made, that those flows are then realized and provided in an enforceable way? Is that, those flows, are they enforceable?
I can help possibly. I think if you're an operator that has the ability to manage your river unilaterally, then the flow at the compliance point is enforceable according to how the flexibility parameters have been exercised that year. You have a block of water to contribute that year. You reach an agreement about how to do it within the flexibility parameters, and your obligation at your compliance point is enforceable. As Mr. Hitchings was saying, in some systems, you do not have control of the whole system. The Sacramento, the Feather, the American are the key examples, because on the Sacramento and the American, you have the Bureau of Reclamation is the one that releases the water. So the enforceable obligation under these agreements in that case is you as the local agencies will contribute the volume of water you are supposed to contribute. So if someone refuses to pump groundwater for a groundwater substitution contribution, you can require them to do so. You then have the issue of how do you get the water into the stream downstream of the dam, and that is the issue of interaction with the federal government or DWR as the operator on the Feather. DWR is signing one of these agreements, and I don't want to speak for them. Perhaps Mr. Lobachevsky will, but you have an issue with the federal government, and they intend to cooperate. I mean, we have discussed with them extensively on the American, and it's not a problem. It's just a legal issue of at least two sovereigns operating in the same space.
I appreciate that. Ms. Pierre, do you want to add?
I don't know. Yes, thank you. So just to not dig in on any more confusion on flow. So let's take Sacramento River or Feather River. They operate very similarly. They are committed to a certain block of water on the call years, 100,000 acre feet of water on the Sacramento Valley side and 50,000 acre feet of water on the Feather River side. During those call years, as part of the setup of the program, those water districts would have agreements with landowners. So there'd be specific landowners that have agreed to reduce their diversions on the call years at the prices that are identified within the strategic plan and in all of the enforcement and implementing agreements. In that call year, for those systems, as an example, the Bureau for Shasta and DWR for Oroville will make releases at the direction of the governance group, which would be by default or in those brackets as I've been describing the last couple of days. And in the summer, when those landowners within those districts that have signed on and that are committed and enforced can be enforced upon through their districts and then up through this process, could not make diversions. So in the same way that diversions are allocated now, they would be precluded from making that equal amount of diversion from the river. So that allows the water that was released from the reservoirs to be I don't want to say refilled, but essentially there'd be a makeup within the summertime when otherwise those diversions would not be occurring up to that block of water. So the Bureau and DWR have a lot of control here in terms of ensuring that the water for those two systems, for example, is made available. And obviously the accounting for that is very consistent with any sort of accounting we're doing currently. So hopefully that helps. That's one example of how that would work in terms of enforcement and ensuring people do what they're saying they're going to do with the use of reservoir reoperation.
Anything further?
Yeah, no, nothing further, but thank you. That does, all the explanations are helping piece this together. Thank you.
And I'll just confirm on the American, what Ms. Pierre described is exactly the way we anticipate operating on the American. That the contributions will replenish a block of water that would be released from Folsom Reservoir consistent with the flow contribution numbers in the spring.
Appreciate that. And thank you for that line of questioning, board member. I share it.
Yeah. And
Board member Firestone.
maybe I just want to make sure maybe this was the vice chair's question, but I don't think I quite got it. So for the accounting for each of those, how do we get that information? How is the state board getting the information, the accounting information for each of those contributions in order to inform whether we need to start a dispute resolution process?
So if I can yeah.
I'll jump in here on this one. I have a slide in the few that's on the reporting processes. I mean, right now we're envisioning an annual and triennial reporting, and a strong component of that reporting is on flow measures and non-flow measures and the accounting methodologies that we would at that point have all agreed upon. They'd have to follow that. And so that would be, at the smallest time step is annually, but, as we would dig into any particular tributary, our department releases daily operation details. So I think, at least from my perspective, some of our, we'd be able to do it more frequently.
Okay. And so I think this overlaps so much with the accounting questions. Yeah. So, okay. I think I have other questions, but I think I can wait.
Thank you, board member.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And maybe in the interest of time, this is really kind of a repetition of the prior slide, except it's for an obligation for habitat restoration, but you would have the same type of structure in place to ensure performance and accountability. And in the year 6 review, again, it would be one of those non-performance items, should that occur, that the board would factor into its decision as to where is the program going to go as of year 8. And that's specifically called out in one of the factors, the ability to meet the habitat restoration timelines on that. So with that, I think we're going to switch gears here, and Mr. Becerra is going to.
I have one question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. So is there a point for, is there a way to enforce the overall sum? Are things, let's see if I can, I guess there's the overall program, and whether the water, I think this just gets to like who's responsible for making sure the water is actually showing up. And I understand what I'm understanding from all of these days is that the proposal is to have that be on the water board. And I'm trying to, and same, I'm also, maybe you can speak a little bit to how that would work on habitat, and we could come back to the flows question, but it seems like there's a lot of different potential habitat projects out there. We don't know exactly which ones. Maybe this is similar to flow where, there's a lot of flexibility and we don't know exactly what it'll be. So what are we getting in terms of being able to ensure that what's being promised holistically is going to happen, is happening based on the agreements or the schedule, I guess, or specific project direction from the governance group?
Well, I think the agreements themselves have the flow contributions, which I think Mr. Lobashevsky just indicated how that could be tracked. For the accounting and the protection of those flows to see that they've shown up, yeah, there is going to need to be a methodology developed for that, and I think that is part of the program of implementation that is being worked on. And there could be various approaches to do that. For the habitat, there's specific habitat projects listed in nearly all the implementing agreements. That would be part of the reporting each year as to the progress on those and whether they've been met. I mean, there's already been a lot of habitat projects that you've heard of that have already contributed towards some of those acreage goals that were set forth when we embarked on this. So I do think that there is the ability to track what exactly are those specific obligations that are in the implementing and in the enforcement agreements, which essentially mirror each other. And those will be reflected in the program of implementation as well. Did that answer?
Yeah, I think so. And maybe this is
question?
just sort of something maybe to come back to is this issue of, if the flow or non-flow measures don't materialize, who's responsible? I think that's sort of the bottom line.
Well, I think it's the responsibility of the particular, I mean, ultimately, as a program, the program wants to be responsible, but I would say that one particular tributary that's putting forth its contributions isn't going to automatically make up for one that doesn't, if that did occur. There'll be a lot of, again, internal accountability to make sure that doesn't happen. But ultimately, if there's a failure to perform on a particular tributary or water source, then these are the tools that the board has available to it to, immediately enforce under its government code agreement.
I think these are the same, these issues apply no matter what we do. Again, they're applicable today, they're applicable tomorrow and I think, as I mentioned yesterday, I think we just need to have some dialogue about what tools are available, what other tools that are needed, what the different roles are. And I think speaking to the last slide, I think just to be clear, in the MOU, we've committed to working with the board to ensure that non-parties that aren't, contributing are, doing what they need to do too. So I think we are really trying to find a partnership, and I don't want you to take away that we're saying, board, this is all on you. The projects don't want to be in a position where we're backstopping non-performance, but I think, there's a lot of space here to figure out how to improve upon the management to ensure that environmental flows that, everybody through the system is trying to make available, regardless of what approach is used, accrue to the environment. I think we share that in common, and we've got to figure out how we do that.
Appreciate that. And thank you, board member. Just checking if there's any further comment. We can continue on. Thank you.
Yes, if we could move on to the next slide, please. First of all, I'm Ryan Becerra. The scroll has me on behalf of Yuba Water Agency. I'm also working with multiple agencies on the American, in the Delta, and then we represent Yolo County Flood Control and Water Conservation District that would like to do more groundwater recharge in order to augment flows in Poudre Creek. So to begin with, on this year 6 review, this is critical to the program. But before getting into the weeds here a little bit, I want to say there's basically 3 fundamental premises of this process that more or less begins in year 6, headed towards what comes after the 8 years. The first is we are advocating for a new water quality objective, the fish viability objective. So this whole process of what comes next removes from your process setting a new water quality objective, which historically has been one of the more time-consuming matters, is setting a new objective. We're accepting that the fish viability objective would have indefinite life, even if something completely different happens after year 8, the fish viability objective will stay. So we are not going back. We do not propose to go back through the whole water quality standard setting process. Part of it, yes, but not the whole thing. So that's where this starts from. Second, we recognize absolutely that you want to and need to move faster if and when we have to change something in the future. And so the whole point of the year 6 through 8 process from our perspective is to develop for you a very robust technical record that will allow you, beginning in year 6, to make decisions more quickly. We want to do that. We need to do that. That is the goal of the year 6 through 8 process. And then finally, the water users who are proposing this, we're all in this together. And I know you all have enough experience with the water user community to know that herding the cats is not so simple sometimes. We're in this together, and woe to someone who doesn't try to make this work, because the rest of the community we're all relying on each other to make this work, because we're all in it together, because we want to see this happen. So we plan to cooperate and to produce a robust record for you to make faster decisions after year 6. So what does that mean? You will be getting a lot of technical information. The triennial reviews we intend to have be real, and to feed into this process, so that if you need to, you can amend the program of implementation for the existing salmon doubling objective and the new fish viability objective that we are proposing. So what you see on the screen is our roughing out of what that process might look like, so that you can make good decisions by year 8 if necessary. It's a little hard, of course, to anticipate what that might look like, because we don't know what might need to be fixed. But this is the roughing out of what it is, and there's more detail, of course, particularly in Exhibit A to the global agreement. It's drafted, the proposed amendments to the Bay Delta plan that we think would work here. So all of this feeds into the year 8 issue, and then the green, yellow, red analysis that is obviously the crux of what might come next. So if we could please advance the slide. So the green, yellow, red analysis, fundamentally, I mean, green's pretty easy. If this is working, we would plan to try to continue it. Yellow is essentially, some of it might be working, some of it might be not. Do we need to make some course corrections? That could be on a single trib. It could be on different tribs. I'm sorry. It could be on a single tributary. It could be on multiple tributaries, potentially. It could be in the Delta. We just don't know, but that's the circumstance where some adjustments need to be made. That might involve an amendment to the program of implementation. It might not. We're hoping, to accelerate that process if necessary. The red scenario obviously is the one where it's not working and we need to do something else. Again, that would almost certainly presumably involve an amendment to the program of implementation. Again, would not involve revisiting the water quality objectives. And then I think we would seek to have further agreements so that we can do this cooperatively. But in that kind of situation, it's very possible we would not. And so we might be into a more regulatory sort of process. One thing that's important, and Ms. Overhouse brought it up earlier today, and it's a good point that needs to be understood, is there are terms in the global agreement where we have agreed that, assuming there's funding to keep doing these things, we would keep doing what we're doing until you reach the end of a yellow or red light process. And the point of that is not to say we intend these agreements to go on forever and we're going to try to strip the water board of its regulatory authority. The point is that there will not be a regulatory cliff after year 8 where you would fall off into a completely unregulated system. We would keep doing the things that we think right now would be beneficial until something else comes along, until a new solution is resolved, provided we can have the funding to keep doing these things. That's the point of the potential continuation of voluntary agreements, even in a red light scenario, is that so we don't just drop off into nothingness and the Bay Delta system does not have appropriate regulations on it.
Well, and if I will, that's why it's so important that the board adopt standards and the program implementation and have at the same time that regulatory discussion around it, and it not be in either or amongst it, because either way, and here again, my desire, and I think the appropriate path is to ensure that we diminish this idea that the regulatory path can't be a collaborative path, can't be something that we are just fairly assessing amongst ourselves and understanding how they all kind of fit together. So I appreciate those points.
And if I could add to that a little bit, I mean, these are agreements. They're agreements because the water agencies have worked with the state to figure out what we think would work. And so that was negotiated. And it wasn't just negotiated as, completely brass tacks negotiation. It was, what do we think would work? But this is not a voluntary program. We are proposing a regulatory program. Fundamentally, we are proposing to you a new water quality objective and a new program of implementation, which is a regulatory tool. Yes, these are agreements, but through the enforceability of the agreements, we are proposing to you a regulatory program that you would implement and enforce if it comes to that, hopefully not. But it's a regulatory program consistent with Porter Cologne under Water Code Section 13242 of implementing the new fish viability objective and the existing salmon doubling objective.
Board Member Morgan, please.
So, question, and maybe I'm missing something. So under the scenario, if we are in a red light situation in year 3, what happens?
I think, and I suspect Ms. Pierre has opinions about this. I suspect that the program, we will have a very difficult time evaluating the program's effectiveness within 2 or 3 years. For example, a salmon run, is 3 years. And so to the extent we're attempting to do things to benefit salmon populations, we won't see results on that particular parameter for a few years. That's why that's part of the reason why year 6 is year 6, is that's two salmon cycles. So if things were to completely fall apart, we might be back here looking at something else. But I think that's not the plan. The plan is to do our level best to do all the good things we're proposing and to be feeding you information about the effects of those so that by year 6, you have a very robust technical record to begin evaluating.
And can I just add to that really quickly? We do envision, and it's in our documents, and I think we maybe mentioned it quickly this morning, but there's been a lot of material. The way we do have our strategic plan, which lays out, the flow and non-flow measures. And it is envisioned that in year 3 and year 6, as part of that triennial report and the corresponding workshop, if we see things are not working, we see some kind of major issue, we can discuss changes to the strategic plan to address that. So, Ryan is absolutely right that, we do need a certain amount of time to kind of see things work, but we do that. Having those triennial reports and workshops does give us an opportunity to check in before then.
Yes.
If I can, just kind of looking at this again, in the green light, yellow light, red light, it seems here it's again based off of achieving the required metrics, and metrics themselves aren't sort of goals, right? And I think we had this conversation a bit these last 2 days as well, where what seems to be missing in some of the accounting and the metrics is really the goals. Like, what is it that we're looking to achieve within the watersheds? And we just kind of flag that. I think that's going to be critical, that we really actually have more discussion around, not unlike on the San Joaquin, where the board developed biological goals, not regulatory biological goals, but goals that help us actually really understand, not just, are we achieving a metric? Is the water there? Is the habitat there? But is it moving toward achievable goals? And I think that that's where, absent those goals, it becomes, again, difficult, I think, maybe for whatever future board is here contemplating that, to understand, is it working? Because just hitting a metric won't be enough, I think, to evaluate the effectiveness of the program ultimately and inform our yellow light, green light, red light process.
Can I just add, and maybe Director Oppenheimer wants to add too, because we've had, I don't know, probably 40 hours of discussion at least on this. This is an 8-year program, and I think Alice mentioned, we have 2 salmon life cycles essentially before we really dig in and say, and start this decision process. And we're really trying to figure out, if we keep doing what we're doing, are we on the right trajectory or not? I mean, that's really the question we have to ask ourselves. And I appreciate all the comments we've received the last 3 days about being really clear about what the biological goals are, what's the environment really experiencing, how do we measure ourselves on that. But I think we also, we went from a 15-year program to an 8-year program in part because we didn't want to get too far down the road before we got to this point of saying, should we keep going? And I think just having this point in time, we have to recognize that we're not going to recover fish in 6 years. I mean, we have a huge hole that we're digging ourselves out of, no matter, from the starting point we're at today. But how do we measure ourselves that we can have increased confidence that, the next step, again, I think this is step one. So step two, even greater confidence, because we're building in the science, we're documenting what we're learning, we're documenting what's working, what's not working, and getting to a place of being able to say, if we keep doing what we're doing, are we on the right trajectory towards meeting our objectives? That's really the question we're trying to ask here. And if the answer is yes, we're green. If it's it's yellow. And if it's no, at least we've built a record that says what we've been doing and what we should have been doing, what we've learned, and that really can continue the growth and learning and kind of the foundation for subsequent decisions. Building in a 2-year process to do it, we don't want to slow you down either, and moving from there. But it really is a question of, ecologically, are we on the right trajectory or not? And I think your comments about setting clear measurements of what that means to say yes, no, or maybe is well taken. And I think that's something that we need to go back and think of.
Thank you, Ms. Pierre. Appreciate that. Okay.
Can I just weigh in?
Executive Director Oppenheimer. I don't think your mic's on, or if it is, you may maybe just
get
a little
closer here. So I think I tend to agree with what Ms. Pierre is saying, and I do think it will take longer than 3 years for us to know whether this is working or not, and potentially even more than 8 years. But I think within 8 years, and I think this is what Ms. Pierre was saying, we can, we can have more information to know if the VA were to be continued. There's some confidence that it would work, even if it's not achieving all the goals fully in 8 years. And I think that's the yellow light scenario. I did have a question about one thing Mr. Becerra said revolving around the red light scenario, where I think he said that if there was a red light scenario, that the board would have to update its program of implementation to basically move to the regulatory pathway. And I'd like his thoughts as to why he thinks that and why it couldn't be already embedded into the program of implementation. I do acknowledge that I think even if it were in the program of implementation, there would need to be additional actions to implement it, either through a regulation or through water right actions. But it seems to me that if we're setting up a red light where we would then need to do a full another amendment to the basin plan at that point, at the end of 8 years, that's a lot of time potentially to get there. And so that's a question that I have.
Yeah, I appreciate that and share that concern, in this. Again, the whole desire, at least for me here, is that our program implementation now contemplate how we would step through that, as opposed to having to come back to the board and say, hey, now what? That's the point. We need to figure that out now, so that we do have more of a continuous discussion and not a cliff, as you said.
And I think in that situation, I think we're anticipating to work with you on what that regulatory piece of the program of implementation that we're currently discussing looks like. I mean, we obviously have been focused on a part of the program of implementation that's focused on the agreements and the pretty detailed, water and habitat contributions that we're proposing. I think we've gotten that pretty close to done as of March 29th, when all these materials came over to you. We probably do need some further discussion as to what the regulatory pathway would be. And if we get to a place where it makes sense, perhaps that is very clean as to what would happen next. I think the trick there is on the substance of what that might be. I mean, everybody among the water community, I think, has sharpened pencils very hard to figure out what they can do. And that's what you're seeing in the very detailed terms you've got. So, the substance of what an alternative might be would probably be what we'd need to discuss, but we probably could work on language as to what a regulatory path might be.
Well, and I think that's for, the board to more fully flesh out, and as opposed to kind of receiving something that comes over, so that, again, we're putting our best thought into, and we've received a lot from you all. So, we have your draft program implementation here. It's about us synthesizing that, I think, and this next turn coming out with that, having reflection from you, but it probably being more our pen that actually writes that out and anticipates what our expectations at the dais are for what that might be. Board Member McGuire?
I just want to support that concept. that it's not lost on me that we're 25 years in to D1641 and 15 years from the Delta Reform Act. I think a number of stakeholders have commented on that. So the time in motion and the time it takes to get through a substantive basin plan amendment and even a water rate proceeding or a regulatory process is not trivial. And so we're adding a lot of process here through this potentially. And so I think it is very important that we are mindful of that, the time it takes and the impacts that can have, and looking to ways to expedite that decision making. There should be the right checks, and there does need to be the right process, at every step of the way, no matter what the color of the light. That all needs to be thought through carefully. And so I just wanted to support the earlier comments about the next step here in our process. It is seeming to me that the program of implementation in a draft form for some back and forth and reaction through the public process is perhaps the best next step. And so I just wanted to get that out there.
Appreciate that, Board Member. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I agree. Getting more specific would be, right now it's so vague. It's hard to know what it would look like in 8 years from now. But I do want to just say that I appreciate the slide, slide 14, that goes through the preparation for year 8, starting in year 6, and providing the information, most importantly, the science program's synthesis, because it's hard for us to say what a future board should be deciding in year 8, because all of these activities are going to be going on. And additionally, we're going to have so much more information than what we have right now. So I guess for me, it's more of a question of, what does that process look like and how could it be expedited? So I appreciate, the providing that information in year 6, but anything that, our staff and you all can do to ensure that the information that we have will allow for that expedited review, whether it's amending the program of implementation or whatever process it would be.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I think these maybe just drilling in a little more on questions that were already asked, but I just want to make sure I caught it. So first of all, the term metrics here, as I heard there was some back and forth around, are these like performance metrics versus biological outcome metrics? So is that that's something that still needs to be fleshed out, or can you just clarify where we are right now?
The attachment 4 to the MOU is clear about it being biological outcomes. Have they been documented? I don't think so, but I think that's the direction we have to go.
Okay. And then the question Board Member Morgan asked, I guess I'm curious. So of course, we all want, everyone wants us to be successful. We assume everyone's going to do everything that they can to make this work. But say year 3, there's no federal funding contributions and flows aren't materializing. What do? Do we have to wait till year 8 to change course? What do we do in that type of situation? Or we don't feel like it's performing or it has a chance to perform?
I think if you had a complete failure of major elements of the program in the triennial review, we'd all be talking about that and what comes next. We obviously don't anticipate complete failures of major elements of the program, but if that happens, I assume we'll be right back here in 2027 talking about what comes next.
Yeah, and if I could add, that's a conundrum you have for any alternative you choose to update the plan, right? So you could update it with the same update on the San Joaquin, and you could be in that same situation, that same dilemma. So I think it's something that we all want to avoid, and hopefully we will.
Yeah, and I think the question and the difference here is whether or not the agreements as constructed currently preclude the board from asking for something different at that point, but I guess not. Okay. Seeing shaking, so good. Vice Chair?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, a complete failure, we should be pulling things back. We should have the authority, and that's the whole point behind having a triennial review. We can act at any time. And I would think, unless it's an issue with federal funding, which is the example, Board Member Firestone, that you made, but if we're talking about a complete failure, we should be enforcing. We shouldn't be waiting for year 8.
Well, and yeah, and I think that's where are the options before the board then going to AHO and doing ACLs and just kind of churning on that, or is it a broader option that the board has in the question between that?
I think the idea is to change what the board's enforcement provisions are. I mean, I think, and I think I would just note that the parties on the VA are those that are currently enforced upon and comply with the board's obligation. So, I know that we want to explore, like the what ifs, and I think it's good for us to, test the program around that. But I think, these are parties that are, under lots of regulation currently. This is another layer, regardless of what direction we move, and, we'll be complying, and the program is not about removing enforcement authority from the board. The program is about trying to create flexibility within that enforcement to be adaptable.
Appreciate that, and thank you. And I know we have next up our Save California Salmon panel, and folks are probably looking to be able to chat, but we'll continue on the presentation. I think there's just a few more slides, just helping for timing for folks in the audience. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm up. So probably next slide. Thank you. So I'll be as brief as I can here, recognizing time. Eric Lobushevsky with Department of Water Resources. I lead up our department's efforts towards this Healthy Rivers Landscapes program. And again, just a few slides to close this panel out here. So we've talked a little bit already on some of these reporting processes, but just a quick step back is reporting in any program to me is fundamentally important. Among other things, it promotes accountability, transparency, coordination, and information sharing. What I'd add here is again something we've talked about over the last 2 days, is that this reporting program also serves an equally important role at helping to inform adaptation and adaptive management. Like we talked about today and yesterday, we don't want to wait till the end to inform changes to things like our flow flexibility brackets. If we are actually seeing something that needs to be tweaked, if we are suffering through challenges in various components of the program, that needs to happen immediately. That needs to be, dealt with through our reporting and our governance structures. It's not wait till year 3, 6, 8, type of thing. So just quickly, what are in these reports? Right now, this is sort of a brief summary list of what we're proposing here, but basically annual and triennial reporting. The reporting on flow and non-flow measures, would occur from all the tributaries and the delta, utilizing what is ultimately agreed upon with the accounting methodologies, recognizing there's still more to discuss there. Reporting data and study results emerging from the Science Committee and Science Program. It's a key component. Reporting on the progress of habitat restoration and progress towards the habitat goals and targets. And summarization of funding and funding efforts, recognizing what we just chatted about a minute ago. Distinctions between annual and triennial reporting is, I'd say the triennial reporting is generally overall more robust. It's all what I just mentioned, but it's a synthesis of, what occurred over those 3 years or the 6 years. And it also incorporates, a broader public process and engagement with the board, much like we're doing right here. Because that's the way I would envision those triennial reports to occur. And to be clear, just in case it's not here, is this reporting annual, triennial, in between, that's to be made widely available. This isn't something that, goes on some back server and not able to be found. So just want to make that abundantly clear that we're doing everything we can to make that more broadly available to wider audiences. Can I hop to the next slide? Thank you. Okay, so the next 3 slides are just some maybe summary thoughts on next steps. And I want to acknowledge that I did develop these a week ago. And so, I mean, they're not going to reflect a lot of what we discussed here, although I think it touches on some of the same themes. So just acknowledge this is sort of living bullet points, if you will. But as we've noted, a lot of these documents, are still in draft mode, and we're still seeking that input. We have work to go. We have dialogue to still ensue, and all of those things listed to make sure that we are incorporating the feedback and commentary that we've heard here. And then we continue to seek dialogue with other parties, on how they would like to be involved, how we can include them in the process. And it was touched on, a fair amount through the last few days as well as this morning. Next slide, please. We want to continue to make efforts with haste to implement habitat projects across the system. This isn't just targeted in one tributary or another, it's across the system at large. And part of that includes really taking advantage of a new regulatory streamlining efforts for permitting. There's Cutting the Green Tape initiative, there's programmatic permit approaches for restoration that have been recently adopted. There's CEQA exemptions out there. So we really want to take advantage of those, test them out, see how we can make the best use of them. I'd also say that my goal here is to also seek for new ways of being nimble around some of our permit efforts, just so we can lay the best groundwork for having, as much success over those 8 years as possible on the permitting front, so we can hit implementation, most readily. And then just probably that last bullet there is, we've begun and we are going to continue to expand, science and data analysis from the tributaries, and have been discussing, broader coordinated ways for improved synthesis from both work we're already starting to begin in our science committee science program, as well as those ongoing programs from the various tributaries. We have work that's ongoing and has been for a long time in Yuba and Colmy and Feather, and looking for ways to start to knit that together in a more synthesized fashion. Next slide, please. All of these steps are coordination, further coordination with the state board, and board staff, and hopefully you've heard over the last few days, we're very strongly interested in continuing that dialogue. I think, there's probably some questions about how we actually do that and the timeliness, but I think we're committed to, in short order, doing that, as robust and as quick as possible. Flow accounting, for example, just not to beat on that one more, but as one that is for sure, we need more dialogue. There's a lot, that my department in particular has done on that. And I want to make sure that we have an opportunity to make us all understand what page we're on, and then where we may need to make additional adjustments and refinements to that process. Protection of flows, we touched on that just a few minutes ago as well in this panel. But, I want to acknowledge, more conversation we definitely still is needed here. But from my standpoint, we all share some role here. We need to make sure that as our projects operate, so tributary participants make flows available and commit to not divert those flows at some other point or some point later in time. But we do anticipate needing some assistance from the water board and utilizing your regulatory authorities to help there. And so I think a key component to me and all of that is that additional dialogue, particularly around any data needs or coordination that can help us be successful there. I think that would be a good next step on that element from my perspective. And so that's all I had slide wise. I just want to acknowledge everyone's hard work on all of this. It's been a great few days. I think I've received a lot of input and observed a lot of good dialogue. I really appreciate the board, staff, board members, our folks even in the audience, just providing that open candor that's, I think, really important for us to all understand what we're trying to solve here.
Thank you. I appreciate that acknowledgement and everyone's contributions, I know, to what are difficult conversations, but necessary for us to be able to be listening to each other. And to your last point, I agree. I mean, what comes to mind obviously is the water rights system that this board administers is so critical, and it's critical to the success of this effort. It's critical to the success of all our discussions here on how we better manage our precious and scarce resource. What we have the benefit of were these last years in administering the water rights system in a more active way that we're going to need to into the future. And so those are all lessons learned: how to protect flow, how to ensure that folks aren't diverting these important environmental assets we're trying to put onto the table, but importantly, that the whole system as a whole is better functioning. And I think that no matter the board's approach or what we decide, it's going to be such a critical foundation to everything we do. And I know that everyone here at the dais is very sensitive to that. I think all water users are as well. And, just even, challenge we have with people giving us their diversion reports every year show, how much we have to do in this space generally, and how much we will have to if we're going to be successful in all of this. Fellow board colleagues, anything further for our folks here? It will be, I apologize, I had said Save California Salmon will be up. It'll first be the California Indian Water Commission, and then Save California Salmon will be up afterwards on the panels here. But looking to see if there's anything further for folks here. If you don't mind, just kind of sticking around and we can continue on a bit. Thank you. Next then, again, this is session 6 on enforcement, accountability, transparency, and implementation. I have the California Indian Water Commission that's scheduled to go next. And I don't see President Stevenson or others. So in that case, it may very well be Save California Salmon that is up next at the panel. Yeah, there's a button it's at the base of your mic right there, and it'll be green when you're able to speak.
Hello, is this? Yes.
It is on. And actually, I see Ms. Buchanan, who may be speaking here for the California Indian Water Commission. And if you all don't mind, I'm going to just quickly let her speak, and then each of you can speak. Ms. Buchanan.
Thank you very much. I just have some final comments to say about for all of the talk that has been going on. And I know that people are saying, the satellite offices of many of the agencies in the state of California are trying really hard to include travel input into the programs, but it still is not where it needs to be. And because I think from the state level, there is actually no policy to say that co-managers of the water resources will include the tribal communities, both in quality and quantity of water. And one of the board members also made a comment saying that this is a tricky situation to navigate. And actually, I don't think it's very tricky to navigate when you stop putting corporate entities ahead of people. The $1 billion subsidies in terms of the unlimited water use is what is killing our habitats throughout the state. And this is highlighted by the ever increasing degrading conditions of the Bay Delta, and how much of the water is being taken by the agricultural companies that 100% export their crop. We get no benefit from their produce. And then how much do these entities pay for their water use? So, I mean, those are huge subsidies that are missing in the conversation. And then tribes are consistently told that they will be heavily fined and or in prison for using their own water. Yet the businesses can take as much water as they want with no repercussions. Case in point, again, I'm going to mention Nestle? And then how many more wineries are going to be permitted? I mean, we have wineries now on the sides of hills and places that have never been located there, and they're taking groundwater, and the groundwater also goes to the Delta. So, I mean, and also for the farms too, when will flood irrigation be stopped? I mean, people are talking about accountability for flows and things like that, and to make sure that there is enough water. Again, another question is how can flows, and there was a comment earlier saying that there are compliance measures in place at certain areas. If the pumps, if the farms do not have meters on their pumps, because I understand consumptive use is basically as much water as they can possibly take, how can an accurate accounting for agriculture be done for which farm it is and their location? And I would like to know how the accuracy is going to be accomplished if there aren't pumps if there aren't meters at the actual pumps of where the water is being used. So those are just my last few comments, and I thank you very much for your time.
I really appreciate those comments and contribution these last days, Ms. Buchanan. Thank you. Appreciate that. Individuals here on this panel, who would like to go first?
I agree. Neck now, connect neck. In Yurok, that's the Yurok way to say, hello, my name is Connect Neck. This is the Youth California Indian Water Commission and Save California Salmon Youth Water Protectors. Voluntary agreements, VA, more like virtually abysmal. They're just an endless hole of distractions and stalling. They may seem convincing, and they may even seem to be backed up by science, but in reality, they're just stalling the Bay Delta plan, resulting in more water diversion and a 90% population decline in just 5 years. Not to mention that they are completely privatized, meaning that the California indigenous tribes and common people in general have had no say in them. The Bay Delta plan is something I have yet to fully grasp, but if these big corporations are using VAs to distract the State Water Board from them, then it seems like it may be something that benefits the Trinity River, the salmon, and the native tribes that depend on them. Here's what I do know. It is backed by actual science, not the fake science that the VAs employ. The Bay Delta plan shows that more diversion is actually harming the flow of the river, resulting in heightened temperatures in the river and harmful algae blooms. I remember asking, why is water being diverted in the first place? Well, the reason is they're enabling unsustainable industrial agricultural practices for profit and making water toxic in the process, showing its gluttonous use of water and blatant disregard of its importance. All they care about is money, 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 money. So now what's being affected by this so critically? The salmon. Because of the lowered flow and heightened temperature of the river, due to the drainage, salmon populations have grown so low that fishing was prohibited for the second year in a row. And that brings me to think, why do we indigenous people who have fished here long before invaders have been here have to stop our traditions because of your mistakes? That's not going to fly. Think about this. If someone broke into your house, shoved you in a closet and told you that's the only space you had, then ate you out of house and home and acted like they owned the place, would you allow them to keep control or say, hey, this is my house. I've lived here for longer than you've been here and I know how to take care of it. You follow my rules or get out. What I'm saying is a bit radical, but yeah, the point I'm making here might be a little bit radical, but maybe Native Americans shouldn't just have a voice in the State Water Board, but we are the voice. It's run by the Native Americans who know how to take care of the land the right way. It's traditional ecological knowledge. How much do I have to stress about that? So what do you say we take the first step into taking back our house? The Youth California Indian Water Commission is opposed to the VAs.
Nick. And would anyone else on the panel like to speak? It's okay. I'm nervous all the time up here too. Don't.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Nadia Whipple. I'm here as a youth water protector. I come from the Round Valley Indian tribes, Maidu and Wintum. Some of the waterways are in my ancestral territories. Our people have the most specified natural resources management system to date. Western scientists call it natural resource management, while we know it to be sacred relationships based on the indigenous scientists. So, the voluntary agreements have desegregated our water and the lives of our fish. The center of the tribes, I'm here to stand against the VAs. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for raising your voice and being here with us. Anyone else on the panel?
I'd like to bring one more thing. Everyone is saying no. I'd like to end with a song that was passed down to me by my dad, Skip Lowry. It's a helper song. It's used in the SWRCB ceremony called a brush dance, which is meant to protect an infant child from malevolent energy. And it's also used as a way to combat evil.
Thank you so much, Nek Nek. And thank you, all the youth here, for being part of this discussion and raising your voices and being here. It means a lot. I know it's not easy to be here in these spaces sometimes. And so thanks. It means an incredible lot. Yeah, does anyone else, please? It's okay. If you're moved, you can, and we support you on it.
My name is Frank Maston. I come from the Hoopa people. Our Trinity River is one of the places or sources where you guys get water. Or sorry, that sounds wrong, but yeah, that's all I could say. I didn't prepare at all.
Oh, it's okay. And thank you for sharing just that, at least. And again, you all, I really appreciate you being here and being part of this discussion and engaging in this really important decision before the board. It makes a huge difference in our ability to really connect. And you all, we're doing this because of, I reflect that, as has been said, the last time the Bay Delta Plan was actually updated in the significant way was in the mid-90s. And I was in the 8th grade then, and know that it may not look it, but know that ultimately it's incredibly important, the decisions we're making here for your generation, for future generations as well. And so thank you for being here and reminding us that. It means a lot.
Anybody else? Thank you very much, Chair and board members, for allowing our youth to come up and share their voices. We keep talking about our next generations, and this is it. They know what's going on. They're getting the experience, and I'm very proud of them. I just wanted to finish up as we talk about, accountability and transparency. This is what they see. they see what's going on. And so I wanted to share that, just a couple of our laws that apply to tribal trust responsibilities and enforcement, and talking about accountability again, that existing law provides that the legislature encourages the state of California and its agencies to consult on a government to government basis. We've heard this, how important it is. I would like to share that AB 1284 provides. And first off, I would like to thank the Natural Resources Department, as we have, yesterday seen the awards of the nitrate-based solutions for many of our tribes. So we know, yes, Joaquin, we understand, we know that there is forward move and momentum going on, and we greatly appreciate that. But AB 1284 provides that the legislature encourages the Natural Resource Agency and its departments, conservancies, and commissions to enter in co-governance and co-management agreements with federally recognized tribes. This bill would authorize the Secretary of the Natural Resource Agency or a delegate to enter into agreements with federally recognized tribes for the purpose of shared responsibility, decision-making, and partnership in resource management and conservation within a tribe's ancestral lands and waters, and would require the secretary or a delegate to be the signatory of the state for these agreements. Section 1 reads, Governor Newsom's statement of administrative policy on Native American ancestral land seeks opportunities to support California tribes' co-management of and access to lands that are within tribal ancestral territories and under the ownership or control of the state. This includes the entire Bay Delta, and there are many tribes, federally and non-recognized, in these territories. The purpose of the statement of the administrative policy on Native American ancestral lands is to partner with tribes to, among other things, facilitate co-management and support tribal self-determination and self-governments. Advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government is an executive order issued on January 20th, 2021. Through the federal government, the government is charged with advancing equity for all underserved communities, addressing systematic racism in our nation's policies and programs. Our tribal communities are the leading disadvantaged communities. I'd like to share, and ask an action item as we speak, talk about tribal engagement. We want to see tribal engagement be more than just question and answers, public comments. We want to see, and I'm not saying that it hasn't happened, because we have these things going on. We have things like nature-based solutions where, to me, you've heard and you've acted. But moving forward in more action items, I would like to ask that the state recognize and model the FERC decision. So on October 5th, 2021, I'm sorry, issued on February 15th, 2024, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission denied the application of a project based on the Navajo Nation's not agreeing with the project to happen. And so I would like to just ask as an action item that those considerations look at FERC as a model into dealing with, the trust responsibilities afforded to our tribal nations. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Whipple. Really appreciate those comments and agree that we're not fully there. Although there is good movement, there is continued desire, we still need to be doing better. And so I completely commit myself to it just not being in this forum, in this question and answer session, that we have this engagement, but that we continue to build forward in what is a lot of other forums as well that this board has, not just in so far as projects. The Bay Delta Plan is an important one, but there is a lot of work and a lot more that we should be coordinating with our tribal elders or our tribal communities in a way that gives us our best shot at reconciling these difficult issues. So I really appreciate that, Ms. Whipple. And just want to give one last chance in case there is anything further you all would like to say, but know that this isn't the only time and place as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you again. Really appreciate you all for being here with us. Looking forward to what's going to be further discussion. Thank you. I believe we have now Defenders of Wildlife, Golden Gate Salmon Association that will be coming up to the panel next. Yes, yeah, I think it's, yeah, I believe who I have here for Save California is panel with Defenders and Golden Gate Salmon is you, Regina, Ashley Overhouse, Barry Nelson. Oh, okay, well, yeah, that we can, yeah. You guys can go first. It's fine with me. It's if they're okay. And then we can finish off with, yeah, no, not at all.
Hello.
Thank you, Ms. Willie. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. Hard to follow that youth panel. I think that was really powerful. Hearing from future generations who these decisions are really going to be affecting. I'm Kaso Willie. I'm a Pomo, Paiute, Wintu, and Wailaki tribal person. I'm not here today to represent a single tribe. I'm speaking on behalf of Save California Salmon as their staff attorney and as a tribal community member. And I'm speaking as someone who understands tribal issues and has been involved in this process. So just to start out, I want to thank the board and board staff for this workshop. It's been extremely helpful. And the staff has been extremely helpful for accommodating extensions, for turning in presentations and reorganizing of the panels. So I just want to thank you to everyone who helped put this vital workshop together. So today I wanted to present on tribal beneficial uses as they relate to voluntary agreements. Next slide, please. And I know it was sort of discussed a little bit earlier today, some of the things I'm going to talk about, but I'll try and work those in as well. But just to start out, I wanted to offer a brief overview of tribal beneficial uses. Just for clarity's sake, this is what we'll be talking about when we discuss TBUs. These were the definitions adopted in 2017 by the State Water Board to be implemented by the regional boards and now to be implemented by the State Water Board for the Bay Delta Plan. Next slide, please. And so first off, just doing a status check on where we are with tribal beneficial uses. Like I said, the Bay Delta Plan now includes tribal beneficial uses being considered to be integrated into the plan as was written in the draft staff report, which is greatly appreciated. And so we look forward to those being included and having those resources protected in this really important watershed. For the regional boards, there hasn't been a whole lot of movement since 2017. Some regions have adopted the definitions, and we understand that the regional boards will be working with the State Water Board on the Bay Delta Plan's adoption of tribal beneficial uses since there is some overlap within the regions. And lastly, just wanted to mention AB 2614, which was mentioned the other day, which has been proposed to integrate tribal beneficial uses statewide and provide direction to regional water boards on tribal consultation and co-management, and also mandate a framework for tracking and implementation of TBUs, since right now there isn't really a schedule or deadlines for implementation. Next slide, please. And so just going in further to what tribal beneficial uses are, it's hard to, express the importance of tribal beneficial uses to people outside of the tribal community. These are generational uses that have been happening since time immemorial and are super important to tribes all across California. And so one thing is the need to implement TBUs to protect all of these cultural resources that are connected to watersheds when there's poor water quality, tribes risk the loss of these resources. And then I just wanted to include some examples of different cultural resources that are related to watersheds. And then also some images. There's a historic photo of an elder gathering tule. We have staff learning from an elder today of how to twist tule into rope, and a modern day tule boat, which was created and floated on the San Francisco Bay. And then we have salmon, which is an important cultural resource for many tribes. Right here, we have a photo from the Run for Salmon, which is put on by a ceremony put on by the Wintu tribe, which celebrates and honors the journey that salmon take from the up top of the watershed out to the ocean and vice versa, and really honors salmon in that way. And then finally is a picture of some grinding rocks, which are located right next to the American River. And these are resources which are a resource which is tied to the water. So depending on water levels, you can see those grinding rocks are closer to the water edge, farther away. And so the water was used in the processing of whatever cultural practices were happening there. And so I just wanted to give some examples of tribal beneficial uses. Next slide. And so tribal beneficial uses inside the voluntary agreements aren't explicitly listed. In the MOU, it does say that in the Bay Delta watershed, a comprehensive approach to managing habitat flow and other factors is required to protect native fish, wildlife species, while concurrently protecting water supply reliability, consistent with the legal requirement of providing reasonable protection for all beneficial uses. I just want to highlight that it says all beneficial uses. And in the MOU, it also notes that it's past, present, and probable future beneficial uses. And so I wanted to highlight that it is sort of potentially noticed, but not explicitly. Next slide, please. And so there are threats to our tribal beneficial uses currently. As has been mentioned many times before, this is the second year of salmon closures in the state on the Sacramento River and the Klamath. And salmon are a extremely essential cultural resource for multiple tribes throughout the state, really. The fishery failures are impacting traditions. The Yurok tribe salmon festival last year did not have salmon. And salmon are included as a part of creation stories of different tribes as well. And those stories have been passed through generations. And it's important to keep those salmon populations healthy so that the next 7 generations can have those salmon too, and not just hear about those in their creation stories. Next is harmful algal blooms are affecting gathering of cultural resources. Specifically, I mentioned tule here. And so when HABs get into the water, it then gets absorbed into the plants that tribal communities gather and use. Weaving practices traditional weaving practices have involved using your mouth to wet materials or hold materials in your mouth. And when the water is toxic and the plants are toxic, those traditional methods are no longer viable. And finally, water quality. Just the general water quality is really inhibiting ceremonies that involve the use of water itself. If water's too low, there's HABs, there's nutrient pollutions. It prevents tribal communities from being able to practice their culture and traditions that tribal people have passed down through generations, like I've said, since time immemorial. Next slide, please. Or no, this is the same slide. And so going over to how the voluntary agreements will work with tribal beneficial uses, or not work actually. We're not seeing an approach that will provide enough protections to tribal beneficial uses. The flows that are proposed within the VAs do not lend themselves to be protective of TBUs, and higher in-stream flow requirements are necessary in the Bay Delta watershed. And we've heard a little bit about this in prior presentations, but I just want to emphasize the integration of traditional ecological knowledge is really important, and the input from tribes is necessary. And we really want to encourage deeper consultation and research into what is necessary to protect TBUs. And we want to make sure that the end result is on a level where tribes actually feel like their resources are being protected and their traditions are being protected. And then next slide. And so next, I'm just going to provide some responses to panels that have happened today. Sorry, lots of notes. Okay, so I appreciate the conversation this morning around governance and the involvement of tribal voices. And so one thing that was mentioned was how can the public be noticed to be more involved in these processes? And I just want to emphasize that, meetings that the voluntary agreement parties are having do need to be noticed more effectively. I think you've seen by the involvement here today how effective notice can be and how it can turn out a large amount of people to be involved in the process. And so I just want to encourage that. Again, today we're hearing more areas that still seem like they still need a good amount of development. There's mention of pushing the materials out to meet the schedule of the Bay Delta Plan, which I think is sort of makes me nervous. And it seems like it's not going to meet the 2025 deadline that's been proposed at this time. And so again, I'm just going to put out the idea of moving forward with the Bay Delta Plan, maybe putting the VAs aside until they're more fully developed. And, at which time there could be more consensus as to having a program that everyone agrees to versus pushing this out and then developing it as we go. And then lastly, I just want to mention the funding. $2.9 billion is a lot of money for something that still needs a lot of development, it seems like. And I just want to encourage not rushing to fit this the Bay Delta Plan timeline and having this, having it more thought out, because it is a lot of money that is going towards this project. And I just want to encourage the board to only consider the voluntary agreements after complete development. And then with the rest of my time, I'd like to cede to my partner. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Willie.
I'm going to go really quickly because we wanted to make sure that Gia has some time to talk as a member of the Delta community, which is important too. And I'm going to speak about up north a little more. But one is I wanted to speak about enforcement and accountability and implementation just for a minute. And in general, I just want to say that we've seen in the past that enforcement under no enforcement under other voluntary agreements have not led to flows and have actually led to more water being used than in years when there's not curtailments or agreements in place. So I just wanted to really say that, like Cecile just said, it's super critical that the Bay Delta Plan go forward and those flows are in the river before we're looking at how to voluntarily meet them. Putting the voluntary agreements first is putting the cart before the horse, in my opinion. And then just really quickly, I wanted to say, when you're looking at tribal beneficial uses and enforcement and all these issues, and I know everyone has reiterated this, but please make sure to look at carryover storage protections for the Trinity River, but also Shasta and some of the other tributaries that are super critical to the salmon and to water quality and tribal beneficial uses. And with that, I just wanted to say that this board has an issue, or not the board, but in general, California agencies have an issue with enforcement and involvement and accountability. And so just please work with our communities to make sure that we can get through that. And with that, I'm going to cede the rest of my time to Gia, who's representing Hood in some Delta communities.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chicazola. Good to see you.
Thank you. My name is Gia Moreno. I am a fifth generation resident of Hood, California. I am heavily involved in our tunnel, Delta Conveyance Tunnel work. And so I wanted to talk about the voluntary agreements. A large concern for us right now, well, always, my entire life, is the water quality. We have a thing called hood water, where the water in our town, because we're so small, we're 270 people right now, I think. We did get a new water facility recently, but when I was younger, you could put a glass of water on the counter overnight, and in the morning, there would be a thick layer of sediment on the bottom. Our water is not really drinkable. It's, I guess, legally drinkable. But generally, everybody gets their water bottled or from like those little stands in front of the grocery store. Our concern is the more and more water that's taken from up north or before it even reaches us, what's going to happen to the water in our area. We worry about sea level rise and salinity. That's often a conversation, but what we don't really ever hear about is contaminated water coming down as it passes through, up here in Sacramento. When I was younger, I didn't know that salmon was expensive until I was an adult, because when I was younger, my grandfathers, my uncles, my dad, my cousins, they could go out, we're on the river. We just go down the street, go over there. We call it the pump. Throw a couple of lines in, pull out salmon. I was eating salmon my whole life, and all of a sudden now they're gone. And it's, you go to the store and it's super expensive. So we're actually seeing in real time the decline of a resource that we used to feed our family. Salmon, sturgeon, now the smelt is almost extinct. We have people pulling fish out of the water that have growths on them because they're exposed to chemicals or contaminations. We have people that are different organizations that are doing studies. There's E. coli in the water. We're supposed to be this great place to go boating and have all these water activities and fishing. And the water is contaminated. When we, as a group of communities, a group of small communities that have a lot of smaller mom and pop farms or generational farms that are having a hard time getting access to clean water. Our concern is in the future, the more water that is taken, how much salt water, especially in the South Delta, is going to come up. And you can't water crops with salt water. You can't drink salt water. You can't give your livestock salt water. Everything will die. And those are things that are not being taken into consideration when you talk about water. We talk about giving water to Southern California. We talk about water for people that aren't in the Delta, but you don't talk about how these agreements, and every time, the Delta is asked to abide by something, whether it's our Sacramento not to use this much water or to restrict your water usage, we don't talk about the people that live there, or the Delta as being, we consider the Delta to be a living thing. And it's a connection between the people and the wildlife and the animals. And those things are being killed. We're one of the largest estuaries in the Western Hemisphere. And if the more we take from her, the quicker she's going to die. So we talk about looking 7 generations in the future. All of these policies that are just being thrown into place without efficient science backing it, what's going to happen in the future? When I talk to people about the tunnel, what's going to happen to the Delta if you kill it? What's going to happen not just to the general area, but to California, to the Western Hemisphere? What is going to happen if our water policies and the greed that's coming along with it kills the Delta? What do we do then? And there's nobody's thinking about that. And when I say nobody's thinking about it, it's because I ask this question consistently all the time. What happens when you kill the Delta? What happens when you kill the Trinity? What happens when you kill the Klamath? Everything, it's a chain reaction that nobody talks about. And we focus so much on the immediate. We need water for almonds. We need water for people miles away because, whatever the water uses are, instead of spending our money and our science. And there's a lot of really intelligent people working on these projects, instead of having them work on things like conservation and other methods of storing it, because the climate is changing. We're having them work on these same plans over and over again. And when, there's that cliche of like insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. The Delta conveyance plan is like.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. We can't talk about the conveyance project because it's a different proceeding, and legally we can't hear it. So I'm sorry to be bureaucratic that way.
That's fine.
Just want to stop you.
But yeah, so again, with the voluntary agreements, if we keep changing who can have water and when and how much water is taken out of the Delta, regardless of what form it's in, we're not thinking about long-term effects. And I think that we need to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moreno. I really appreciate you sharing your important lived experience here, and you having lived firsthand the decline of what we're trying to arrest ourselves from is really important, and just really appreciate your words here and acknowledge that we need to be doing something differently. And I think that's the spirit I know a lot of folks are coming to the discussion with. And here it's really important to have voices that can help us reflect on what is going on, again, as a lived experience in the community. And so thank you for elevating, and tk you, Ms. Chigazola, for having Ms. Moreno here.
Yeah, thank you for allowing that. And I wanted to give a quick thank you to all the people who came here all the way from the Trinity River in the far north, because they are really worried about their salmon runs, because on the Klamath and the Trinity, we do have those conversations a lot. What happens when we kill this river? And, we've been seeing in real time, like we talk about how it's the second year of the salmon fishing shutdown, but on the Klamath and the Trinity, it's been most of the last 10 years. I think we've only had 2 good years where we could actually fish. And there's no way to talk about the pain that causes the community. So like I said, please make sure to include those communities also in this process, and making sure to start protecting that carryover water storage for communities up north too. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Chigazola. Thank you, Ms. Willie. Thank you, Ms. Moreno. Next, I'd like to call up, I believe this will be our last panel before going to further board discussion and individual comments. And Secretary Crowfoot, I believe, will be joining us around 4:30. And so he'll be amidst our public comments, and he'll be one of our public commenters then too. So I would like to call up then Barry Nelson, Ashley Overhouse. And others. Thank you. Thank you for being here with us.
We have a couple additions, as you can see. I'm hoping to cede some of my time and hope to save you some time too in individual public comment. I'm really grateful that my colleagues could be here, and so thank you for your flexibility. And I will actually let them go first. They have some direct questions in response to the panels, which I thought might be helpful and constructive. And that's where I thought we could begin.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Asia Jones, and I am from Water Audit, California. Our organization's history lies in advocating for the public trust, specializing in the use of legal requirements to protect fish. Our advisory board consists of folks that many of you know well, including Doctors Peter Moyle, Ted Grantham, Kerrigan Bork, and Graham Fogg. To give a bit of background for those unfamiliar with us, we have a mix of projects in our short lifetime, including using Fish and Game Code 5937 to obtain bypass flows beneath dams, including below Isabella Dam in Kern County to provide environmental flows to Bakersfield for the first time in 85 years, and below 5 dams in Napa County in order to rewater the Napa River. We've also used Fish and Game Code 5901 to remove fish passage barriers, including Hemp Hill Dam in Auburn Ravine and York Dam in St. Helena. Keeping fish in good condition using flows and unimpaired fish passage is a requirement under California law. However, in the interest of maintaining working relationship, these laws are often unenforced, a point furthered by other presenters today. Violators of these environmental laws may simply refuse a request for remediation. And without enforcement, the harm to these fish populations continues as status quo. This means that it is then left to Water Audit and other NGOs to bring these issues to the court. This then hinders the collaborative processes down the line, as we are then seen as adversaries rather than partners or experts. Given our history and being responsible to enforce these laws, we ask for clear accountability measures in documents such as these. We're confused that in-stream habitat goals published for in-stream spawning and rearing habitat are in acres rather than the standard river miles or linear feet. This makes them difficult to compare to other projects and potentially difficult to measure. Given a channel width of anywhere from 10 to 35 feet, those 398 acres committed of in-stream habitat could potentially be anywhere from 93 to 357 river miles of improvement. And again, that's just between 10 and 35 feet. Without the knowledge of width of these areas, it's difficult to know in river miles how large this impact these habitat measures would actually have. While even 93 river miles may seem impressive, for an 8-year commitment with so many water districts involved, this number is disappointingly low. It seems comparable in scale to what our tiny organization has done in a similar timeframe. Water Audit has provided 52 miles of blocked spawning habitat. We now have passage to that, and rewatered about 100 miles of river with the staff that you can count on less than the fingers on this hand. In about 8 years. Are these habitat goals really ambitious enough? There are approximately 45,000 entries in the fish passage assessment database, which categorizes barriers to fish passage throughout the state. Many are trivial in terms of engineering, such as undersized culverts or small but unlawful unscreened diversions in critical habitat. Often, these would take 2 laborers, a dump truck, and a backhoe about a day to fix. But if these minor impediments prevent fish passage, they may as well be a 400-foot ring dam, as their impact is exactly the same. In our experience in Napa County, we've discovered about 25% of the fish passage barriers are trivial to remove, and another 25% are a little bit more complicated, but not a challenge. We expect to have removed over 50% of them in the next 5 years. Naturally, we cannot do this work alone, and Water Audit is fortunate to have many supportive partners and mutually beneficial relationships. But we wonder if many of the barriers in the watersheds identified in these plans are similar in quality to the ones found in Napa, and if more resources might be allocated to the removal of these largely easily completed passage issues. We understand that barrier removal may be a part of these restoration projects, but we wonder why the goals given are not loftier. We would also like to question the faith-based aspects of the proposal and the idea that it will take more than 8 years to see a significant increase in wild salmonid populations after in-stream and floodplain restoration. The narrative salmon and viability objectives are measures of salmon population, not amount of habitat. To misquote Field of Dreams, if you build it and they don't come, something else is wrong. The better part of a decade is too long to wait to find that out. It's rarely enough to fix one problem. In our experience, it's usually necessary to fix all of them. When Solano County Water Agency scarified approximately 2 river miles of Puda Creek that was cemented in silt, they saw nearly instantaneous results in spawning salmon. There were so many salmon, and are still, that these fish are building redds on top of existing redds. It's obvious that additional scarification is needed to provide more spawning grounds to continue growing this population, right? Salmon populations have continued to increase from a start of 12 to about 750 spawning salmon this year. But illustrative of this principle, that it is not enough to solve part of the problem, in spite of this population growth, Puda Creek is reported to lose 20% of its exiting juvenile salmon population to one impediment to passage, whether that be directly through lack of passage or by predation, trying to find that passage. Monitoring has also revealed thermal issues, and a recent Black Water event in 2021 highlighted the ever-present problem of water quality. Even the most well-intentioned projects that are aimed at only part of the problem will are going to see less success than those that target the whole problem. My main point is that it is imperative that we measure the status quo and our progress adequately. We manage what we measure, and we cannot manage what we do not measure. Adaptive management is dependent on good data, and while often expensive, monitoring measurable outcomes is essential. Success requires that when we are faced with the reality that something isn't working, we must quickly change our strategy to correct our course. Finally, while many water managers and proponents of the voluntary agreements have come forward stating their enthusiasm for projects here today, this proposal is modest at best. Yes, it's better than nothing at all, but this is California, and we can do better, we can do more, and we can do it faster. Our purpose at Water Audit is to support the public trust, and we would be happy to support any entity's measurable and ambitious goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the good comments.
Thank you very much for letting me be here. My name is Aaron Zettler-Mann. I'm the Executive Director of CIRCLE, the South Yuba River Citizens League, and we are also the Yuba River Waterkeeper. I didn't think I was going to be here, so I appreciate the opportunity to kind of jump in last minute. I've got two questions that came up while hearing earlier presentations today. One of them is in reference to this slide that was the enforcement example. A public water agency does not make its requested spring flow releases. And my question is around timing and enforcement and about how we sort of think about that issue. If an agency hasn't made its required spring flow releases, it's too late. The biological window has closed, the signals didn't happen, the habitat benefits that water was supposed to fulfill have already been missed. And so the fact that the first step is dispute resolution rings a little hollow because the issue is gone. And so my question is that, I realize that that's an example, but it speaks to this idea of timing. If there's dispute resolution and that is an opportunity and a viable next step, then that means that it's more of a request for waiver of that required flow. And if they're requesting that waiver, can they do that every year? Is it only in some years? What's the granting body for that request of waiver of flow? And are the other tributaries contributing watersheds required to fill that gap? Who balances that, and how is that process adjudicated? And so, that's one of the questions that I had that kind of came up in that example, is that there's this sort of disconnect between the realities of when that water is needed and who's actually left if somebody says, I don't want to do it this year. The other thing that I wanted to kind of talk about a little bit, so that my organization CIRCLE was a signatory to the original Yuba Accord. There's been some good things there, some challenging things there. And I've been involved directly in the river management team, which is part of the fisheries agreement, one of the three components of the Yuba Accord. And it's been the data collection and analysis arm of that agreement, with the idea that then data inform flows. It's expiring, that agreement is expiring in December of 25. And so we're kind of thinking about, okay, what's next? How are we doing? I'd call it a sort of a yellow light. There's been some great successes. Habitat restoration that CIRCLE has led over the last couple of years has been incredibly successful, but we all know that what goes on in the river is only a small portion of the salmon life cycle. What I'm wondering is that we heard a lot of that sort of red, yellow, green analogy, that we're going to produce data, we're going to produce studies, and it's going to be great and it's going to inform everything. And there's sort of two issues and questions that I think the board should be really intentional about thinking about. One, that requires a lot of human time and energy and capital to produce those reports, to take in that data and then make a decision. And in a funding and staffing world that is uncertain, promising that those resources, or being able to guarantee that those resources, both for the water agencies and for yourselves, will exist, I think is something that needs to be carefully weighed. The other thing that I'll say is, the river management team has produced an incredible amount of data, and a lot of it's really good and informative data. I've been with CIRCLE for a little over 4 years now, and I have been trying since my first river management team to figure out a way to let that data be public, to publish raw data, to share some of those reports. And I'm happy to say that we're getting close. I think that probably within the next couple of months, we'll be able to backlog and share all of that field data. but it's taken 4.5 years to get there. A lot of it is based on concern from water agencies and state agencies about what that data could be used for and whether or not it shows the accord in a positive or negative light. And so my concern is that if water agencies are collecting the data, what happens to that data before you see it? Or do you see it? And do you have the ability to compel an agency to share that data in its raw base form? So those are a couple of the big questions. Yeah.
On that last point, I just want to, it's one that I certainly share. I mean, across all of our work when it comes to, is the data we're receiving actionable? Is it information? It's one thing to have data. It's another to be able to draw information from it. I was pleased to see that within the presentation, I believe it was yesterday, that there's a commitment to fair and care principles on that data, machine readable, interoperable data with quality assurance, all of that. The proof is in the pudding always, but I was heartened to see that at least those principles are at the front being thought of, because to your point, if you leave it kind of to the end to start to think about, well, no, how do we now make this open, transparent data that is actionable? We're not giving ourselves the benefit of time. So just on that point,
I appreciate that. I did my best to listen, but it was hard yesterday and the day before.
You and me both.
The last point that I wanted to make is that we heard yesterday related to the science committee, and then we heard a little bit earlier this afternoon with the sort of enforcement group in that panel. We welcome participation. We love participation. NGOs and tribal council, please reach out if you want to participate. But without a point of contact, without an email address on the screen, that rings really hard or really hollow. I've got a PhD in fluvial geomorphology. I've been trying to figure out how to get involved in the science, in the monitoring in a way that's not this sort of, I talk and then somebody else talks in an actual more roundtable. Fired off an email to this sort of generic water board email. Maybe they'll, I'll hear something back with like, who do I actually talk to? So aaron@yubariver.org. Love to be involved in both of those.
Well, and be careful with our website. Depending on the email that you fire it off to, it went somewhere. But on the voluntary agreement component, I think I saw Jennifer Pierre leaping out of her seat there, so she can be.
Okay, excellent. Yeah,
and I provide her contact information.
I don't want to be clear. I got a very prompt and helpful response from that email, but it wasn't, it wasn't like, oh, here's the name of the person. It was like, we'll follow up. So I just encourage anybody else that says, hey, we welcome collaboration. Make sure you say how.
Here.
I'll just weigh in quickly.
Oh yeah,
I just want to acknowledge, yes, we already got that, and we're figuring out how to get everything together in contact. But I think overall the point's totally fair. I mean, if we need to get more clear about contact routes, just on that note, CNRA, our parent organization, does have a website there, and so I need to make sure we have the right contact information up there. We have a lot of materials up on that website, and we just need to make sure that gets all shared with the audiences here.
Yeah, the front door, proverbial front door. Appreciate that, Mr. Lobachevsky.
Thank you. Love a quick and easy solution.
Board Member Firestone, do you have something further?
Well, I was just going to see if the example on the spring flows don't happen. We've missed our window timing point.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify something. When we showed that example, we weren't meaning to imply that the dispute resolution and then the state board enforcement were sequential. I apologize. That's what happens when you have a civil engineer making graphics. We were just trying to show that there's sort of different types of enforcement. So like the dispute resolution is sort of between the parties, through our agreements, and then the state board has its enforcement process. So it's not necessarily dispute resolution happens, and if that doesn't work, it goes to enforcement. It's like those would potentially be sort of parallel paths, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, but it makes sense only if there's time before the spring releases are mixed. That's when there's an opportunity for problem solving. If the window is closed and the water didn't get released, then I hate to sort of use the example, but it's sort of the carrot or the stick, right? We can negotiate and talk and collaboratively find solutions with warning. But if the water didn't show up when it was supposed to, there needs to be another mechanism so that it's clear that.
And I think we talked about that a little bit, that we have, the idea is to have like a flow operations team, which would be operators, which would be reporting to system-wide governance, that hopefully would be able to kind of identify those issues early so that we can have a chance to look for solutions. In terms of enforcement being after the fact, I kind of think that's just the nature of the beast. I think it's hard to, I don't know. We can talk about whether there's ways to speed that up, but I don't know if there'd be a way to do that more quickly. I mean, we talked about how, through these agreements, we're seeing it as sort of streamlined enforcement. So we're hoping that makes the process a little bit faster. I don't know, Ryan, if you want to add to that.
Yeah, I'll just add a couple of things. First, the enforcement agreements through the government code section also authorize the state board to issue administrative civil liability orders for violations of the agreement, which is not an authority that generally exists. So if you blatantly violate your agreement, as Dr. Zettler-Mann suggests, I imagine this board may have something for you after that. In addition, if what you're talking about is a flow contribution that isn't made to the delta relative as opposed to a tributary, you do have all of the major tributaries here, and there would be potentially at least some ability to make up the flow into the delta from someplace else. That wouldn't be ideal because we're not anticipating blatant violations of the agreements, but that at least might be a conversation that could occur in real time.
Vice Chair.
I think this just gets back to, we need to know immediately. So be thinking through under the program of implementation and further agreements, thinking through all these different examples. I mean, that's fine if it's a contribution for outflow, but we've been spending the last couple of days hearing about the importance between marrying up flow and non-flow. So presumably a lot of this is going on in the tributaries. And I think your point is really well taken. Biological opportunity lost potentially. And so I think anything that could come up, obviously it's not the intention of the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program, because that's an opportunity lost for you as well to show a metric. But we need to be able to show, because we're giving up a lot here and not moving forward with the traditional approach. And so I think it's really important for us. I mean, we see this across the board with all of our programs where we don't have compliance and then not being able to get on top of it right away. We are sending the wrong message. And I think this program is going to require immediate action on our part, whether it's through an information order or what have you. But, to just be thinking through, these are good examples. I'm sure there are hundreds of examples out there, but just to think through how we can receive the information as soon as possible so that we can undertake our enforcement authorities.
Absolutely. And one thing I'll just add to that is, I don't think it's, I think one of the strengths of this program is that, we don't envision that people are just going to be sort of like acting in isolation. So I'm not going to be, away in my tower kind of making decisions. I'm not going to make the flows available, right? Like there's going to be regular meetings of the system-wide governance flow ops team. There's going to be planning that goes on. So, we envision that, at the start of the water year, we're going to be making plans for how we want to deploy flows. And so I think that will help us to identify issues early as well. But yeah, we totally hear your point, the need to respond to these issues quickly. Ryan?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, this kind of issue, I think, implicates what I would call the informal strength of the program. It's everyone working together. If you're an agency who declares, I'm not going to make the contribution I signed up to make, you're not just dealing with the water board, you're dealing with all of your colleague agencies throughout the Bay Delta watershed who are expecting everyone to contribute to the success of this. And if you prove yourself to be a disreputable actor by refusing to follow your agreement, that will have consequences well beyond anything, really legal and in terms of pure legal orders. That will mark you. And I don't think anyone here wants to be marked as that sort of actor.
That is all true. Sorry to interrupt. That is all true. But again, parties are signing implementing agreements with enforceable mechanisms, and that enforcement is the same enforcement the board has now and would have for people that are required to comply with the water quality control plan. That's what we're committing to do. So I think I think it is important for us to spell out the exact process and that it's timely in alerting the board and making sure that there's clarity on when, if there's a non-performance issue. But, this is not a voluntary compliance program. This is a regulatory program with enforcement and implementation obligations that are enforceable by the board and will be over the course of the implementation. So I just wanted to be clear on that, but I take the point that we need to go back and figure out what happens specifically if somebody doesn't perform and where the board's, steps in. And so I take that. I just want to clarify this isn't voluntary.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that, Ms. Pierre. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, and I appreciate all this discussion, and just to emphasize that there's a lot of trust here, right? If this moves forward, this is founded on trust. But we're a regulatory agency, first and foremost. We work with trust and we build that over time. And that's where, to Vice Chair's point about if we went forward with an alternative like this, we'd be giving a lot here as compared to the traditional approach. I think that really resonates strongly with me, in thinking that there does need to be a very clear and quick feedback loop mechanism, which maybe looks different than what the regulatory approach would provide, because that is what will help build the trust. That is what's going to help build the confidence that this type of approach can be successful. And there's lots of different things that can happen here in this massive watershed. And so it's really having some assurance that we've thought through at least some reasonable set of those scenarios and that we've got something of a plan. I've asked in my very first set of comments, I brought up, what do we do in critical years? What do we do when that next drought comes and we have a sequential critical year scenario? We only have 8 years to see if this is successful or not, right? I'm not asking for an answer to that question today here, but those are all the different kinds of things that we're going to have to think through in this water quality control plan as to what it means if the voluntary agreement approach maybe doesn't address all of those circumstances, and how we can communicate and work together to help ensure progress in the watershed. And so I appreciate you thinking through all these different tools and what we might do to move this forward. And here we're focused on enforceability and what that means. And so I'm trying to keep my eyes focused on that target. But anyway, I just wanted to share some thoughts.
Appreciate those, Board Member.
Could I make one point?
Yeah,
yes, thank you. I do think on the immediate, wanting to have immediate opportunity to enforce the government code agreement approach to this provides that much more so than the alternatives that the board is looking at, where you may have more constraints on your diversions. Someone doesn't follow that constraint, and the board then has to take an enforcement action that is absent having the government code agreement in place that allows for the ACL or the CDO approach to that. So yeah, I think that's an important thing to keep in mind when you are looking at other alternatives to update the plan. How are you going to deal with the same dilemma in that circumstance?
Thank you. I think we can go back to the panel.
Thank you, Chair SQL, board members. Barry Nelson, I do not have another PowerPoint presentation for you, but I would very much like to follow up on the conversation that's been happening right here. And that is to pick up on 4 implementation issues that have come out of the dialogue between the board members and panelists. And the first one is very much on this theme. A variation on this theme, and that is an implementation issue with regard to how the VA water would be provided and the differences between the unimpaired flow approach and the VA approach. There was an exchange between one of the previous VA panels and the chair here, where one of the panelists pointed out that the VA flows would be additive to the regulatory baseline. Chair SQL, you pointed out that the fish actually experience water. They swim in water that are the baseline and unimpaired flows on top of that. I want to talk about what that means in implementation. If you adopt an unimpaired flow approach, and in light of your admonition about not raising other projects that are before you, picture, if you will, a hypothetical groundwater recharge project that is not before you. So you've adopted an updated Bay Delta plan, and that first project comes before you. With an unimpaired flow approach, remember that those uncontrolled flows on top of regulatory requirements, that's what allows salmon to outmigrate successfully. For fall run salmon, there is zero outmigration flow protection for fall run salmon. The water they swim in as they swim out of that system are those unimpaired flows when we're lucky enough that there's uncontrolled water in that system. That is not protected by the current regulatory system. If you adopt an unimpaired flows approach, it provides some protection for those outmigration flows. It's the first fall run outmigration flow in the Central Valley ever. Required by a regulatory agency. If you adopt an unimpaired flow approach and that theoretical new project comes before you, you have a yardstick in the Bay Delta plan that says, here are the flows we're protecting in the Bay Delta system. Maybe you can take water that's added to that, but you can't take water that is protected by the unimpaired flows approach. Under the VA approach, you don't have that yardstick. There's pre-existing regulatory requirements. There's this tiny little sliver of VA water on the top. In between, there is uncontrolled flows, unprotected by the current regulatory system, unconstrained by the voluntary agreements. When that same project comes before you, those outmigration flows that fall run salmon swim in, they're unprotected by the Bay Delta plan. You don't have a yardstick under those circumstances to evaluate the impacts and the appropriate constraints on those projects. So the differences between those two approaches. This is different from just the amount of water the VAs provide. We think that water is inadequate. This is a different problem. This suggests that even if every drop of water provided by the VAs is actually provided, in implementation, we could still see a dramatic reduction in environmental flows and dramatic new impacts that aren't being accounted for in the VA approach. That's that first implementation issue I'd like to raise. Second is with regard to invitations for stakeholder and tribal engagement involvement in this process. And I wanted to go back to another back and forth between, if I could, the chair and one of the VA panelists who was asked what hasn't been nailed down in the current documents, what's left to be written. And it was a pretty short list. What was not on that list, if you go back and listen to that, there was no discussion of HABs, temperature, tribal beneficial uses, science, critical year protections, adequacy of flows, biological goals and objectives, a lot of what we've been discussing. What the VA folks were saying is all of those issues, they've been nailed down in the VA approach. So I think what that means in the real world is that the VA process is going to struggle getting our communities at large, the groups that have not been at the table, to engage in that process, because it's tough to persuade people to engage in a process where the deal's been cut and we see it as a bad deal. Third issue is with regard to funding. I was noticing on the slide that was put up regarding the funding, the very brief discussion of funding, that of the $2.9 billion budget, 2.1 billion of that would be state and federal funds. Most of that money would go back to the water users who have designed the voluntary agreements. Most of that money would go back to VA participants, either for projects that they're advocating for Prop 1 funding or for water purchases. And to be perfectly blunt, we don't think that's appropriate for a group of water users to design a project that would take billions in public dollars and give it to themselves in a process where the public has been frozen out, a process that doesn't look effective to us. Fourth issue. You heard in one of the previous panels that the existing doubling requirement would be pushed off to 2050. That has two impacts. The first is it means in the context of the VAs, it's nearly meaningless with one little exception. It's meaningless in that you didn't hear a discussion about egg to fry survival and outmigration success and flow and abundance relationships that our NGO panel covered last December, how we're going to achieve that doubling goal, because it's so far out in the future that on the flows issues, you just didn't hear anything from the VA panelists about the science of how we get there and the very well-established flow and abundance relationships that our panelists presented to you last December. So there's a real world impact of pushing that compliance date for the doubling standard off. And we think it's particularly inappropriate because our salmon runs are cratering. The last thing we need to do, and they're cratering because of temperature and flow issues. The last thing we need to do is to push salmon doubling off and take our eye off that ball. There's a second impact of pushing that compliance date off. And that was, you heard that the rationale for the extremely modest habitat numbers that one of my fellow panelists pointed out here, one of the reasons for those extremely modest numbers on things like spawning habitat and so forth is because the VA program has proposed pushing off compliance for the doubling requirement to 2050, and this is an 8-year program, they're only responsible for providing 25% of the habitat required to meet those doubling requirements. Honestly, that thinking makes my head hurt. Our salmon runs are crashing. And by pushing the doubling date off to 2050, the flows discussion frankly kind of vanished in the panels you heard today. You've heard of the last 3 days. But even in the habitat area, by pushing off compliance with doubling until 2050, magically the amount of habitat that the VA process has to provide is cut down to the very modest numbers you're seeing here today. I just don't see any credible case that the overall approach that you've heard, including the issues I've just mentioned today, produce a successful result for the fishing industry or any of the groups that have not been at the VA table, all of whom have been suffering from the environmental degradation that is really catastrophic now in the Bay Delta system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Silverhouse.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, board members and staff. I'm going to do a brief, I promise, conclusory statement for the 3 days that we've been here. And again, want to say thank you so much to you and the staff for all the work that you've done in trying to pull this off. It has been a logistical lift as well as a substantive one, and many thanks to the VA proponent panelists for your presentations, for the information, and for the dialogue. It's much appreciated. So on behalf of Defenders of Wildlife, we appreciate the opportunity to give this detailed feedback and all the work that has gone into improving specifically the governance, enforcement, accountability, and transparency, and hopefully in the future, more detailed implementation for the VA proposal. If anything, this has been a useful experience in how agencies at the very minimum can better coordinate and share information. And I will take that as a silver lining, frankly, from this experience. An additional positive aspect is there have been more momentum behind additional habitat restoration. And after 30 years of our state exploring and pursuing habitat restoration, especially on freshwater habitats, Defenders is grateful, frankly, for the additional governance, funding, and scientific research that would go to that effort. Unfortunately, that still does not change the foundational issue here, the elephant in the room, so to speak, that my colleagues have briefly referred to, which is that there's just not enough flow asset being offered by the VA proponents. So there is synthesis or consensus in the scientific community, at least on that particular issue, as the board has acknowledged in other documents, such as the 2017 Scientific Basis Report. Defenders returned to this particular voluntary agreement process in early 2019 after the Newsom administration officials promised conservation organizations that they would engage in an open and transparent process to craft a deal. Unfortunately, that promise was abandoned less than 2 years later. And the framework that was then published was negotiated behind closed doors without meaningful input, right, from that conservation community. From what we can tell still today, in 2024, the VA proposal is still built on inadequate flow. So it seems to us it's still an attempt to buy out of the regulatory landscape. And the key part of this proposal still appears to be focused on implementing the Trump administration's rollbacks to Critical Endangered Species Act protections for salmon and other species in the Bay Delta because of that lack of flow. When negotiating a deal, an essential ingredient of any successful compromise is that it meets existing environmental protection laws. We are still afraid, despite this workshop, and thank you for the additional information, that it will not meet those protections, will not meet those requirements, and therefore will fail. And apparently, as said earlier, even in a red light scenario, may continue. In summation, I want to echo Board Member Firestone's comments this morning, referring specifically to the need for equal rigor that we've seen here to go to the staff alternative and approach. And to that end, I would like to close on formally requesting a 3-day workshop to review the program of implementation for phase 2, please, of the Bay Delta Plan. I think, if anything, this has demonstrated to me the complexity, right, of the situation. And perhaps if we are really truly going to nest this under the POI, maybe more than just a 1-day hearing or even a couple. This 3-day workshop format that you've tried here, I think, did elicit some really good information, and that at a minimum should be then given to the staff approach and the unimpaired flow approach.
Thank you. I really appreciate the input that the panel here has provided. I do have some just follow-up questions on the river miles and kind of the decision to account by acres as opposed to other maybe more standard conservation work. But before I do that, I just thank you and commit. Yes, there will be several day, whether it's 3 days or maybe even a week at that point, but I, because we could have easily been here for a week, truly, and not to completely exhaust everyone at that point. But once the program implementation is out in draft form, there will be further convenings like this for sure, and in-depth discussion, because that'll be even more to unpack. And importantly, want to be, we're trying to stitch together these efforts so there isn't an either or before the board, as has been committed over and over by others and myself here as well. So thank you for all that, and do commit to lots of more time together here amongst this project. On the counting by acres versus river, just, if there's not too much of a response now, but maybe it can be translated as well, because if there are more standard ways in which conservation practitioners have viewed kind of how you count habitat, might be worth it.
That's a good question. I hate to put Louise on the spot, but I don't know if that's something you have a quick answer for, acres versus river miles, or if that's something we want to get back to them on.
I think I have a question that I think is on the same issue, which I think what you were talking about were fish barriers and fish passage projects, which are what I heard from the non-flow asset or accounting panel was that it's just habitat restoration that the accounting's for, and that passage projects are not being counted in that. And I was asking, where are we seeing those? And there wasn't really an answer to that.
Yeah, and I don't know about fish passage per se. I can say that
we're projects,
like I can say for the McCulmy. So we have, habitat restoration. We're working on 25 acres of floodplain restoration right now, which we're very, very excited about. But we do also have a number of diversions that we want to screen. And that's based on like a scientific assessment. Like I think we had several years ago done sort of like a survey of, diversions on the lower McCulmy River and sort of prioritized which ones we thought were the most important in terms of protecting fish. So I believe our commitment for the VA program was 5 diversions, but we're hoping to potentially do more than that as funding comes in. So that's not exactly a fish passage, but I think it's kind of a similar, concept in terms of, these projects that are supporting fish, but not necessarily like habitat per se. So that's, I can say for the McCulmy, we are looking at screening diversions, and we're trying to do it in like a systematic way that'll have the most benefit for fish.
Right. So I guess where my question comes from on this is generally, right, even if it's habitat remediation, something like scarification, right? That project I mentioned that Solano County Water Agency carried out was fantastic. And right, they don't measure it in acres, they measure it in linear feet. So that way it's not dependent on the width of the channel, right? It's in linear feet of the length of the channel that the work is being done in. So generally stream work in channel is measured in linear feet or river miles, because that way you can see the impact linearly, right? And that way we're not having to think about like, well, the channel is, 10 feet wide here and 35 feet wide here. It's a linear impact.
Sorry. I was gonna say, I think that's right. Like when you are doing, things that are, I think, more bank work and whatnot than is in river miles, a lot of what we're proposing is floodplain. And so it does require kind of, a quantification more in an area space than a river mile space. But I think we could probably go back and look at, for example, acres of gravel that's, proposed, and look at how many miles that would be equated to in terms of acres. But I'm not sure all of it would translate to river miles because of the nature of the habitat being proposed.
Yeah, I guess my question is mostly the floodplain habitat. I totally understand why that's measured in acres. That makes sense to me. My background was at River Partners. I've done riparian and floodplain restoration before. And so my question was mostly the in-stream spawning and rearing habitat. So that data in particular is measured in acres. And so I think it would be helpful for us to have that data also given in river miles or linear feet. Because it does seem that there are some of these passage projects included, as well as some of these screening projects. And my question on that would also be like, if you are screening areas, and let's say you're screening 5 diversions within 10 river miles, are you getting to count that as 10 river miles of improvement, or are you counting it just as the area where that screen goes in?
I think I have to be careful here because I'm not a biologist, but I think for us on the McCollum, we're counting it as just 5 diversions that we're going to screen. Yeah.
Okay, so that data is not included in those acres of improved habitat.
That is correct. For us, I believe it's separate. We've got, I think for us it's 1 acre. I can't remember of in-stream, 25 acres of floodplain, and then we have, in addition to that, we want to screen these diversions. And then, to your point, I do know like we have a 25-mile reach of spawning habitat that we are, it's not, I don't think it's really part of our VA commitment, but we are committed to maintaining that. And Michelle Workman talked about that the other day, that we're continually, adding gravel to maintain that reach. And yeah, so.
I appreciate that. Vice Chair, do you have more?
I appreciate this discussion because it's reminding me that I had this on my list and I forgot to ask about it. And that is, what about these other non-flow measures? Are they specified someplace? Is it included within enforcement? And then another somewhat related but unrelated, and this is more for, I think, Mr. Lobachevsky, is what about commitments that the agencies are making? And it strikes me that we've seen this in every Bay Delta plan, that, it's suggested that the agencies are encouraged to do X, Y, Z. I think it's important for us to have a list of those commitments. Just for example, on predation hotspots, just comes to mind. What are those commitments, and wanting to make sure that we see those in the annual and triennial reviews?
Yeah, I'll just a quick respond on that. I mean, I think that's worthy of a lot more, making sure we're very clear and detailed on that. Some of those commitments we've stated have come to fruition. There's some commitments by the agencies, both my department, Fish and Wildlife, as well as Water Board, to get some more staff to assist with this whole process overall. Not just VAs or Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, but on like Fish and Wildlife side, expediting habitat restoration permits. And so, I mean, I think there's some, and that's stuff like that was spelled out in the MOU from 2022. And I think there's probably some follow-up and reporting we can, do on all of that. But I mean, overall, fair point. Just as we move forward, ensuring we're tracking what those agency commitments are, and where our resources, whether it's funding, people, commitments to expediting, where those lie and status.
And then just real quick to your question about some of these other, non sort of habitat type projects, I think I'd want to go back and take a look, but I think they are, or my assumption would be that they would be included in the implementing agreements, because if it's a commitment, then it should be listed. But yeah, we can go back and just confirm that.
Yeah, I could add, I mean, the ones that I'm not as familiar with, the Tuolumne and the McKelvey implementing and enforcement agreements, but I know for Feather, Sac Mainstem, American, they've got specific flow commitments, specific habitat commitments, and they track on the habitat commitments, what was in the appendix habitat table to the MOU.
And as to enforcement, the
Yes,
expectation is
yeah,
enforcement.
they mirror each other. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for those responses. I think we're prepared now to go into individual comments, unless don't see anything further. So you're all, you may depart from in front of us, relax a little. And I think I'll do my best to kind of filter out who is here and not. I believe our first commenter will be a virtual comment from Gail Sridanovic. After that, I'm not sure. I have here from Save California Salmon, Francis Mendoza. I think Ms. Mendoza was at the panel with Ms. Chicazola. Unless Ms. Mendoza, you would like to speak further, at that point, we'd go to Michael Heather and then Aaron Woolley. And Ms. Sridanovic, you should be invited to come off camera if you'd like and unmute.
Okay.
Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, hi there. Yes, my name is Gail Sridanovic, and I'm co-chair of the Social Justice Task Force of San Mateo County Democracy for America, a Democratic club. We are in support of the concerns of the Native tribes concerning water management in California and concerned about the environment. I'm a native of San Francisco and well remember when the bay stank. We would say Bayshore Freeway and hold our nose and say, pew. Now, nonetheless, there was a plan to continue to fill in San Francisco Bay and leave only a small channel. Change came when citizens formed groups and formed Save the Bay, forcing reforms. I think we are at a similar moment regarding water. I'm concerned what kind of estuary and bay we are leaving for our children and our grandchildren. We need you to stand up to developers and giant agricultural corporations that have been dictating water planning for so long to boost their profits while they plant trees in the middle of the desert in the middle of a drought. Voluntary agreements are clearly not working. And somebody already mentioned the cliche about insanity being continuing to do the same thing while expecting a better result. You need to follow the science about the need for increased in-stream flows. Habitat helps, but fish live in water. And the results are clearly demonstrated by plenty of science. We need clean water standards so citizens, especially people in challenged communities, have clean water for drinking. And we need to enforce them. You need to adopt the good parts of the Bay Delta Plan. And you need to recognize, above all, that the system is oversubscribed. We have granted more water rights than there has ever been water in the system. So stop supporting giant boondoggles in any manner and invest in protecting and improving existing infrastructure, including improving the levees. Work to improve groundwater storage. Really work with environmental groups, and that means giving them all the information and access they need and not giving information at the last minute. Read Cadillac Desert if you haven't, and take its message seriously. We need you to stand up for us and for our children and grandchildren. And I now notice my hair looks really weird, but anyway, I'm glad for you to hear my comments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sridanovic, and it's okay. My hair looks quite weird sometimes too. So thank you so much. I appreciate your comments and here being with us here these last days. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Michael Heather, be followed by Aaron Woolley. And I do see hands up on the platform. I was going to go in order of received, but I'll tick through you by an order of hands. There's a manageable amount of you here virtually, so we'll get to you here quickly and soon. Mr. Heather.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, Water Board members. I'm Michael Heather. I'm with the City of Fairfield. I'm the Fairfield Utilities Executive. We are a municipally owned utility. On behalf of the City of Fairfield, we appreciate the board's willingness to hold these workshops to listen to the merits of the agreement supporting healthy rivers and landscapes. It is the City of Fairfield's position that the healthy rivers and landscapes alternative is the best pathway for improving tributary outflows into the Delta. The Poudre Creek watershed is a model of how cities and water contractors can collaborate to improve the health of the Delta, the Delta Estuary and Solano County Water Agency, along with other Solano County cities, can achieve more through the healthy rivers and landscapes. The City of Fairfield is situated within Solano County, and as a retail water purveyor, we rely solely on surface water sources from both state and federal water projects through contracts with the Solano County Water Agency and Solano Irrigation District.
I thought I combed my hair, but I didn't check.
Mute her.
And I was so weird. But I made a joke about it at the end.
Sees the healthy rivers and landscapes as an opportunity to build upon nearly a quarter century of success in watershed management and habitat restoration within the Poudre Creek watershed. Over the past couple of decades, Fairfield and other Solano County cities have worked cooperatively with Solano County Water Agency to fulfill habitat restoration goals. The City of Fairfield believes that the healthy rivers and landscapes takes a more holistic approach to ensure adequate water for the environment, agriculture, and municipal industrial needs. In closing, we would like to thank and recognize Governor Newsom for his leadership in advancing the agreements to support the healthy rivers and landscapes, and the City of Fairfield concurs that the healthy rivers and landscapes is the best pathway for implementing the Bay Delta Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heather. Next, I'd like to call up Aaron Woolley, be followed by Jimmy Madison, and then Karen Jock. Oh, it may be off for some reason. Yeah.
Okay. We're good. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Erin Woolley. I'm a senior policy strategist at Sierra Club, California. And I just want to start by thanking you for creating this forum so that the public can engage in this process. Over the past 3 days, there have been a number of really informative presentations. And I want to thank the panelists as well who have taken the time to be here and share their expertise and experiences directly with this forum. Process is a really foundational element to good decision making. And unfortunately, from the beginning of this process, a number of really important stakeholders have been excluded. The proposed voluntary agreements came about through negotiations that didn't include a public forum. and the fundamental substantive flaws that we are still seeing and grappling with in these more detailed documents over the past 3 days are because of the absence of those voices. Those flaws are evident in the MOU that was signed in 2022, and they're coming up again in the details and the presentations over the past 3 days. The first of these is the inadequate flow contributions from the voluntary agreements. And I appreciate the board raising the really important questions about baselines and clarifying how actual flows are going to contribute to what fish experience in our rivers and waterways. But what's clear is that what's being proposed is not comparable to what the board has proposed in unimpaired flow requirements for the Bay Delta Plan. The second issue is that flows and habitat being contributed are not entirely new. The state funding contributions that were presented earlier also include things like the Water Storage Investment Program that are going to be happening regardless of whether the voluntary agreements move forward. And we've also heard about a number of projects, including the habitat contributions that are proceeding outside of the voluntary agreement process, but it sounds like might be being double counted in this. And so I think it's really important. I just want to uplift the comment that was made on the panel that we be very clear about what actually is new contribution and what is coming from, whether it's funding or other regulatory requirements that might be counted as well in this process. That's just not clear right now. Finally, around timing. The voluntary agreement proponents have stated that the VAs can be implemented faster than what the board's proposing to do with an updated Bay Delta plan. But as we've heard over the past few days, habitat projects take time, funding takes time, those permitting processes take time. And so it's not clear that the implementation timeline, even over the course of the 8 years, is sufficient to meet what they're proposing to do here. The board's update can be implemented immediately through a regulatory process. And those unimpaired flow requirements, science shows, can provide benefits to fish now on the ground. And that's what we would like to see as the board moves forward. Freshwater flows are key to native species viability. And that's just not included in this VA proposal. The Bay Delta system is already in decline. You've heard from many panelists about the effects that we're seeing in salmon and other species over the past decades, and that can't be allowed to continue. So we're asking you to move forward with the Bay Delta update process, and we appreciate the momentum that's been built over the past several years to move forward with that expeditiously. And I would encourage you not to slow down to wait for these questions to be answered by the voluntary agreement proponents. Thank you for taking the time to hear us today.
Thank you for adding your voice and being part of this conversation. It means a lot, Ms. Woolley. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Ginny Madison, be followed by William Smith and Charming Evelyn, and then I'll come back to in-person. And I believe the next in-person person that may be here is Victoria Lorton.
So hello, my name is Ginny Madsen, and I'm grateful that I can hear this meeting today via Zoom. I'm an elderly woman in third-generation California. My old computer doesn't have a camera, but I think the voice works. I signed up to speak today because I believe I am representative of people who won't get up to speak to you. A great-grandfather farmed outside of Patterson in the 1880s. One grandfather was an engineer who worked on Hetch Hetchy. Another was a dryland farmer on the Altamont, where my dad was born in 1918. I got a BS at San Jose State in 1982, geology, chemistry, and meteorology, and spent a lot of time in the rain shadow of the Eastern Sierras and Southeastern California deserts, which taught me how to survive on the water I could carry. I feel responsible for California water, and I know I come from people who are responsible for creating the water usage problems that you are trying to solve. I visited every corner of California, but have spent the last 40 years living near the Bay, and San Francisco Bay needs saving again. 2 months ago, I said that the voluntary agreements were ephemeral, but that the bay, the delta, and the rivers were not. I still don't understand how the voluntary agreements are going to be different from the I got mine and to hell with what happens downstream mentality that has put us in this current situation. Water rights have never brought out the best in people, which is why we need government regulation. Frankly, listening today, I still believe more in the words of the tribes and the scientists than I do in the cooperation promised in the voluntary agreements. I can only hope that triennial reports will allow you to react fast enough. We've had a couple of winters with periods of big precipitation, but that can change quickly. Last year's data doesn't predict much in the changing climate. There is no such thing as too much data now, and you need to get it and crunch it as fast as you can to understand what is happening and to be able to pivot when needed. Use your power to build the monitoring and reporting system that the future requires and enforce what you learned from it to reproduce the needed flows and to protect the rivers, the delta, and the bay. I pray for your wisdom and that your plan keeps the rivers, the delta, and the bay healthy. Thank you for taking this responsibility.
Thank you so much, Ms. Madsen. I'm glad we have this virtual platform so that you can be here, you can contribute and provide your input. And hearing the passion in your voice, just thank you for the care that you have for all of this and for being here, like I said, to really participate. It means a lot. Thank you. Next, we'll go to William Smith, be followed by Charming Evelyn, and then Francis Mendoza, and then Victoria Lord.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. My name is Captain William Smith. I work in Half Moon Bay at Pilot Point Harbor. My vessel is the Riptide, and I am affiliated with the GGFA, GGSA, SAC, and here representing the HMB, Half Moon Bay commercial passenger fishing vessels. First off, I want to thank you for this opportunity to address you. I've worked professionally on CPVs since 1971 full-time. I've seen what's happened to the salmon fishery firsthand and the collapse of the fishery. I'm here to tell you that our corner of the ocean is very healthy. In running whale watching trips recently, I've seen the health of our ocean waters. There's tremendous amounts of schools of bait and life on and in the water. The collapse of the salmon fishery is not due to the state of the ocean. 100% of the problem is on the inland side of this fishery's life cycle. The collapse is 100% due to the freshwater's mismanagement, inadequate water flows, and lethal water temperature. The shutdown of our 2023-2024 season was caused by the Water Board's bad decisions and mismanagement of the water in 2020 and 2021. This has caused a 70% drop in my business. In 2000, Half Moon Bay had 16 party boats working in the harbor. We are now down to 5. It's your job and responsibility to protect these fish. So far, you have failed miserably. Please reject the voluntary agreement proposal because this does not provide adequate protection for our salmon. We urge you to adopt new standards based on strong science and unimpaired flow approach to protecting the salmon and all the jobs within the fisheries. I've spent my life on the water. That's 50 plus years. I have hopes and dreams of passing this passion and love for this down to my grandchildren. Please protect this fishery for the future generations and allow those of us that remain in the business to survive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I appreciate your comments here and being part of this now 3-day conversation. Next, I'd like to call up Charming Evelyn. be followed by Francis Mendoza and then Victoria Lord.
Hello and good afternoon to the chair and to the members of the board. My name is Charming Evelyn and I am the chair of the Water Committee for the Angeles chapter here in LA, and of course co-chair of the Sierra Club California Water Committee. And so I wanted to thank the board for allowing us to speak today. And I also wanted to thank Dr. Firestone for acknowledging the racial trauma and the fact that the VAs were done in a vacuum. You know, words have power. I also want to thank President Stevenson from the California Indian Water Commission. Words have impact. And there is a difference between intent and by the intent of DWR and the impact that it actually will have. And I don't want to repeat everything that we've heard today about flows and so on, except to say one of the things that was not mentioned about flows was the fact that we need unimpeded flows, not just for the salmon, but also to carry silt down those rivers to stop erosion on our beaches. That is also something that stormwater does that no one ever seems to remember. I want to amplify the comments from Kathy Buchanan, Director Stephen, Save California Salmon, Restore the Delta, Little Manila Rising, and of course, Aaron. You know, water quality matters, water temperature matters. Big ag is an issue, not small farmers. If you just look at the documentary River's End, that documentary features small farmers talking about the health of the Bay Delta and how it is affecting them. And I've heard a lot today about, you know, DWR and others saying, oh, we're inviting, you know, people to the table. Guess what? Our tribal community, lots of the tribal community, they do not have the resources that others have. So instead of expecting them to come to you, you need to employ the Hermes principles. And we have to go to them because they lack the resources that most of us actually do have. And that really wasn't brought up today. It was all, oh, yes, the table is open. Yes, they can be here. And so that is something I really want us to take into consideration. And also, why aren't TBU's designation part of this conversation? You have the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board. They're looking at TBUs for the tribes in the Mono Basin, and this should really be a conversation that should be had in this project. And the last thing I would like to say is really that one of the things we forget is that the Native Americans, their cultures in general, they are unmatched guardians of the ecosystems and their non-human inhabitants. Worldwide, indigenous territories hold nearly 80% of the planet's biodiversity, even though such territories compose only about 20% of the Earth's surface. For most native communities in North America, plants and animals are not just resources to be managed. They are referred to as non-human kinfolk. Humans are just one member of the democracy of species. And in that sense, indigenous-led wildlife conservation doesn't come from a sense of ownership and the tired notion of dominion, or even from a place of guardianship or stewardship. It is instead all about relationship, a recognition that other beings are truly something like cousins and kin. And so I will end with saying that Sierra Club is committed to actively promoting and advocating for the rights of Indigenous peoples, supporting their efforts for free, prior, informed consent, honoring treaty rights regarding land and water, increasing access on federal lands for cultural practices and gathering, protecting of sacred sites on federal lands, and building power for tribal partners at the grassroots and all levels of government. The exploitation of land goes hand in hand with the exploitation of people. We are here to support and amplify the voices of the tribal community. Thank you very much, and thanks for having me today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Evelyn. Appreciate the comments here and the contributions to our discussion. And thank you for tracking the work. Much appreciated. I have called up next Francis Mendoza and then Victoria Lort, and then after that would welcome up Secretary of California Natural Resources Agency, Wade Crowfoot. Mr. Mendoza.
First of all, thank you, Chairperson Esquivel, for letting me speak. I know that you'd said that I was part of the panel, but I actually wasn't part of that. And also for doing us a solid, letting us borrow your extension cord and letting us speak outside at our rally.
Glad to be able to contribute there.
My name is Francis Mendoza. I am the Water and Land Justice Manager with Save California Salmon. I grew up in the rivers, creeks, and rice fields of San Miguel, Bulacan, and my homeland of the Philippines, where there are more than 7,000 islands, countless creeks, waterways, and tributaries. I'm a river person. In fact, I've spoken to this illustrious board before and told y'all that the language that I speak, Tagalog, is an amalgamation of Taga and Ilog, which means from the river. The river flows through my blood and through yours as well. Our ancestors, no matter how far removed, are counting on us to protect these rivers and the kin relatives that depend on us. We depend on them. The almonds can grow elsewhere. The rice could grow elsewhere. Trust me, I know all about rice, being an Asian person. We grow rice in the beautiful terraces of the Kalinga Mountains, where it is sacred. Much like the Manumin in Ojibwe and Anishinaabe territory, where their wild rice is considered a relative and an endangered one at that, much like the salmon that are my native friends here in California, from the Klamath to the Trinity, which was just named one of America's most endangered rivers, down south to Kumeyaay territory in present-day San Diego, our relatives are dying and on the precipice of extinction. The commodification of water and land is so foreign a language that indigenous folks like myself don't like to speak it, but we do, and we speak it well, so we can continue to protect the water that we all need to live. TBUs, HABs, and the TEK are all acronyms we know well. We're dedicated to protecting the water, and simply the voluntary agreements do not work. As you consider the VAs and the closure of the second year of salmon fishing in the state, I can only offer the science-based counts of spring Chinook salmon in the Deer Creek, Antelope Creek, and Milk Creek tributaries of the Sacramento River. Only 106 salmon were counted last year, where previous years they were counted at more than 5,000. That's a 98% drop in numbers. All they need are adequate flows and temperature protection to keep the genetic population viable and healthy. Okay, let me catch where I am here. So they are simply not reaching their natal streams to be able to spawn and continue the reciprocal relationship Native folks have had with our fish relatives. Voluntary agreements do not work, and I implore you to reject them. I can't sing a song of protection like Connect Neck on the youth panel, but I offer you these words in my native Tagalog. Tubig ay buhay, water is life. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Many thanks to you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mendoza. I appreciate your words, contributions here. Sorry for confusing you for Ms. Mendoza on the panel, and thank you for still providing your important words. Thank you. Ms. Lort.
Afternoon, Chair Esquivel and esteemed members of the State Water Resources Control Board. My name is Victoria Lord. I'm the Director of Public Affairs and Conservation for Desert Water Agency, or DWA. DWA is a state water contractor and groundwater sustainability agency. We are entrusted with the vital task of supplying drinking and recycled water to the Palm Springs area. And you may know our service area is located within the Coachella Valley Desert. We invest heavily in long-term sustainability planning and offer a number of progressive conservation programs. Without a direct link to the California Aqueduct, DWA exchanges its state water project water for Colorado River water, and this is pivotal in recharging our local groundwater basins. However, the reliability of these water supplies has regrettably decreased in recent times, presenting formidable challenges in securing adequate replacements. Despite these hurdles, DWA remains resolute in its commitment to locating supplemental water supplies, recognizing the paramount importance of maintaining our region's water security. Additionally, our agency's substantial investment in Sites Reservoir underscores our wavering dedication to ensuring water affordability for all, including the underserved and severely disadvantaged communities that we serve. The significance of the State Water Project and the Delta cannot be overstated in the context of our community's well-being. We commend Governor Newsom's leadership in championing the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes, commonly known as the voluntary agreements, as the cornerstone of a new Bay Delta plan. This plan brings California towards a future with healthier ecosystems and tributaries in the Delta, a goal essential for mitigating the impacts of climate change. Adapting to climate change requires approaches based on science, data, and what we know is working. It also requires deep, lasting partnerships, which Desert Water Agency and the state water contractors are committed to. Under the voluntary agreements, each acre-foot of water delivered to bolster local sustainability will be accompanied, by vital funding for habitat preservation, scientific research, and water purchase initiatives. This symbiotic relationship promises enhanced water supply reliability and the restoration of healthier habitats, thus fostering a more resilient ecosystem. For these reasons, among others, Desert Water Agency is unequivocally supportive of the voluntary agreements. I thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today.
Thank you for those comments, Ms. Lort. I know you've come a long way, so appreciate you being here with us and contributing here. Thank you. Now it's my honor to welcome up Secretary Wade Crowfoot from the Natural Resources Agency.
Well, thank you so much, Chair Esquivel, and to the board members for this 3-day workshop that you're just coming to a close. And thanks for all of the people behind me and joining us virtually who have participated throughout this workshop. You know, I stand up before you from time to time in a little bit of awe in terms of the breadth of issues that you have to tackle and the depth in which you have to do that. I've been a vocal supporter of all that you're doing to ensure that SGMA is effectively implemented, navigating these surface water challenges. And of course, I think I'm going to be before you next month on the Salton Sea once again. So our team has been listening carefully over the last 3 days. We understand and appreciate the attention, the scrutiny that you've brought to understanding this proposal, whether that's it's flow accounting, whether that's in enforceability of provisions, whether it's funding buffers or contingencies. And the questions that you're asking and the input you're providing will make this a stronger proposal in coming weeks and months. Likewise, we're listening carefully to the input of the groups and leaders that we've heard from, both those that are supportive of this approach and those that frankly have concerns and don't support this approach. We've appreciated the input of the California Indian Water Commission, Defenders of Wildlife, Golden State Salmon Association, and so many others. So from our perspective, this has been a really productive 3 days towards understanding your questions and where you have concerns, and also identifying where we can strengthen this proposal. Clearly, I think we all agree, or let me be clear, that we agree in our agency that we have to improve the health of our rivers, and that includes restoring conditions from our fish. And that's critically important, obviously, to tribal communities, to the fishing community, to environmental and conservation groups. And it should also, and I think it is critically important for water agencies and farmers and ranchers. What we know is that when our ecosystem collapses, that is our own life system. And that kicks in a set of very protective laws, the endangered species, that reduce water certainty. So from my perspective, while many groups differ about the specific approach to take, we're all working toward the same goal, and we're very aligned on that. I think at the same time, your fundamental challenge under your statutory obligation is to manage these beneficial uses, which is of course water for our environment, and also water for communities, water for economic activities, water for recreation. And that's challenging. I think it's important to point out that as we have focused in on how challenged our fish populations are, let's remember that a year and a half ago, 18 months ago, 6 million Californians were under water rationing. And had there not been a remarkably and unexpected wet winter last winter, we were collectively preparing for 20 million Californians under water rationing, half the state. And I don't have to tell you that the folks that are most water vulnerable are also, most vulnerable in other respects and underserved across our state. So the challenge here is how do we focus on improving the health of our rivers, recovering our fish populations in ways that are workable as we balance the human needs. And really, that's the genesis of what have been called the voluntary agreements, but frankly, we've departed from that for a couple of important reasons. The first is to beat a dead horse, if I can. Probably shouldn't use that metaphor as the Natural Resources Secretary, but there's nothing voluntary about these agreements. They are a proposal that's put before the Water Board, and my understanding is if you adopt that as a pathway of implementation, those are enforceable, and they're as enforceable as any other regulation that you would identify. They're also, if I can, at this stage in the game, not an alternative to the update of the water quality plan. And this is really important to be clear about, because I've heard this repeated, that somehow these are an alternative, or what the proponents are asking you with the voluntary agreements is to put off the regulatory update. No, we all support your leadership updating the water quality plan. Our agency is coming forward in support of these voluntary agreements because we think it's the most effective and fast pathway to actually make these improvements. I'll talk a little bit more about that, but regardless, we support your update of the water quality plan, which is such a long time in coming. From my perspective, I'm in my 5th year in this role, and I've been centrally part of putting to this proposal for the last 5 years. Here's why I think it's an attractive approach to meeting your statutory obligations, recovering health and fish populations of our rivers. One is it clearly brought the water users to the table early. To understand that we all had a job to do, and that was to identify a proposal that would meet the scientific basis and the scientific standards of your regulatory update. And we all came around a table around how can we do that? That obviously includes reducing diversions, because we know that we have to improve flows in all water year types. And it also includes funding habitat, including self-assessed fees that water agencies would be placing on themselves, several $100 million from water agencies. It also includes stronger, transparent scientific monitoring. And then what we want to be inclusive governance, so that everybody that wants to be around a table, understanding that scientific monitoring, and then collectively deciding how to deploy assets, whether it's prioritizing habitat or deciding when you're going to release flows or enable environmental flows that have been improved as a result of these enforceable commitments. We also are convinced, and I'm very confident, it allows us to move much more quickly to make these improvements than a regulatory approach would. And that's no knock on a regulatory approach, but I think we all recognize the multi-year process that it would take to adjudicate water rights and work through all of being able to turn on that regulatory lever. One thing that excites me about the voluntary agreements is our focus on getting this work done now. Our agency has a proposal on the streets for over $300 million for environmental flows right now. Last year, we completed over 30 habitat projects last year, and we've got at least as many that we expect to get done this year. Simply put, we recognize these conditions, if they continue to deteriorate, are not good for anyone. And so therefore, we want to get in there and make these changes. We also think that if we can approach this implementation, or if we can achieve this programmatic implementation, we can adapt to changing conditions better. Clearly, we don't know, if we're being honest, we don't know fully what to expect in coming years. And the last 10 years have been surprising. So we don't think we can change our management approach on a decadal timescale. It has to happen annually or even multiple times annually. And if this works right, and we have that governance, nimble governance, transparent governance, inclusive governance, then we can make these changes year over year, which we think are really important. And then I'll say that, we think that this approach brings more tools to this challenge than the Water Board has under its statutory authority. Yes, flows, absolutely. And habitat. I think very few people would argue against the need for both habitat expansion and flow restoration. And these these agreements can commit parties, including our state agencies, to materialize or to rebuild or recover significant habitat, which is critically important. And then the scientific monitoring governance. And then I have to say, funding is important. And, I am so proud that our administration has focused on providing over $1 billion of funding to the benefit of these voluntary agreements over the last 3 years. And that's money that we're putting to use, including, as I mentioned, the $300 million for environmental flows. We're also very focused on federal funding. I've been in Washington, D.C. twice over the last 6 months. This is my first priority, is to secure this funding. And I think it's fair to ask what happens if this funding doesn't materialize, and we can articulate an effective response to that. So those are fair questions, but we are really focused on bringing the resources required to actually make this happen. Ultimately, we are focused on paradigm shift, the idea that we're all working together. We may not agree on every last item, but the water agencies that divert the water, the state and federal agencies are working together. We clearly need to do a better job at this point to include tribal communities and governments in this discussion. And I'll be candid, I've done this work on water for 15 or 20 years, and we've all fallen down on that in the past. And I can tell you, when I sat in this room, 5 years ago, with water agencies and conservation groups and the federal agencies and our own state agencies, none of us asked where our tribes, and we should have. And I think the lesson learned and the journey that we're on is we won't make this mistake again. And from my perspective, this is an opportunity, if this program goes forward, to demonstrate that commitment, to bring tribal communities and governments to the table on the governance of this implementation. I'm really proud of our work to build tribal sovereignty and to follow tribal leadership in so many respects. You had public commenters today talking about the announcement of $100 million through our agency for tribal land return and tribal leadership on nature-based solutions. We believe this. And what I'll talk about is I'm proud of our progress, but we have so much more to learn from tribal communities. And I think it's important to recognize where we've fallen down in this process and just generally. I'll also say that, this is not the silver bullet for fish recovery or river recovery. And I'm really excited with the salmon strategy that the governor has issued. We have allocated over $750 million in the last 3 years alone, specifically focused on salmon recovery. And that's really important. And I'm proud that our salmon strategy also specifically calls for the regulatory update of the water quality plan. So from my perspective, this is a promising new approach. It's an approach that's going to get us, frankly, faster toward the recovery of our rivers. And that's why we need to embrace this. And we do so earnestly. We are before you, and we recognize that this is a proposal to the Water Board, and it's a program of implementation. And we have benefited from the input of your staff over the last year and a half as it provides assessments, whether it's the scientific basis report or others. And as I said, we've been listening carefully over this 3-day workshop, and we're going to seek to answer other questions that you have, because at the end of the day, we are coming before you, and our goal is to put the strongest possible proposal we can for your consideration. So thank you so much for the opportunity to share thoughts, and thank you for your patience and your steadfastness over the last 3 days of the workshop.
Thank you as well. I know you have a lot on your plate as well. And so your time here, your comments, your words, the reflection on what I agree has been a good discussion over the last 3 days, an honest one, right? Just being able to listen to folks. And I appreciate just the recognition. We here as well as a board have recognized that we need to do better, that we continue to be on a path to doing better with tribes and tribal relationships, and importantly, meaningful representation in all of this. And so across all of that, just really appreciate it and know that we have, yes, further discussion, further unpacking, but this has been incredibly productive, and the thoughtfulness that folks are really putting into the work shows. And so I appreciate that, Secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we can continue on to our commenters. I'll go to the platform. I will call up Jim Brobeck and Hannah White, And then here in the room, I believe, here, let me quickly try to glance down. We will go to John Armstrong and Jacob Evans. You're here.
Hi. My name is Jim Brobeck. I'm a water policy analyst for Aqua Alliance. We're located in Chico, California in the Sacramento Valley. Groundwater sustainability agencies in the Sacramento Valley, dominated by water districts with senior water rights, are warning concerned stakeholders that they will supplement supply by pumping groundwater when surface water diversions are reduced to comply with the Voluntary Agreement Protocol. Large diameter wells capture groundwater that would otherwise be discharged to streams, resulting in decreased stream flow. Environmental and surface water right impacts occur very early in groundwater development when modest water level declines of only 20 to 40 feet can result in significant depletion of stream flow and even loss of perennial flow. Unlike the San Joaquin and Tulare basins, the Sacramento Valley still has water levels that are relatively shallow. There are numerous perennial streams and healthy ecosystems north of the Delta. The Nature Conservancy estimates that since the 1940s, groundwater discharge to streams in this area has decreased by up to 1 million acre-feet due to groundwater pumping. A key measure of success in basins where groundwater levels are still near the surface will be the maintenance of perennial flow in key salmon rearing streams. The cumulative impact of escalating groundwater extraction is leading to region-wide lowering of aquifers, drying up domestic wells, to the loss of perennial flow in some streams needed for salmon rearing, and the onset of land subsidence. The board must recognize the connection of groundwater pumping to surface water flow. Will reduce direct diversions, according to the VAs, allow the water to, quote, show up downstream if the rivers are leaking into aquifers exploited by the same actors. The Sacramento Valley needs a more open, collaborative, stakeholder voluntary agreement process that considers this direct connection of aquifers and stream flow. Thank you very much for taking this remote comment.
And thank you, Mr. Robeck. I appreciate you participating here and providing that comment here in what is a critical discussion, certainly. Thank you. Next, I believe, call up Hannah White. And I'm not sure if Karen Jacques is here in person. If so, Karen, I believe I called your name earlier and I didn't end up bringing you up. So you go next, and then we'll go to, I think, John Armstrong and Jacob Evans, if they're in here in person.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board. Appreciate this opportunity to speak virtually. I'm calling in from, my name is Hannah White. I'm calling in from Humboldt County along the Trinity River. I'm calling as a citizen, as an advocate for the river, to amplify the voice of the tribal leaders and advocates for the salmon here, and voice my opinion in opposition against these VAs. Hearing conversation about resources that are being, created and developed and funded from the state to be able to support habitat restoration. Here on the Trinity River, we have a resource. It's the water. It's the water that's dammed up and sent 600,000 acre feet down to the Central Valley. These VAs would create opportunity for more diversion from the dam, putting us continually in a juxtaposition against the Water Board not meeting the agreements that it made with the Central Valley Project to provide flow stream in flows to the Trinity River. The resource that we have is the water. The resource that we need is to keep cold water, quality water in the river for the fish. We have the data. Our science is incredible. We have the incredible resource of human ingenuity and our ability to work together and foresee into the future and collaborate for good. Too much decision has been made for the benefit of interests for agriculture that is no longer reflective of what we know that can sustain our communities and the health of our earth for the future. Our salmon need 48-degree water to be able to spawn. It's so incredible the work that the governor is doing to support fish, but what's missing out of this plan is temperatures to be and quality of water to be maintained behind that dam that can be released for the spring Chinook and the coho salmon. They need below the 56 degrees that is already in agreement. We need to update water quality agreements and our collaborative management. I appreciate that you guys are having this workshop and appreciate more public facing opportunity and information to the public, more engagement. I urge you to work with the tribes, work with the Hoopa Valley tribe, the Yurok tribe, Trinity County, Humboldt County. We have a rural ecosystem and rural economy that is so tied to the river and the health of the river. The town I live in, Willow Creek, experiences all of our commerce and tourism in the summer. It is directly tied to the river. Our flows at a minimum of 450 CFS are barely enough to keep the algae out of the river by August, and it's fighting for it to get it back into the river for the fish. I implore you to take your time with these VAs and ensure that water quality, talking about water temperature, is explicitly defined for the fish as one of the most valuable resources. And thank you for your time.
Thank you as well for yours, Ms. White. I appreciate you sticking with us through here these last days and providing your comment. Meaningful and appreciated. Thank you. Next, I think, Karen Schock. Apologies, I called your name and then lost track of you there.
Yeah, well, I'm here now.
Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. I appreciate, it's almost evening. I appreciate the ability to comment. I'm a Sacramento resident. I'm within walking distance of the Sacramento River as it passes through Old Sacramento. I also volunteer with the Sierra Club on water issues. And I'm here today because I am so concerned about the failing health of the Delta. And many, many people have covered that, and all the issues that they raised are issues that are of concern to me. And the biggest issue has been the lack of adequate flow and the results that have come from that, in terms of the impact on fish, in terms of the temperature of the water, in terms of the water quality, the algal blooms, all of that. I have some significant concerns about the voluntary agreements that have to do with the fact that these were meetings between powerful water interests and government officials behind closed doors. These workshops have been very helpful in bringing them out into the open and letting us know what has been discussed, but that model of powerful interests and governments behind closed doors remain, while agreements are negotiated, remain something that is of significant concern to me. One of the things that apparently didn't happen while they were going on, before they were brought into the public sphere, was the consultation with other affected parties. And I'm thinking particularly about all of the tribes and the fact that they were not part of it wasn't a broader discussion back when this was negotiated. And I'm also thinking about other interests like the local communities in the Delta, a large number of which are environmental justice communities who are suffering greatly from undrinkable algal-filled water, small farmers, And one of my concerns with making sure that we have adequate flows is that so much of our water historically has been siphoned off out of our rivers and has gone to big ag. And much of big ag is no longer sustainable. California isn't going to have water to sustain alfalfa and almonds that are shipped all over the world. We need water to sustain our ecosystem. We need water to sustain our local farmers who grow our food. We need water to sustain the health and livability of our communities. So that's of just critical importance to me. I really want to call out the wonderful commentary today from the tribal communities. And I'm so glad to hear discussion here of doing much, much more to bring them in as partners, because we need that combination of the knowledge that the scientific community has provided, along with the deep ecological knowledge that our tribal communities have of land and of rivers that they have stewarded for, who knows, thousands of years, and that they have maintained and protected until all of us came along and did some serious disrupting. So we have an immense amount to learn from them. And I look forward to hearing that they are much more included and that they can get involved in the actual management of the system, because they have so much to offer us. And I'm going to continue to follow this process closely. We'll probably be back at other hearings. But I just want to close with saying, again, my biggest concern is that flows be adequate to provide healthy passage through our streams and rivers down to the bay, to keep our waters, to help our waters be clean, to push the salt water that's intruding back, and to support our entire ecosystem, and particularly the endangered fish, the salmon and the others. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours. Really appreciate your following and participation here of the project, Ms. Jacques, and I look forward to your further comment as we have further discussion here before the board. Next, I'd like to call up John Armstrong, and then Jacob Evans, then Manisha Priyadarshini. If you don't mind, you can come up here to make your comment. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Armstrong.
Sierra Club still has a pretty negative opinion of VAs. Hasn't changed any. Water board should not consider the voluntary agreements proposal that you're now looking at as a valid alternative to updating the Bay Delta plan. VAs are not scientifically backed, and they fail to provide adequate fresh water flows to improve conditions for fish, water quality, and public health. Voluntary agreements were negotiated through an exclusionary process, not just excluding Native Americans, but almost everybody else. Exclusionary process, and have done nothing but stall the board's process to update the Bay Delta plan. VAs are backroom deals negotiated between water agencies and the state without input from tribes, Delta communities, or EJ environmental or fishing groups. The deal has been driven by special interests, and the water board should not legitimize this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Really appreciate you being here. I know it's been a long day, and so thank you for your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Jacob Evans, and then again, after that will be Manisha Priyadarshini. Thank you.
Hello, board. My name is Jacob Evans. I'm an organizer with Sierra Club, California. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment today. Though you were tasked with a difficult decision-making process in considering the voluntary agreements, it is important to remember that there is no substitute for the value of higher in-stream flows. Like Ms. Buchanan said earlier, the situation becomes much simpler when private interests are decentered Increasing in-stream flows is a straightforward solution to address the crises facing the Delta. Protecting the Delta and its communities alongside water agencies' water supply is possible while increasing in-stream flows, and the board should not legitimize a deal driven by special interests. The voluntary agreements attempt to substitute non-flow habitat in place of the recommended increase in in-stream flows to ensure water agencies' revenue. Claims that non-flow habitat can substitute for flows are not supported by the best available science. They are only supported by private interests. As we've heard from others, the VAs will not benefit fish, water quality, or public health. They're developed behind closed doors and have excluded the voices of the tribal, Delta, environmental justice, fishing, and environmental communities that will be impacted by these agreements. As we enter a second year of canceled salmon fishing seasons and face the possibility of California salmon extinctions, this board has the power to ensure a future where the Delta no longer faces ecological collapse. Do not squander this unique opportunity to right environmental wrongs and repair an ecosystem in crisis. The board should move forward with the Bay Delta Plan update process without the VAs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Appreciate your comments as well. Again, I know it's been a long day, and so thank you. Next. Good to see you, Manisha.
Good evening, Chairman and board members. It's a pleasure to be able to be with you this evening. I represent Program Earth, which is a coalition of Silicon Valley technologists who are working with the United Nations on nature-based solutions. So it feels very fitting to be here. And I'd love to kind of bubble up that perspective that the United Nations did announce this month, that we are looking at 2 years before the point of no return when it comes to 1.5 degrees. And a huge part of the solution that they present is that we return more than 50% of nature back into protected care. That includes and very heavily focuses the rivers across California. You are all a beacon, not just to California, but the whole nation. What we do here, the nation follows suit. Part of returning that 50% of nature into protected care is leveraging the fact that Indigenous communities steward more than 86% of our world's biodiversity. And here I am urging you to keep with the Delta Plan, as the VA at best represents experimental time and perhaps more time than we have to give in order to do the same surveys that traditional ecological knowledge for over millennia of 10,000s of years has already mapped our ecosystems and what restores them in balance. Not only that, having worked within the financial sector for the last 5 years, I also understand that while climate resilience is a beautiful dream, you also need to calculate that. So let me give you some numbers. What we're looking at, despite what private interests may be willing to put up through the VA, it will not offset the fact that climate resilience itself costs almost $110 billion in terms of flood prevention and addressing floods that is projected for California just in the next 10 years. Furthermore, we're also spending $1.2 billion at minimum for wildfire prevention. When we're talking about restoring these rivers, we're also talking about restoring the pathways of the salmon and the keystone species, which actually help keep a lot of our indigenous plants alive, that fortify our watersheds, that are also anti-flammable. And all of these things go into climate resilience. If that isn't enough, I understand that sometimes those long-term goals can feel lofty. Furthermore, it will also align with the larger strategy that the Biden administration has to co-create nature-based solutions with Indigenous communities. In fact, you already have the legal precedent that was mentioned with the AB 1284, but furthermore, we can look to Oregon, who's already done this with the Burns Paiute to restore trout and salmon since 1997. receiving more than $300 million from the federal government in extra aid. So if climate resilience feels like a long-term return, please do understand that this aligns with the current Biden administration. And we are seeing solvency now in smaller pockets as well. In the San Francisco Bay Area, we have Jonathan Cordero, who represents the Association of Ramaytush Ohlone, where they went ahead and took out the eucalyptus trees that were creating cliff-like erosions and were able to actually restore some of the primordial creeks. This is not just a potential that we can explore with the Delta Bay Plan, but something that is already being realized. And we just want you to get on that wagon and have a lot of great returns across California and hopefully the nation. Thank you for your time.
You as well for your Ms. Priya Darshini. Really appreciate those comments and agree that we have a real restorative opportunity here in the face of some dire consequences with climate change. So just thank you for those comments. Next, I'll go to the platform here. Would like to call up Wesley Chu Wang, and after that, we'll be followed by Brett Baker and then Rebecca Wu.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Wesley Chung, and I'm a member of the public. I'm a resident of Los Angeles, so I just want to add a voice from someone from the Southern California area. And my position on I'm a concerned citizen, so my position is to oppose the voluntary agreements because from what I've heard so far throughout the years and this past few days, the indigenous peoples of California, and especially in Northern California, are not in support of this plan. And through my research, I think the big ag and very water intensive urban areas like Palm Springs are in support of this plan. So I think I'm going to go with the environmental EJ groups on this one. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you as well, Mr. Chong. I appreciate you providing your perspective and being part of the discussion here today. Thank you for adding your comment. Next, I'd like to call up Brett Baker, and I believe our last commenter will be Rebecca Wu. Unless there's someone on the platform that I haven't noted, please do just raise your hand. If there's anyone here in the room, please. Okay, further comment. Then Brett Baker, Rebecca Wu, and then we'll go to a couple folks here in the room.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. Really appreciate you guys going through this for the last 3 days. It's been a long slog. I won't take up too much of your time. What is a very complex and convoluted issue, I think can really, to me, be boiled down to one question, and I would like to get your answers. I'd take a non-answer even on this. But I think to us, the fundamental question, and I'm here on behalf of the Central Delta Water Agency, to us, the fundamental question boils down to, does the VAs, does the governance structure, does the framework proposed in the VAs, does that help the board further its goal to regulate and protect beneficial uses of water and meet water quality standards throughout an extended dry period, i.e. the drought of record 1928 to 34 or even 87 through 92. I think that is a fundamental question that remains unanswered. I would love to hear a response. As I said earlier, I understand if there isn't one, so appreciate that. But that to us, this is where all the meat in the coconut lies. So thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Baker. And I think we're in the middle of that evaluation to that answer, and is why we're here to hear and listen from folks around the adequacy and to get your further information and evaluate ourselves. So I appreciate that that question, and ultimately it's one here the board is looking to answer over the course of these discussions. And thanks for the participation here. Next, I'd like to call up Rebecca Wu.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Great. Good evening, board and members. Mine will be short. Just a few things. One, as you probably know, the Delta is a world landmark, not just a national landmark. It's a world landmark that can be seen from space, and it really needs to make sure it is protected. And I believe that this and the VA will harm it more negatively. We need to have those temperature controls and also monitoring of the water. Should it pass, it needs to have written in it clear temperature control testing and monitoring testing, and very clear enforcement mitigation that's in writing, so that should there be issues, that is really clear what the steps will be taken. And then as for the Native Americans, it is, as you know, probably know, I mean, it's nation to nation, it's a relationship, but it's not something that we should do to help the Native, to include the Native Americans. We have to. It should be a mandatory legal reason. These are nations to nation. So there are necessary, required, mandatory relationship that we have to address. And to not harm their salmon population, to help them with their salmon population. It was really beautiful to hear some of the and sad to hear some of the people speaking about how this has affected their fishing. And I do want to say, just ending here, I personally was up filming myself. And there was, and it was in Fort Bragg, and I was filming some of the fishermen that were there, that were fishing for salmon. And there was one boat, and I remember there was a boat that came in. They all talk about how they don't have insurance. They can't afford the really ridiculously expensive insurance. So they're risking everything with their boats. And I just remember it was almost late afternoon, early evening. And there was a boat coming in, one boat, and one man by himself, he's getting out. And I remember him walking through the platform back to where he would sell, even though there's like three monopolies for prices. There's a place they could sell. And he's coming back with one fish, and he has one fish, and he's just in tears. And this was many, many years ago. And it's just, it's sad, because we need to make sure we're helping, making sure we're helping small farmers, small fishermen. And I just want to thank you for all that you have done and all that you do. And it's clear you voice your emotions and your concerns, which is nice. And thank you very much.
And thank you, Ms. Wu. I really appreciate those comments, and for you sticking with us here and listening through 3 days and providing your perspectives and your voice. It means a lot, and look forward to, I know will be further discussion here before us. And so thanks for the acknowledgement, and importantly, the participation. Next, thank you so much. Next, here in the room, we have Aaron Zettler-Mann, and apologize, I don't know if I have your name in the far back, but you would go next.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you. Good to see you all again. My name is Aaron Zettler-Mann. I'm the executive director of Circle. We are also the Yuba River Waterkeeper. And I wanted to start up my comments by addressing something that we heard on the first day by Director Namath. We heard it emphasized again today, and that is the emphasis that the VAs, the voluntary agreements, are not actually shorthand for voluntary, but they are enforceable. And I would suggest that myself and many of my colleagues don't necessarily see the VAs as shorthand for voluntary, but rather voluntary for, or shorthand for, water agency led. And it's clear that there is no parallel or sort of corollary environmental or tribal option being proposed given the same weight and consideration in the same way. And it was sort of made painfully clear day one, and we've heard it consistently at the failure to sort of actualize that tribal engagement. NGOs and agencies both agree that both water and habitat are needed. A key difference is the tool which is emphasized. Is habitat construction more important, or is additional water more important? Habitat restoration is for sure a wonderful tool, and in the Yuba, it's been very successful. But Circle's model of restoration work is not possible everywhere. Land ownership, land use, flood control requirements, funding availability, the state's budget right now does not look good for restoration work. All of those things limit the ability to implement restoration projects broadly. The proposed VAs emphasize the value of restoration and its validity and minimize the significance and the importance of simply more water in the system. Additionally, there's no way to construct a solution to millions of years of evolution which rely on the timing and volume of water as critical biological signals. The only way to meet that biological need of all species which rely on the delta is more water when it is biologically relevant to those species. To be sure, restoration must be part of the solution, but it cannot be a substitution for simply more water. It is also important to remember that this body has recognized that there is more paper water allocated to various demands than there is real water that exists. It is impossible to conceive of a solution to the challenge we face without an honest reconciliation with that fundamental failure of the system we have created. The only water user in the system that can't glean at least some benefit from paper water is the environment. Finally, I would like to leave with this board a copy of a letter that is addressed to Governor Newsom that's signed by more than 600 people that was gathered during Circle's Wild and Scenic Film Festival in February. Together, we urge you all to support the best available science as seen as in the staff report, support unique solutions that reflect the uniqueness of individual watersheds, and that the environmental water must flow all the way to the Golden Gate Bridge, not simply to the Delta. Thank you.
Thank you so much as well, Mr. Zettlerman. I appreciate those comments and participation in the panel earlier as well. Thank you. I believe we have one final commenter in the room.
Hello, hi. My name's Celia Lobono Gonzalez, and my comments will be brief, but I came today from Gilamu from Ramaytush Ohlone territory, also known as San Francisco, California. And I'm here just to uplift and appreciate all of the indigenous communities and leaders who have come here to share their stories and their experiences and uplift what they're asking to oppose the voluntary agreements, to really look at indigenous leadership in water management in California. I think, today the youth panel was really moving. The words of Nanek were the most moving to me. I think it's really important to stay grounded in connection with the land, with the water, with the tribal communities that have stewarded all of this since time immemorial. I heard the board talk about trust and how, this experimental voluntary agreement would be putting a lot of trust. And I think that the better option would be to trust the indigenous communities that are asking and communicating clearly what the needs are for not just themselves, the salmon, the ecosystem, for the future generations as well. And we don't have any time to lose. So thank you for hearing me and for everybody who's shown today.
Thank you. I really appreciate those comments and continue to contribute here and uplift your voice amongst things. It's a good comment to hear the ending on. And so thank you. Colleagues, it's been, I can't thank everyone enough. Again, it's been a very productive 3 days and we've really unpacked a few issues. I think not to create an exhaustive list, but certainly front of mind are the flow accounting discussions that we had and the needs that we'll need to continue to unpack there. And I think importantly as well, for me, these issues of temperature and harmful algal blooms and tribal beneficial uses, we need to discuss and figure out. I know, the project we have before us is really about improving flows for fish and looking at the support of those beneficial uses. But all of these discussions are so intertwined that to the extent that we can give nod and articulate, even if it's in other forums or other spaces that the board is creating strategy and work, whether it's tribal beneficial uses or harmful algal blooms or even temperature work, understand how it all kind of fits together and how this project benefits or can help those other important aspects of protecting all beneficial uses within the watershed. I think I said this prior as well, but I think when it comes to the metrics for at least the VA assets and even just our own program implementation, what is needed are goals as well. And so I think a lot of discussion on what that can look like, how we might move forward. And I think amongst all, and there's a number of tangential issues, so I'm not going to try to summarize 3 days, but I mean, I think what it all does rest on though, and here there's 5 of us, sometimes 5 different opinions, and we lean on our folks in the program, our colleagues here, Diane Riddle, and everyone in the program to synthesize that from us. And so, my request to the VA parties here is to really, at this point especially, take all that input very seriously, and to the extent that there can be timely responses that are reflective of what we've heard here in public, but then also other considerations that board members may have, know that the staff are empowered to be conveying those to you all and are our conduit, because I don't think you want to deal with 5 individuals up here and are here to best synthesize. What comes to mind is that the next important step is the program implementation and getting a draft out there, a draft that is reflective of the feedback that we're hearing here, so that we can continue to stitch together these efforts and this discussion so that there isn't an either or. And as Director Namath and all of us continue to emphasize, it's a potential and. And so with that, I'll kind of stop there. It's been a long 3 days and it's a Friday. It's at 5:30. But I look to my colleagues for Board Member Morgan, just closing thoughts and any direction folks want to leave with.
Thank you, Chair. Couldn't agree more. Just want to start by thanking everyone who has joined us over the past 3 days. The presentations, the comments, the input, it all has been very informative. Spending part of my youth locally, the Delta is dear to me. My family fished in the Delta weekly. So I have seen the change that has occurred over the past 45 plus years. So it's been a while, and there's a lot of change that has occurred. So understanding the work that is ahead of us, the just tremendous amount of input that has occurred here to get us to this point, and the amount that we still have yet ahead of us. I don't take this lightly. Also, being someone whose family who has been impacted by redlining and other racial injustices, I want to thank everyone who has came in front of us to raise their voice and to share their lived experiences. I know that it is not easy. It is difficult to come to this type of setting to share and to really speak from your heart and to feel that you have been heard. I want to let you know that, I am listening. I am hearing you. I am learning through this experience and taking it all, seriously. This is not an easy subject. It is something that is very dear to me. It is something that we all have to come to this space and listen, hear each other, and work collaboratively together in order to make the changes that is needed to improve the Delta, which is a great resource. we've talked a lot about how and the challenges that there have been with incorporating traditional ecological knowledge and to higher tribes and to, within our current structures. So, I want to see that conversation to continue so that we can have where we can hire tribes, such as like looking into what Caltrans is doing, and have where we can directly hire tribes to design and to construct some projects. Want to see, make sure that we're communicating with our other state partners and to understand how we can continue to move forward. I also just wanted to, something that was mentioned by President Stevenson with the California Indian Water Commission, words do matter. And as we learn from the past, we all have an obligation to do better. And so with looking at this, proposal, Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, it seems to me that it's meant to be an iterative and adaptive process, and that it's trying to recognize that the environment is living and it's not static. That we need the input, we need to bring it into our process. And as Chair says, this is not to be an either or, it's supposed to be an and making sure that we have, that as we move forward, we're continuing to listen and we're adapting and we're bringing it into the process. We're getting, out products so that we can make sure that we're incorporating in all voices and that we're coming to a product where we all understand, me reading some of the documents, some of them are very legal. I'm an engineer. I don't fully understand all of it. So I try, I'm going through it and I'm, learning, and I'm relying upon our legal staff to help me to navigate my way through. But I want to make sure that anyone can pick up a document, understand what it says, and is able to understand where we're moving towards and, what it is that we're trying to accomplish. And so it's also exciting to hear that some have already reached out over the last couple of days to join the science community. That's exciting. Want to make sure that we get the information out there so others know who to contact, where to go, and to make sure that others can participate. That we're making sure that we are actively reaching out. We're making the information there. We're going to where the information is, and that we're incorporating it. Also, just as we're going, there was talk, about the implementation and the enforcement, and just making sure that that's clear and that the board's discretion remains and that we are being additive there. We're not taken away from what the board's authorities are, and that we're being very clear of what is I'm hearing, what the intent is, making sure that the words are following what that intent is, and that it is very clear to whomever picks up a document. And this is something, I understand that it would take a while to achieve the objectives. I also understand, we don't have a lifetime to determine if we're on the right track. I cannot talk this evening, if we're going in the right direction. So want to make sure that as the board, it's the chair said, that we have clear goals that we can understand, that we can, change paths, we can adapt, that we can get to where we need to be as quickly as possible, which is, I believe that is the intent of this. Just make sure that everything is in place that we can do that. That it is truly transparent, and that we can move in the right direction and we can change paths, and that we're not having to come back and have a multi-year process in order to change paths and get on the right path. So with that, I'm looking forward to future discussions and continuing to dive into this. And again, thank you for everyone who has joined and, presented, shared their voices, and looking forward to the future. Thanks.
Here. Plus up every one of those points, board member. Thank you. Board member McGuire. And I do want to express Vice Chair Diadamo's regrets. She had a family obligation that would pulled her away here, and know that she would have shared many of the same sentiments you're hearing here, especially the thanks.
Yes, thank you. It has been a very, very, very constructive 3 days, and really appreciate all of the engagement from NGO groups, tribes in particular. I learned a lot, and I've really appreciated the very thoughtful and heartfelt messages here to us and to everyone, including the, I guess, Healthy Rivers and Landscapes parties is what we'll call you now. I've appreciated all the panels and the time that was taken to put together these very thorough presentations and really outline a lot of details in terms of the proposal, and just the acknowledgement of areas where additional work may be needed, or you're open to further engagement. Because I think that's, as we look at the process from here forward, I hope that's we're rebooting a bit on our mindset about what engagement looks like and what these conversations look like. And we're not going to continue the status quo. It's been 5 years. I was appointed to the board in late 2018, had a vote on the phase 1 of the water quality control plan update. And at that time, there was a presentation about the voluntary agreements. And the commitment at that time was to bring a complete package to the board. I believe it was March 2019. And we are now at the end of April 2024. And I'm just stating facts. And a lot has happened. And on the one hand, I'm very encouraged by all the progress that has been made, that this is clearly a lot of thought and care and robustness has been put into this program. It is extensive. It addresses governance, it addresses science, it addresses flows, it addresses non-flows. It is a full package. And that to me shows a lot of promise. Promise that it can be a model that can work. But that doesn't necessarily mean that in its current state, it's ready to go. So I think we all understand that. I'm not going to rehash all of the input that has been and questions that still remain. But what I'm hearing is a commitment to lean in and engage on those questions and try and bring them to some clarity. So I appreciate that. The reason I bring up the timeline is because, as I said in the very beginning, the first day to directors, I have this profound sense of urgency. We've all talked about the climate crisis. We've talked about how long it's taken to get to this point. The last time the Bay Delta plan was updated, we all know this information. And we've also talked about a goal of having the plan updated within about a year from now. And there's a public process there. But you start to add in all these pieces, answering difficult technical questions, thinking about the adequacy and all the work that needs to happen, better engaging with our tribal partners, with the state NGO community to make sure that those voices are being heard, engaging with our state board staff who have been working for many years on a proposed plan amendments and have a lot of good thinking there too that I think needs to be brought to the table. I'm concerned that a year is going to go by very quickly. And so we all need to be very mindful of that timeline, and also just true to ourselves about what that process and engagement looks like. So, I love the ideas about additional workshops on the program of implementation, and also consideration that that's the next most appropriate step here, but also just interested in hearing more from the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes folks about your engagement process and how you envision this working as well in the coming months as you work on completing various documents that are still in the works, and also kind of re-envisioning engagement and what that might look like here in this short time that we hopefully have to bring something credible and meaningful across the finish line. I've always said I'm interested in a voluntary agreement approach. I'm open to the idea. I think we wouldn't be hopefully having this conversation if the board wasn't open to the idea. The test, though, is does it have enough potential to move the needle in the right direction? Not even all the way. We're not even talking about hitting the gas pedal to the floor. It's, can we move the needle in the right direction to change the course that the estuary has been on for these last decades? I think we can do that. I think that is possible, but there's a lot of work that needs to happen in a short amount of time. And I just encourage everyone to buckle up and really, I think rolling up the sleeves, was a term used earlier. Let's find a way to work on a timeline that we're all on the same page, so we can make that happen. That's all I really wanted to highlight. Thank you.
I really appreciate that, board member. And to your point, affirming not just this board, but previous versions of this board have been adamant that we are interested in voluntary agreements, or agreements that folks can bring to us that try to accomplish more than just our flow authorities or just what we can do, can provide, but it has to be moving the needle at the least. And so I appreciate that. Board Member Firestone.
You all covered everything that I would want to say, and I've talked a lot over these 3 days, so I'm going to leave it at that and thank everyone, and I'm looking forward to next steps.
Thank you, board member, for all the comments in those 3 days, and everyone here at the dais, and importantly, everyone that has presented here before us and been part of the discussion. It means a lot, and just really thankful. I think that brings us here to the end of our 3-day workshop. And again, it's been a full 3 days. Our next step here will be coming out with a draft program implementation, and then further discussion. Just to look over to Ms. Riddle, and if there's anything you'd like to leave us with as well.
No, yeah, just a great degree of appreciation for all of the participants in the past 3 days and their flexibility with the schedule. It is a challenging thing to allow for the dialogue and to accommodate the schedules and make sure you're all here on time. So we really appreciate your patience with us and look forward to your future input in the program of implementation workshops that we will have 3 or 5 days, or how many they are. We are going to be vigorously working on getting that text together so you all can comment on it. So thank you all again.
Thank you as well. Much work left to do, and just appreciate everyone. That brings us to the end of this workshop. As I said, we're now adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a good weekend. Have a safe time and travel back. Thank you.